right.
You feel it a bit unfair. There's no one there to look after you. Your disciples are scared, but they will all come back to you. Yeah, they will all come back to you. But nobody there means no one to share your last meal with. Your spirit's in disrepair. You wonder if Siddhartha wished all the Buddha. Was he scared? Hope his people make it back to hell. Hope his people make it back to hell. Have been scared because the devil's always after hell. Yeah, the devil's always after hell. Oh, Apollo, can we be spared and wait for impending disaster? Oh, does anything care? Oh, they write it Zoroaster. Oh, are you even there? Or is it life in darkness after? Oh, is it life in darkness after? Oh, are you even there? Or is it life in darkness after? Oh, is it life in darkness after? Oh, about the way the world's crumbling down and down and down. No beach, just coast will come closer to town. Well, I see San Francisco Bay in the sundown through goggles or underground. Suddenly, California can't be found. Should all take a good last look around. It's closing time. I leave home. The neon glow and the open sign. You're coming anytime, but you passed it by the road you're on. Gotta try to turn around your own design. Oh, but you're we'll stumble around in drowned, saying the structure of the world was faulty found. For what it's worth, the earth is round. Ain't got no good news to say, so say nothing at all, at all, at all. How long till the third tallest tower
What's up, sluts? Oh yeah. We're doing it different today. Yes, we are. Said, oh fuck yeah. Oh fuck yeah. I'm all up in your fucking face today. Playing a little bit of Diablo 3. Fresh season off the jump. Alright. That's my intro. Here's Destiny.
Version. Hold on. Never mind. I changed my mind.
Don DeMarco. I'm a fool for this one.
Don't you dare lift a finger to help our mayor fix his wagon. My brother died defending this town while that bloated coward tried to run away.
Are we gonna get a battery error?
Are you Leah? Watch out! The wounded are turning!
Wow. I feel like I look more human. Maybe I should. Maybe looking like a vampire isn't it. Maybe that's not the look. Or that Fox News camera was doing a lot of work.
16 militiamen went out. We have come at last to Tristram's old cathedral.
My guess is a fairly significant tan.
Lord of Terror, first
I think you might still be able to see the burns on the back of my neck.
This is where I may finally find the answers I seek.
How can
Attacking the barricade!
I can't see what's shows on the camera.
others. There are more of them in the ruins down the road.
Is there any way to tan safely, or is it always bad for you?
Always bad for you if you're light
reading
skinned
at
and
one point
blue eyed, bro. I
that
don't
they
care
said
if you're
tan,
Cuban or not.
even if you use sunscreen and do it slowly. Maybe some are just less done. Is every tan bad for you?
I gained new power.
Well, that's kind of cringe. What's your favorite Mega Man X level song?
While exploring a cave with hopes of finding hidden treasure, I came upon a most grisly sight. A heap of dead bodies. Unbelievably, as I was searching them for any items of value, they began to rise. I must tell them of this in New Tristram before it's too late.
It's obviously bad considering most humans have worked outside all their lives. I think they survived being in the sun twice a week. Humans probably didn't work in like crazy high UV index suns for very long. My guess is they probably wore hats, shade. I don't think they. That was such an interesting comment. There's got to be a skit. There needs to be like a manly skit of some guy that's just fucking being retarded. He's like out in the sun. It's been like 4 hours. It's like, are you okay? It's like, I'm a fucking man. I don't get UV radiation. Oh, I'm fine out here. And the guy's just dying. Jesus. No, I don't think anybody just toughed it through. I don't think you can like flex off.
Can't face tank the sun, homie.
I will say though, and a lot of people don't seem to be aware of this, and I definitely know this firsthand, is the sun. I don't know what it is, this angle of the Earth, and so how much atmosphere it goes through or what, but the sun is not the same in all parts of the world. Like I think I'm like 99% sure that on a cloudy day in Miami, you can get sunburned 5 times faster than on like a sunny day in Seattle. I don't think I ever got a sunburn in even California. What is the UV index for California? I feel like it must be high, no? Am I crazy? Why do I feel like I never got burned in... Maybe I just didn't go out that much? Why is that? I honestly don't know. I just know someplace in the Earth closer to the equator, usually, I think, the sun is just very, very, very intense. And then in other places, even if it's bright, it's not
Direct rather than oblique or tangential. Oh, we might have. That's right, Provinity. How long were we outside for? Yeah, but there's no way it wasn't that bad, right? Because we were outside for like fucking 4 hours, weren't we? And I don't think I got burned that bad. If I go outside for 30 minutes in the Miami sun, I'll get burned. Like, kind of annoyingly, in like 30 minutes. Christ. This tweet is unhinged, guys. What the fuck? Hello? What? I can't believe you would tweet. Like, such a dog shit firearm. We're Americans. Isn't that the same shit that killed Shinzo Abe?
Than this piece of shit.
I need fury.
Destiny, you could have tweeted this? I don't, no. I don't fuck with death threats towards politicians and shit. That seems like a one-way trip. I already had enough FBI interviews, okay? I'm good on that. The original tweet is also unhinged, to be fair.
I don't understand what that means. When you say the original tweet is unhinged, to be fair. Like, if Donald Trump were to tweet out, like, we should kill our political opponents, and then somebody were to tweet out, like, I'm going to kill Donald Trump. Like, well, his original tweet was unhinged. Yeah, it is. The original tweet is pretty unhinged. This one is more unhinged. But even if this was unhinged, which it is, what the fuck? Why would you feel safe enough to tweet this? Why would you feel safe enough to tweet this?
Why would you feel safe enough to tweet this, he asks.
True. This is the weapon that was used to assassinate Shinzo Abe.
Ooh, called it. Pre-watch.
Japanese Nippon folded steel a million times over or some shit. What is it? 10,000 times? How many times do they fold it?
Ground stomp.
LSF mods removed a post with Asmongold reacting to it. Well, Asmongold, Destiny. Same thing. Yeah, Chuga Conroy. Don't care. That was the most dumb, retarded drama. Did he actually? I don't even know if that guy was that guy a big YouTuber or not, or did Fox News smell weird? No. It was interesting being in the Fox News building though.
I need fury.
How full is the bottle? What fraction is full with water? Oh, shit. Okay, let's think about this for a second.
Okay, so it's 12 centimeters there, 15 centimeters, so
12, 21, and then
alright.
15. Is the answer must be knowable. I'm guessing, right? Do I need like the formula for? No, there would be no formula because it's an irregular shape, right? Why? I don't know why I redrew the same.
Area of a cylinder.
How full is the bottle? So it's just asking for a percentage.
I'm saying 60% just as an eyeball.
Oh God. I don't have it in my head at all.
Yeah, it's gonna be area of a cylinder or volume of a cylinder.
One orientation of water is 12 centimeters high. If we flip it over, water is 15 centimeters high, which is well over half.
Old Tristram, Diablo himself once walked this place.
If it was 20 high, if it was 10 and 10, then it would be 50%, right?
Pi r squared times height.
Sorry, hold on. I'm thinking. If it was 20 high, and we flip something over, then water is 10 over 9 since it's 50%. What if we change the dimensions of this? Like we flip those figures. 5 high, 1 high, and then 15 high, another high. It should be 50%.
I grow in
Can't be
power.
as simple as just averaging them out, right? There's no way it would be that easy, right? So it would be 13.5 over 21, or 26 over 50, 27 over 52. There's no way it's that simple. I don't even know if this would necessarily be true. I don't have the logic. I don't have like the template in my head at all for a problem like this. Fuck it, let's read it. Oh wait, is this like really complicated? No way. No, it's not. Okay.
Walker. A bottle with a cylindrical base is partially filled with water and placed on a flat surface. The height of the bottle is 21 centimeters, and the height of the water is 12 centimeters. The water is completely contained within the cylindrical portion of the bottle. If the bottle is flipped
The rumors
upside down,
of torture
then the height of
and
the water is
worse
15 centimeters.
grow
The
every
question
day.
is what fraction of the
What
bottle
has happened to Tristram and its king? I once thought Leoric a great man, but it seems I was deceived. We all were. He sends our meager army against Westmarch on the morrow. What will become of us?
It's. Never mind. I don't know.
Wait a second. Okay, no, there. Yeah, you can look at this differently. Hold on, I'm pausing him.
when you're ready.
I'm pausing him because, all right, so the same portion, 12 centimeters versus 9 centimeters, turns into 15 centimeters and 6. So that gets halved, and this gets a quarter in addition. I'm saying 75%. No, 15 out of 21. No, 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 no. 12 out of 21. It's like 70. It's like 70 or so. It's something simple like 66 or 75 because it's got to do with the 6 centimeters that turns into 9 centimeters. Like it's 3 times wider at its widest point than it is at its smallest point. All right, let's see what goes down.
Oh. Oh no, I understand. It is easy. Fuck. Fuck me. I'm fucking retarded. Right? If there's 6 centimeters of water here. There's 9 centimeters of water here. It wouldn't be, no, that's too easy. 6 plus 9 is 15.
No, okay. What's 9 there is 6 over here. So that gets broken down by 1/3 and then doubled. And that gets broken down by 1/5. 1/5 of 60% is 12. I said 60% to begin with. Let's see.
15 over, would it be 15 over 27? Would be the fraction empty? Is that the answer? You mean air? Did I say air or did I say something different? This is, no, that doesn't make any sense. Hold on. No, it's the same. Oh no, it has to be the same amount of air and water on both sides. Okay. No, I don't know. Never mind. I have no idea.
Keep watching to learn how to solve this problem.
Yeah, I am watching, you fucking loser. Tell me, bitch.
At first, it seems impossible to solve the problem because we don't know the radius of the cylindrical base, and there's no way that we can measure the volume of the irregularly shaped top part of the bottle. The key insight to solving this problem is that the amount of air in both bottles is equal. Therefore, let's calculate the height of the air in the second bottle. Since the total bottle has a height equal to 21, the height of the air is equal to 21 minus 15, which is equal to 6 centimeters.
Okay.
So now we can imagine a bottle that's just cylindrical. We know that it would measure 12 centimeters of just water, and we would have 6 centimeters of air. So from here, we can figure out...
Ah, fuck, it was... Oh, we needed one more step. Okay, yeah. God damn it. I thought it was just like a pure logic brain problem, but if you resort it a little bit...
Yeah,
we know
66.
that it would measure 12 centimeters of just water, and we would have 6 centimeters of air. So from here, we can figure out the fraction of the bottle that is water. The total height of this bottle will be 12 plus 6, which is equal to 18. So the fraction that's water is 12 over 18, which is equal to 2 over 3. And that's the answer. Thanks for making us one of the best communities on YouTube.
Yep.
Next episode of Mind Your Decisions.
One of the best communities on YouTube.
I knew it had to be, like,
Are
the
these guys,
numbers were
feuding
too
now, or
easy
what
to
is-
make
I guess
it
they
not
have been, I think, for a while, right?
either
What's going on
60,
here?
66, or 75.
Maybe Israel had played a part in October 7th. And if you really think about it, well, October 7th was actually a giant lie. Maybe Israel had played a part in October 7th. And if you really think about it, it's exaggerated. Well, they do predominantly control the news and the media, and they control the banks. I've been banned. I was the young guy for a long time, and now I'm over here talking to you. But the truth is, they don't want Jesus Christ as king. Well, October 7th was actually a giant lie. Maybe Israel had played a part in October.
Hey, I am right-wing, and I'm curious as to why factions of the right and left are making excuses for Russia and justifying the invasion. Well, the argument from the left is that the United States has meddled and tempered in countries in the past, and that whatever Russia may or may not be doing to other countries is probably not as extreme as the United States has done to other countries, so the U.S. doesn't have the moral authority to intervene on behalf of Ukraine against Russia, and it might even be possible that the United States was the reason why Russia even had that color revolution in the first place. We might have caused Euromaidan and all that because the United States meddles in other countries. And from the right, the idea is, I think the right in general right now, being more populist, is kind of anti-interventionalist at all. They don't like the idea of spending money on military projects in other countries. They think it's an unnecessary risk to the United States. And depending on how far right you go, a lot of them also believe that the United States was the one that instigated Euromaidan and the eventual ousting of their last leader, Yanukovych.
Appeared and saved us. I know in my heart that my uncle still lives, and I pray that the hero will bring him home safely. Here, let me open the gate. Adria was my mother, but I don't know much about her.
Okay.
She died when I was very young.
I
was raised by Uncle Deckard.
I might be abandoning
I'm told he was a great warrior.
the Israeli cause.
And fell to the demons.
I don't know if
I always
this
thought
is
it was
normal
funny
or
that you-
ordinary or what.
Apparently you fucked
For the
Adria
first
in the
time?
first one.
In my life, I think, on my flight back from New York, I sat next to and was in line with, I think it was like an Orthodox Jewish family or some shit. I have never in my life felt the blood pulsing through my brains of a potential Mujahideen, Fedayeen,
Follow me.
Islamic jihadist fighter than with these screaming
said she was a
kids,
witch,
these
but I never
rude as fuck
believed it.
parents, I was like in line, and this guy behind me kept with this fucking hat, kept bumping me with his suitcase. I was like, it must be a mistake. I can't. It must be. This doesn't know I'm Israel's biggest fan. Fuck this guy bumping into me over and over again. And then I find out when we get on the plane why, and it's because it's a full flight, so you have to stash your suitcase, and he was trying to hide it from the fucking bridge guy. So we get on, and the lady's like, "Sir, sir, sir, that suitcase needs to. Where's the tag?" And he's like, "Oh, I don't know. It's got important stuff in it. I can't." She's like, "Sir." So they fight for like 2 minutes. I don't know how he doesn't just get kicked off the plane. Maybe because the whole family's actually feels bad. Then we are the kid behind me kept kicking my chair. Like, oh my god. And I think I looked back, and the mom looked at me. And it's like when Aslan, my old, like, they're not my Eris's cat, would like, you ever have a cat that just like knocks things off shelves and stare at you while he does it? This mom's just looking at me. And our kid kicks my chair again. And I'm like, I must be having a nightmare or some shit. And I try to just go back to the side, just lean forward instead of leaning back. Coach or first class? I always just fight. I think first class is a waste of money, okay?
Not enough fury.
I should fly first. I can afford it. I don't know. It feels weird. I'm just like, it's all that money for me to sleep the whole time.
And not get kicked while you're doing it. Not the type to
tell them straight that their kid keeps hitting your chair. No, I'm a non-confrontational pussy. Okay. I usually can just chill, grin and bear it. Unless somebody really fucks up. But most people don't really fuck up. It's fucking annoying. Fox didn't pay for your flight. No, maybe I should have asked them to. Wait, do they offer? I'm not sure. I don't use, but even if somebody offers to pay, I'm not having them spring for first class. I don't actually know what the point was of me going there. I don't know. Could you guys could tell that he was shooting remote, right? Like he was at I think he's in Texas. Am I doxing somebody? I think he's down in Texas. So I don't know what the point is of me going to New York to do a in-studio shoot when he's doing remote. I don't know what the point of that. I don't know why they do that. But I had 2 other shows I did there anyway, so it's fine. I did Ryan Long's show, which was okay, and then I was on Gnome. I should learn this guy's name. He does the Above the Table, I think. I need to learn. I don't. No, Over the Table? He's the owner of the Comedy Cellar. Oh my god. Comedy Cellar podcast. Live from the table. Fuck me. One of these tables. Oh, these 2 guys are here. This guy seems super friendly. Oh, fuck.
More fury.
He said he was okay with Trump winning over Biden in the last election. There's a lot we could have argued about, but it's a short show. I think they only shoot for about an hour. I think we might have gone an hour and a half, but in my opinion, business class is perfect. It's not that expensive and no families. I think I don't know if there's domestic business class. I don't know if that exists in the U.S. I think business is usually international flights. Sometimes they'll be domestic. I think if you're flying like a 747, if you're flying a really big plane. I think if you do like LA to New York, or if you're doing like Vancouver to New York or Miami, there might be. But generally, I don't think they're separate. Usually, it's just. I also like how they don't have like first class. They call them like different things. Like I think JetBlue calls it like the blue. What do they call? What is JetBlue's first class? I don't know. Everybody has to have a different name for everything. Mint. Did Dr. Abby give you the beard steroids? No, I did that like a week or 2 ago. In some place here. We'll see if that does anything. What was the worst podcast you've done so far? I don't know. What was the other thing you did other than the Comedy Cellar and Fox News? Ryan Long and his friend. Who I need to remember the name of as well.
Has a greater love for his king than I had for mine, even as I drove my blade through his dark and corrupted heart.
Fuck. It's called the Boys Cast. Oh, Danny. Polishchik. That's why I don't remember his name. What the fuck? You didn't meet up with Ack? I think Ack is actually down here right now. He's at hold on. I always get nervous saying where people are because I don't know how much is secret or not. I don't want to like dox someone and some drive-by shooting happens and then. What's the longest flight you've been on? I don't know. Really long. Did I do a 15-hour flight once? I'm trying to think if I ever did one from LA to... Is there an LA to Stockholm flight? Oh, there... It's not giving me an option for... To New Zealand? Doesn't... I think New Zealand stopped at, like... Indonesia or something? I'm not sure. Oh, there's a non-stop here. I might have done non-stop here. Would have been a 13-hour flight. Your in apartment talk show is a banger. Invite him over, and in general, more people. It's lonely in the walls. Or they would just have to be here. But I think now that I've got the studio downstairs, I would just invite people to talk in the studio. My talk with JJ was really good. Does Destiny know he was mentioned on some more news? It wouldn't surprise me. That guy DMs me every now and then. Every time I make like a really, really edgy joke, he like DMs me to argue about it. I don't know why. What other shows did you do in New York other than Fox? Sorry if you answered. I literally just said it. I was on the Boys Cast with Ryan and Danny. I did the Around the Table with Gnome. And then wait. Live from the table, not around the table. Live from the table. Sometimes you're a little too robotic on the Foxy's appearance. I think you should be more animated and personal. I feel like I'm normally too animated. I'm trying to chill a little bit right now.
The ancients have blessed me.
What would it take for you to get confrontational with a stranger? I don't know. I'm pretty non-confrontational. I don't really give a fuck. I guess if I was with somebody and they were like fucking with like my kid or something, I'd probably be confrontational. But do you have anything big planned? Just this Israel trip that's looming in the distance. That there's no shot. There's no shot that Netan dipshit you actually does anything, right? It's such a massive fucking W how everything turned out. Everybody got to walk away feeling fine with that, but everybody that knows that like Israel absolutely got the upper hand on that. They got to kill their little Quds Force military dude in Syria. Not only did they basically completely defend from Iran's attack, they had help from even fucking Jordan to do so. What a show of allianceship. What a strong showing for your little Gulf Israel axis, right? Versus your Iranian, and then whatever the fuck is to the west of Iraq, whatever state is even in existence there, and then half of Lebanon has like it was such a good yeah, in Saudi Arabia, yeah, it's such a good showing for Israel. Like, why not leave it there? It's so good and it's so done. It's such a perfect everything. If Israel escalates it into something further, God, that would just be so dumb. God, it would be so fucking stupid. Did you ever look into the Abraham Accords under Trump? Yeah, quite a bit.
It is wonderful to hear that Leah is well.
Did you read Benny Morris's piece on it? Yeah, I did actually, because it was linked in the subreddit. What makes you think they might? I don't know. Netanyahu and a lot of the right-wing government, I think the Minister of Defense and everybody was saying, yeah, let's do it. I'm hoping it's just like a show for the people. That's what I'm hoping it is, just a show for the people. It should be.
I promised Marco I'd protect him, but now he's dead.
Also, from reports I've read, people actually believe that Iran intended for the attack to succeed, not fail, and cause significant damage. Nah, no shot. No shot. Iran was screaming down the hall that attack was coming for weeks. I don't think so. It wouldn't. This is a little conspiracy. It wouldn't surprise me if Iran was like passing information to like fucking Washington about what was going on. As a heads up, I don't believe it. But I could be totally fucking wrong. There's something to be said about a norm of the capital being lit up every time a Middle Eastern adversary is upset, no? Well, there's something to be said for bombing a consulate to kill people as well, which Israel did, right? They haven't claimed it, but everybody knows it was them. So, I mean, like, if you're going to fuck around, they have to respond, right? Iran has to respond, and Israel needs to realize that. They've made these mistakes in the past. Remember with, I think it was part of what led up to it was part of what led Jordan into the Six-Day War, was Israel constantly undermining Jordan, trying to be moderate towards them. And Israel would come over the top with these reprisals. And at some point, it's like, bro, the king is going to be overthrown if he doesn't respond to this. You're putting him in an unwinnable position. You have to give your political opponents some room to maneuver. You can't box them in and then get upset if they start acting crazy. And it's just, a war right now in that region just doesn't benefit anybody. It's just not good for anybody. Iran's not in any reasonable position to actually fight, I don't think. It doesn't seem like it, unless there's just a bunch of reports I've missed. Syria is still like a fucking collapsing state. I don't know. I still don't know what the fuck Iraq does in any of that. I don't know where their allegiances lie or what that country thinks about anything right now. I don't think Egypt and Jordan are going to war with Israel. Hamas has been utterly obliterated. The Houthis are a ragtag group of pirates that probably never wanted to govern in the first place, but have been for half a decade or whatever. Like, it's just Iran's faction looks so much worse here. If it escalated to all-out war, Iran's faction is so much worse. But also, if it escalated to full-on war, the United States doesn't want to get involved in this shit. We're looking at an election in 6 months. Okay, it's great for good for Netanyahu that there's still like 2 years from their general election, but in the U.S., we're staring down the barrel of an important election. We don't want Israel to fucking Iran right now and having this shit drug out into the news more. Not good.
Hasn't Tristram suffered enough?
Do you think Israel's attack on Iran was militarily justified? Well, they're on the Iranian consulate in Syria. I think so. I don't know what the norms are around like consulates or embassies in countries that don't recognize you. I don't know what those international norms are. So my opinion would change if I find out different things about them. But Iraqi Shia are kind of divided between Arab nationalism, which is kind of anti-Persian, and Shia sectarianism, which enjoys support from Iran. They clashed a few years back. Okay. Any strikes would be against Hezbollah, most likely. Yeah, maybe. But I mean, Israel's prior excursions into Lebanon have been catastrophic for Israel. So, yeah, I don't know. What Israel needs to do, I think I said as much on Gnome's show. Hey, Destiny, I was wondering what you think about the narrative that the left is incentivizing legal immigration so they can vote for Biden and the whole thing with asking for voter ID. Don't know if you're talking this. No, that's stupid. You can never bring in enough and get them in the right areas. And no, I don't. That's bullshit.
I need fury.
What did I say? I told Gnome as much. Lebanon would just... Israel has to solve the Palestinian problem. Israel has to solve this. No more excuses. Even if you've got to railroad the fucking Palestinian people into some fucking deal, you have to get it done. It's so fucking stupid at this point. Like, the Gaza Strip is Hamas's... or not Hamas, it's like Iran's like biggest entry point into like stupid shit going on right now. The Israel and the Palestinians, the Jews, Israelites. Oh, that's not Israelis, not Israelites. Israelis and Palestinians have to reach some kind of solution to figure out the final status on borders and refugees and all that. That has to happen. Letsui, thanks for the 5 gifted subs. It represents such a point of instability for that entire region that like everybody can just take advantage of and fuck with. The West is willing to shoot down Iranian missiles and drones. Why not shoot down Russian ones over Ukraine? Because Russia is a big boy with nuclear weapons, and Iran is not a very big boy, not nuclear weapons yet.
Tell him to get back to town.
Why is it so important now, though, and not like 20 years ago? Well, 20 years ago was important, too. But like as it drags on longer and longer and longer, it becomes more and more important. It becomes harder and harder and harder. Harder and harder to what? Harder and harder to figure out what the fuck the final arrangement is going to be. Because every year, the settlements continue to expand, the Palestinian territory gets smaller, international support for the Palestinians gets more meaningless but louder, but... You know. You say Iran has to respond, but then their response is just shooting missiles into civilian areas. And what happens, I guess, happens, I guess. I might be reading too much on this, or I could be dramatically overestimating my confidence on this, which is possible, by the way. I tweeted out, I think a week ago, that there was no shot that this goes anywhere from here, and I guess if Israel does go somewhere from here, then I was completely fucking wrong on that. But I feel like if Iran wanted to get more civilian casualties, I think they could have. I'm pretty sure that what I read was the stock of missiles that they were shooting, where it was like all of their older stuff, essentially. They were saber rattling for weeks about this. It seemed to be the case. Now, maybe everybody's just always on alert, but it seemed to be the case that multiple countries were ready to step up and help Israel defend against this barrage of missiles. And at the end of the day, it was one 7-year-old girl that was injured. Did she even die? From 110, I think, ballistic missiles. People were saying Saudi Arabia. Hold on. How many other countries stepped up? I know for sure it was Jordan. I know it was the. I know Israel did, and I think I read the U.S. did. People in chat were saying Egypt and Saudi Arabia. Is that true? Can I just get a write-up of... But is it even possible to reach an agreement with Palestine at this point? My family is Lebanese, moderate even, and I can't imagine for a second anyone being good with peace with Israel right now. I don't care. It has to happen. It's not an option anymore. It has to happen. There has to be something. This was conducted in coordination with the Iraqi Popular Mobilization Forces. Interesting. Is an Iraqi state-sponsored umbrella organization composed of approximately 67 different armed factions with around 230,000 Several countries in the Middle East closed their airspace a few hours prior to Iran launching a standoff attack against Israel around midnight on the 13th of April, 2024. Does this mean that they got intelligence saying that there was an attack coming, or do you think Iran puts out notice to countries that Iran's attack involved around 170 drones, over 30 cruise missiles, more than 120 ballistic missiles. Israel used Arrow 3 and David Sling systems to shoot down the incoming weapons. If you guys run out of biblical names, you just stop making new technology. David Sling. The American, British, French. Oh, there we go. So the Americans, the Brits, the French, and Jordanian Air Forces and Navy helped shoot down Iranian drones. France, which intervened at the request of Jordan, deployed its Navy to provide radar coverage. Jordan stated that it intercepted objects flying around into its airspace and tips to safety.
Not enough fury.
Okay, so nothing about... People were saying Egypt and Saudi Arabia. Prepare for the attack. Israel alongside Iraq, Jordan, Lebanon, Syria, and Kuwait closed their airspace on 6th of April. Iran only closed its airspace to have powerful flights. Oh, it's... That's something IDF arming some anti-Hamas Gazans to protect aid convoys. They're mulling over that idea. Anti-Hamas Gazans. Wasn't that Ryan Macbeth's idea? You've got to stop treating these autocratic regimes like they represent the interests of their respective countries. You've done it with Russia, China, and now Iran. You've got to do better. I don't think you can make a blanket statement on that, my dude. I think that some autocracies can represent their people decently well, and some are just very, very, very far off. I think it depends on the regime. I've heard this said over and over again, but I'm very scared about just repeating stuff I've heard. The research is not real, but I've heard it said over and over again that the Iranian Ayatollah doesn't represent the Iranian people. That Iranian people. I know every Persian I've met in the United States fucking hates Iran, but that could just be my bubble. And I've heard it said over and over again that the people in Iran don't support the Ayatollah. Now, why they haven't been overthrown, or there's like military coup or some other shit, I don't know. But I think that like when I look historically, like Egypt, like they look for their leaders, and I feel like they're dictators represented their people decently well. When I look at like the monarchs, and would you consider like a monarch an autocratic regime? Autocrat means like one leader, right? Autocratic. What's the difference between like an autocracy, autocratic versus dictator? Hold on. Become a member? Yeah, I'm good on that one, chief. Autocracy is a system of government which absolute power is held by the ruler, known as an autocrat, and includes most forms of monarchy and dictatorship. Okay, yeah. So like all the Gulf states are autocratic, right? But they like represent their. They have to respond. They have to respond to public pressure.
The ancients smile on me.
Jordan and Egypt's populations hate Israel. We're lucky they aren't democracies. Maybe, yeah. Maybe they don't like Jews. I don't know. I think it might be a little more complicated. I'm not sure. I don't know. If Israel bombs citizen regions in Iran, will you pivot your standards on pro-Israeli side? I don't understand what you guys know. There's not like one thing that would change my entire perspective on a thing. It never works that way. If Israel were to bomb Iranian citizens, that would be bad. I would be opposed to that. It would be stupid and it would be bad. It would be both of those things. More stupid than bad. It would be unbelievably stupid. But one thing wouldn't change my entire perspective on it. America can do bad or stupid things. Like, oh, will you hate America now? No, that's not how that works. No.
Hell no.
But it would be really stupid, and I would oppose the move. If you do enough of those things, it can flip your opinion. But there's not just one thing that any country can do that should flip your entire opinion on an entire country. That's wild.
It'd have to be a small-ass country, that's for sure.
Never mind, your brain is owned. Okay, Cloudan. From your
Despacito.
At Destiny, the population's desire is largely irrelevant in autocratic regimes because they don't have political power.
You're so skibbity.
I think you are wrong. You have political power in autocratic regimes. It's just at the end of a sword. I think that for autocratic regimes, you can be a bit more unpopular because people aren't voting for you. You're not going to get, if 40% of the population, supports you and 60% wants you gone, you're probably okay. But if you become wildly unpopular,
I'm just
you're going to get hooked or you're going to get
skibbity than you
assassinated, and somebody else is going to step in.
now, skibbity.
Even in monarchies and even in autocracies, the leadership is very sensitive to the people. Because at the end of the day, as much as people say, like, oh, currency is fake, it's just paper, leadership is fake. It's a title, which means nothing. The universe doesn't recognize your role as king any more than your people will if they feel like you're not representing, at the very least, the interests of the country or whatever it is you ostensibly claim to represent. You fucking idiot. What if all of Israel DDoSed you every day right before stream? Then we're all getting alien Luagos or the Hassan guns that are going over there. Destiny, they have zero political power, and you saying that is a clear indicator that you need to read up on autocracy and their resource to personalism and coercion. For the request, I'm good. You can go read. Go read and do some fucking history, okay? Or go read a Wikipedia, okay? Motormouth. No, you see this or at the very least in the Middle East, all of the leadership responds to the pressure from the people and how they view and how they're viewed from the people. Like you see them making decisions on that. You see them getting into wars because they're worried about losing legitimacy to other states or losing legitimacy in the eyes of their people. You see coups happening. In Egypt, you saw it. In Jordan, it almost happened, right? With the PLO trying to overthrow the monarchy. In Syria, it's that country's whole history is fucking nightmare. And in Lebanon, fucking Christ. And in Yemen, why am I responding to you? Fuck off. It's not a cartoon. In a cartoon, the leader has leadership. And in a cartoon, he just uses the military to kill all the people. If you go against me, I'm going to kill you. And in a cartoon, that's how autocracies and dictatorships work. In the real world, they don't work that way. In the real world, if you become dramatically unpopular, there's a lot of people that are going to be around you looking at you like, well, who's this motherfucker? All right? Because if people are going to come marching in here and they're going to kill you, it's going to look more like a Game of Thrones situations where you've got the Lannisters opening their arms and saying, okay, hey, you're coming to the city. Fuck these guys. That's probably a more realistic outcome than a dictator, right, where you switch sides. Like, well, fuck it. I'll be part of the new group of people because this guy sucks. And then you let the other people in and they fucking kill the king. Yeah. Every escalation in a conflict puts Jordanian regime at risk of popular coup, especially when the Hashemite army just showed that it will help defend Israel. Do you think that's a fair assessment of political power? By that argument, all governments necessarily react to pressure from the people, but is that really how we typically describe political power? Well, if you're going to describe political power as just voting, well, then by definition, then we don't have to argue. You can just say, oh no, Destiny, when I said political power, I meant voting. And I go, oh, okay, well then obviously, yeah, you have no political power in a dictatorship because you literally can't vote. So I mean, like, yeah. Do any brutal dictatorships exist in the modern world in your eyes? Brutal dictatorships. I'm sure, I don't know any African history. I'm sure that throughout Africa, or even modern shit, I'm sure there were probably that shit going on right now. North Korea seems pretty fucking bad. I don't know much about, I don't really know much of the details about it. I'm not sure right now if there's just like a like an actual like super standard horrible brutal dictator right now outside of Africa, which I know nothing about country by country. So Putin, I guess it depends on what we consider a brutal dictatorship. I'm thinking when I think of brutal dictatorship, I think like entire like population living substandard, like regular killings, like no political dissent allowed whatsoever. Like Russia's bad, but would I consider Russia like the brutal dictatorship of, you know, like what you would consider in the, I don't know. Syria maybe? The reason why I'm not bringing up Syria and Yemen is I don't even know the stability of those countries right now. Didn't Assad gas his people? Well, kind of. Assad gassed rebel fighters in his country, like in a civil war. Kind of his people, but and chemical weapons are bad. But it's not like he was just gassing his people. Like I don't believe just as like a brutal. I feel like the last like brutal dictator that I can think of was probably Saddam Hussein. The Taliban might qualify as brutal dictators. I don't know much about that right now.
I'm not sure Assad doesn't count if the Taliban does, bro.
Oh, Gaddafi from Libya, maybe. But I try not to say.
Muammar.
It's hard to ascribe like brutal dictatorship to like a highly unstable country because that just feels like a fucked situation. I don't know if I would be like, oh, this is because of a brutal dictatorship. Like, well, it just seems like it's fucked. Like Syria right now is like just fucked. But why wouldn't Saudi count? Isn't the standard of living and everything in Saudi Arabia like generally pretty good? Isn't it like a pretty decent to live place? I mean, like obviously their standards and rights on like women and gay people and all that are a lot different, but. Do you think Lincoln would have gassed the Confederacy if he had the technology? Jesus, I don't know. Probably, right? Because I don't think we had any standards on weapons that we could or couldn't use back then, right? I don't know why we're not allowed to use... What is the rationale behind not using certain chemical weapons?
We just don't want them used on us?
Was it the... Which convention banned chemical weapons? Was it the Geneva Convention? Which convention banned chemical weapons?
Yeah, it was Geneva. It was after the fucking World War.
Or was it an actual... It might have been like a whole...
Mustard gas.
It was just like a public sentiment thing. It's just interesting to me that like what would you prefer as a soldier? You get like a whiff of mustard gas and you get like blisters on your eyes and your lungs and it sucks, or would you just rather be like blown up by a missile? I don't know. I'm not sure. It's not about how good a dictator is, it's about dictatorships having no worthwhile institutions limiting their authority. Saudi Arabia might be this list to live, but they have no rule of law other than the whims of MBS. Yeah, but I mean, wouldn't the institution, we're speaking quite liberally using these terms, wouldn't the institution in dictatorships generally be the military? Or like the popular military, like the popular group rising up is usually the check on them, and then you get cooed by your military, or by a rising military. I feel like we're just like doing semantics at this point. I don't know if we disagree on that. Do you think such a revolution... Oh, wait, there was a $50 donation. One criticism of Israel I heard from Bassem Youssef is that if you want to see how Israel would treat Gaza if Hamas was eliminated, all you need to do is look at the West Bank and how people are still dying over there. What are your thoughts? If you're gonna treat if you think that the West Bank is being fucked up as bad as the Gaza Strip, you are delusional.
That's not what he said at all.
That's a wild.
That was a disingenuous fucking interpretation of that question.
That Hamas is the only militant or bad thing of all the Palestinian people. It's just Hamas, and then everybody else is like squeaky clean. That's not really true either. I have this in my notes. I think we might spend a few days finishing this because I think if I have a good timeline on Israel, I think I can use the same timeline to do U.S. history. I really want to do U.S. history now. I need to get my patriotism. There's a site that tracks. Well, and Wood, thanks for the tier 5 subber. You think we could do a day-long arc on genocide ICJ cases at some point? Oh, maybe. Do you think JJ's defensive conservatism was convincing? Did he give me a strong defensive? Did you talk that much about it? Every day we straight through. I live in the darkness. We don't want casualties. Something that I think is interesting. I need to stop using that word. I think it's the worst word in my vocabulary. I think interesting, is the worst word in my vocabulary. Is there an easy way to open a new window? Hold on. Do you think such a revolution could happen in China? Is there a point where the surveillance military capabilities of a government can effectively quell dissent before it ever rises to point an organized resistance? I don't think anybody can control a population that effectively. I think people wish they could exercise that level of strict control over a population, but I seriously doubt anybody can do it that well.
When King Leoric came to court.
I feel like
King Leoric came to court.
Wasn't there? I thought there was a part on the site that told you
King
who killed.
Leoric came to court.
Oh wait, is it this? That this would break down like who did the actual attack. Was it a civilian or was it a military person? What the fuck is wrong with this shit? I had a cute little graph and everything. see exactly how. I'm like, that's unreasonable to do that. I was gonna say we could look into every single thing, but
Grave robbers.
something that is challenging is when you look at the Israeli injuries in the West Bank. So these are injuries against. We've got Israeli forces and Israeli civilians, right? Over the past 15 years, 3,619 injuries were caused by Palestinian armed groups. But if we look at civilians, 2,737 were caused by civilians. So there's a pretty similar amount, similar-ish. What is it, like 40, 60? How would you break this down? Decent amount of violence is caused just by civilians. I don't think the breakdown is the same. I'm also just looking at injuries. To the Palestinian injuries. So 158,000 Palestinian injuries of Israeli forces, 155,000 were caused by Israeli forces, and then by settlers it was 2,648, disputed as 61. So on the Israeli side, of all the injuries caused, the vast, this is over 99%, right? 99%, or like 98%. The vast amount of injuries are caused by the actual, like, IDF, which is, as bad as it is how it should be, right? Your military and policing should be doing it. But the other side, almost half of it to be coming from civilians is kind of luring. Let's look at fatalities. They're saying it blurs the line on, like, what the fuck is happening a lot. Like, who's a civilian, who's a fighter. Yeah. Let's see. So we're looking at deaths. For fatalities, yeah, you can see 6,656 Palestinian deaths in the... let's just do one. Yeah, that Bassem quote is so... Or the song? What a stupid fucking quote. In 15 years, there's been 1,307 deaths in the West Bank of Palestinians. This is the same as what's happening in Gaza right now? Okay, dude. So there's been 1,307 caused by Israeli forces. All right. There's been 50 caused by Israeli civilian settlers. The disputed number is 50. Or no, I'm sorry. The disputed number is... So, like, the vast majority of deaths in the West Bank have been done by the Israeli forces. If you look at the Palestinian side, there have been 319 Israeli fatalities. I'm sorry, the West Bank, it's 144 deaths. And then if we look at the class here, the armed groups accounted for 4 of them, and the civilians accounted for 137 of them. 3 are disputed. I don't think he's saying the same. He's saying even if Gaza stops fighting, it'll still be a fuck situation like in the West Bank. Yeah, but the West Bank is infinitely better than the Gaza Strip. It's infinitely better. There are infinitely less restrictions on the West Bank. It's not the best. It's not like an autonomous country or anything yet, but it's still way better than the Gaza Strip.
No way.
One of the things that is annoying is that I'm feeling this stronger and stronger until I get pushback on this. I haven't seen any yet. Historically, I think Jews have been forced to contend with political realities and the reality of their situation, however dire or however good. They've been forced to contend with the reality of their situation, which forces them at times to make hard decisions. I don't think the Palestinians have ever been confronted with difficult decisions or their backs against the wall ever. I don't think the Palestinians have, if you really think about it, since 1948, arguably, the Palestinians have never suffered, in the eyes of the international community, a single political defeat ever, because they want to go back to the borders that they had in 1948. So that's 80 years worth of terrorism, conflicts, attacks, refused peace, whatever. 80 years worth of it, and they think they can still go back to the first thing. Even after October 7th, they think they can still go back to the first thing. So as long as if you were a Palestinian, why the fuck would you ever settle for peace? Why would you ever do that? It doesn't make any sense. You're always going to be able to have people on your side screaming, international law, international law. Like, yeah, I don't know. You missed a $50 question from Rush Golden. I just answered it. What are you talking about? I'm gonna catch up on the New York case. Gonna be a major discourse for the next few months. Good to fight the Trump persecution narrative. I don't care much about the New York case. It's already boring to me. I guess it'll set a good precedent for like, not precedent, but it gives us some insight into how difficult like the jury selection process and everything is gonna be for the other cases. Reacting to you and not alive right now. Why would I care? I'm glad. I hope he has fun things to talk about when he goes into prison. I'm glad I can do something. New analysis on the Gaza fatality rate. Gaza fatality data has become completely unreliable.
My flow.
I haven't read this. Washington Institute. Is this like just like a Israel thing, or? Look at that alien brand cult hats behind me. I haven't shot it yet. It's interesting. I don't know. I guess I didn't watch it. I didn't care about Israel-Palestine growing up that much. Like, you'd hear about it, but you didn't really know anything about it. Or at least I didn't. Somebody linked me this or emailed me this. It is interesting that it feels like the media used to be a bit more fair. Or I don't know, maybe not. Maybe this was just one article out of many. Caution needed with Gaza casualty figures. War zones are not easy places to collect statistics. This article is from 2014, so this would have been around, maybe after Protective Edge. I don't remember if that was before this, but I'm guessing. In the Gaza conflict, most news organizations have been quoting from the Office of the UN High Commissioner for Human Rights, which leads a group of humanitarian organizations known as the Protection Cluster. And its recent report said that as of the 10th of August, 1,948 Palestinians had been killed and 66 Israelis and 1 Thai national since Israel launched Operation Protective Edge on the 8th of July. Of those Palestinians, the status of 320 cannot be identified. At least 1,402 were civilians, including 456 children, 257 women. The UN body reported. So there were 226 members of armed groups killed and another 790 men who were civilians. Among civilians, 3 times as many men were killed as women, while 3 times as many civilian men were killed as fighters. The UN report carries a caveat with its figures. Data on fatalities and destruction of property is consolidated by the protection and shelter clusters based on preliminary information and is subject to change based on further verifications. There has been some research suggesting that men in general are more likely to die in conflict than women, although no typical ratio is given. Nonetheless, the proportion of civilian men over 18 killed seems high, and it is not immediately obvious why. Matthias Bank from OHCHR told BBC News that the organization would not want to speculate about why there have been so many adult male casualties, adding that because they were having to deal with a lot of casualties in a short time, they had focused primarily on recording the casualties. As such, we have not at this stage conducted a detailed analysis of trends of civilian casualties, for example, in relation to the reasons why different groups are affected and the types of incidents, but hope to carry this out at some point in the coming future, he said. However, even in the compiling of these preliminary figures, we cross-verify between different sources, not only media and several different human rights organizations, but also use other sources, including, for example, names of large fighters released by the IDF and notices by armed groups in Gaza claiming someone as a member. They basically just go through like the difficulty in calculating like the deaths and if they're actually active or not. But it was interesting to read this in 2014. I don't know if any article like this would be or has been or could be written today. I don't know. Or if it would be like a way to like what's going on. BBC makes woke TV shows and said to have a left-leaning bias. Definitely do. Jesus Christ. Goes back further. In 1982, the Lebanon War people were complaining about media reports of casualty figures. Mentioned in here, the PLO reports of casualty figures. Real quick, can you get, if I get like a Gistore account, do I have automatic access to everything posted on this store?
The ancient smile.
Not everything, but a lot. Your library might have access. Bro. Do you have the original Alien or the Creator 500? I got the Creator 500 edition. Okay. I wanted the pretty engravings on the side and everything. It's pronounced JSTOR.
I am on the right
If the civilian to combatant ratio was 1-to-1, would you call that a success? Circumstances being, yeah, of course. I think 3-to-1 or 2 to anywhere from. I think it's anywhere from 3 to 5-to-1 is probably okay for this. Around there, I think.
That's unhinged, but okay. Go off, King.
Why don't people ever bring up the UAE, who is a country less years than Israel and never had Saudi or Oman called the occupiers, considering the ethnicity of UAE leaders being from Iran? I don't know anything about this. You can find articles from JSTOR for free on LibGen. Well, I mean, I don't mind paying for it. I don't want, what I don't want is I don't want to pay for this and then I find out that actually you only get access to 20% of the articles and actually you don't have access. Like, for instance, like would everything in like Nature also be published on JSTOR? Like, did you have access to every, like, does JSTOR have every major journal and it all gets like thrown up here? Or how does that work? I emailed Ground News when I figured out the project was created for special for the previous podcast. I got done with the minutes, however. Talking about writing actual report for the future. The UAE is bombing civilians in Yemen. I thought that stopped last year. I thought Saudi Arabia and everybody else kind of stopped that.
No, I will not allow you to bring that monster Leoric back to this world.
J-Pass. That's what I fucking need, dude. I need the J-Pass. Yes, true. Fucking true.
You power. I can't pick up anything else.
Damn. $20 a month. PDF downloads included. 10?
I can't carry anymore. I'm returning to town. I need to go back.
Too lazy for that. This is why it took Finkelstein 40 years to learn about Israel-Palestine. Pretty sure that if you log into JSTOR with Google, you can read up to 100 articles every 30 days online for free. Huh. I'll add that on my list of things to do. What's even the argument for paywalling research? I honestly have no idea. I would say maybe to like fund research, but if I had to guess, the total amount of funding dollars that comes from people paying to access research has got to be less than like 1%. That'd be my guess. I could be totally wrong on that.
I need something more than making
or if a significant amount of funding comes from people paying for access, it's because schools pay in bulk or en masse or something. Like the school will pay $10,000 to have unlimited passes or something like that. That'd be my guess. How much money is raised by researchers paywalling? Or there's no way I'm gonna get a good answer on this. Wait, Copilot, where are you at? Maybe I can ask my. I hit my AI person. Come back, Copilot. Hello, Copilot. How do I bring her back? Bring her home.
I've dug up some new things for you to take a look at.
I can't.
Taskbar settings. Thank you. Wait, wrong one. on. Where did she go? Am I missing her? I don't see her. Hello? Just use ChatGPT? I don't know how to use ChatGPT, okay? I've never done it.
I wish that
Press
Leia
Windows
could
C.
live a different
Oh, there you
life,
are. Hello.
a more
Oh, she's coming,
normal
okay.
life. But alas, such is not her fate. When I pass, there is none but her to continue my work, and the future of this world hangs in the balance.
Leoric's crown.
How much money is raised by researchers paywalling articles? It's still working in the background, right?
Hadric, do not feel despair,
Windows
my
C.
love. You did everything
Made
you
in the
could.
80s. The blueprint, the game plan was made in the 80s. Create a pandemic, you know, with a virus that's going wild, right? Only he was given, Fauci was given like over $350 million.
How do you deal with hot coworkers? You fuck.
The research given, Fauci was given like over $350 million to research this, to come up with drugs, new or repurposed, to handle the AIDS pandemic. And all they came up with was AZT. And if you do even a smidge of research, and I know I'm not a, epidemiologist, I'm not a doctor, I'm not.
Is AZT azithromycin?
No,
Or is
it's
that a
a
different
fucking HIV drug.
AZT drug. No. Azithromycin. Thymidine? I don't know what the fuck those are. I don't know what the fuck this is. Don't care.
An immunologist, whatever the fuck. I can read though, right?
I can read.
And I can learn and look things up just like any normal person. I can do my own research, which was so vilified, to even question authority. But that was the game plan back then. Create an environment where only one thing works.
Shut up and dribble,
Back then,
bro.
AZT. Now, remdesivir until we get a vaccine. Which, by the way, Anthony Fauci had stake in the Moderna vaccine. And we know Pfizer is one of the most criminally corrupt organizations ever. The fine they paid was the biggest in the history of the DOJ in 2009. Like, what are we talking about? We're going to put our full trust in science that can't be questioned.
Can't be questioned. Can't be questioned. Yeah, where is our Pfizer emote? This guy is floating a conspiracy theory from the book The Sword and the Shield. Aaron is basically falling for Russian propaganda.
Well, babe. Dentist. Dentisto.
The fact that you couldn't conceive of Netanyahu launching a retaliatory strike shows that you don't understand how coalition politics work. You stake that a position flagrantly and clearly need to read up on modern Israeli politics. Okay, just as an explanation, I'm not perm banning you yet. I'm going to announce a perm ban, and then I'll give you one more retarded fuck message before I do it. Okay, that's my trying to do this is my new policy, okay? Okay. When you type things this aggressively, it looks like you have a 2-inch cock, okay? The fact that you can't even conceive, okay? Bring it way the fuck down. Nobody has that energy in here right now, okay? There's no reason for you to type so aggressively, especially considering you haven't said anything of value, okay? You don't understand how college politics. You're not saying anything, okay? You're just saying you disagree with me, but you're not saying why. You stake a position flagrantly and clearly need to read up. If you have read up on something or if you understand something, you wouldn't say, you need to read this. You need to read up on this. You would just say the thing. You understand that? That to anybody that knows what they're talking about, it's very obvious when somebody doesn't know what they're talking about, when all they can do is reference a huge volume of work or a book or a big topic, right? there's something that you think you know that I don't understand, then communicate that thing. Don't put out a pointless statement like, you need to read up on modern Israeli politics. I don't know what the fuck that statement means. What do I need to read up on? The policy positions of the parties, the personal positions of the leaders, like the legislation and the Knesset, what is it, with the polling positions of the people, the results of their, like, the last, like, called elections, that's such a broadly pointless statement. You need to read up on American politics. You need to read up on modern Israeli politics. It doesn't mean anything. Say something, okay? When we use words here, we attach meaning to those words. Did you mention your ban policy? Any sense of getting pardons for DGGers who've gotten banned? I'm trying to do a mass ban in the subreddit. I'll do one on DGG after. Okay. We need 100%. Oh, God. Now we found out we truly know nothing about the Middle East. Okay. We should be able to know the Middle Eastern flags, actually. I can learn these. There's not that many of them. Okay. Yemen. It's got the 3 stripes. We know that much. Okay. I'm leaning towards this guy. The sword one is Saudi Arabia, right? Is it? Fuck, bro, how do you have so much of the same shit? Oh, I think that's just one of the other ones. We could learn all of these right now. Like, come on, bro, seriously?
It was Lazarus. Of that I am certain. He alone had the king's ear and whispered dark and evil magics into it, instilling the notion of
Dark
the
and
attack by
magics.
Actually,
afraid to
most
speak
fucking
against the
boring
archbishop.
flag here.
The councillors nodded their empty
Love you,
heads in
B. Have a
agreement
good
and sent us off to
dentist.
die.
Fuck, I don't know any of these fucking flags. Okay. Syria's got the 2 stars. What do the 2 stars represent? There's got to be a story behind all these fucking flags. I know there are stories behind them. Like, what is this shit? Really? Seriously? Obviously, I know. Cyprus is actually bad. Okay. I feel like this is gonna be like Bahrain or something. UAE's got the thing on the side here. Turkey is this. Egypt has the emblem in the middle. Ha! Gone! Yeah, this crazy fucking thing. Jesus, this is a bad logo design. That text is way too small. Jordan? Where's the tree? Lebanon. That's a cute one. Flags have changed a lot throughout the years. Used to be a time where Egypt and Syria had the same flag, for example. Oh, 100. Oh. Do you know why Egypt and Syria had the same flag? I think Egypt and Syria, were the same country. Called the... I don't know how they did this formally, but they were because Egypt used to be called the United Arab Republic. And I think it was like a coalition country thing with Egypt and Syria. And then I think it was Nasser in... No, I think it was Sadat that changed it back to the Republic of Egypt. Hold on. I decided I'm going to add in this timeline. I'm going to have leaders of the surrounding countries because it's good to be able to track their shit. That's the only reason I remember this. through 1970. Yeah, and then it was Sadat that changed it. Nasser formed a country or a coalition. He called it the United Arab Republic. That was the formal name of Egypt. And Syria? I don't 100% know how this worked. But then I think in 1970, Sadat changed it back to, or not changed it back to, we changed it to Arab Republic of Egypt. What is Egypt's formal name right now? The Arab Republic. They're not adjacent countries. Well, sure. I don't know anything about the formation of these other than I know that's where they're called, but my guess is going to be, remember, I think the goal was, I think there was some kind of goal to bring back a caliphate. That was like the dream, was that there'd be another huge Arab country like the Ottoman Empire, but there were just too many conflicting interests. I know that a lot of people were irritated. A lot of the southern states were irritated, for instance, over the Baghdad Pact, because they viewed Iraq as not being loyal to the Arab Republic, and then a lot of people were competing for who would be the head of that Arab Republic, and no, they were secular. Oh, I guess actually that's fair. Pan-Arabism, I guess, doesn't necessarily imply that it has to be like a caliphate. I'm curious what that means in practice. Because, like, so for Egypt, Nasser was a secular dictator. What does it mean when you're like a secular dictator of like a 90% religious country? I want to, in practice, I'm sure there are different than that. Why did Sadat do that? Because Sadat was base, okay? Unless you're Muim Rabbani, then I guess Sadat was horrible. Point taken by being passive aggressive, but help me understand then how you did not consider the fact that Netanyahu is facing immense pressure in more extreme parts of his coalition to use this as an opportunity to strike Iran. The man is barely holding on to his premiership. So does he really have a choice not to strike? My impression, I don't know, I'm lying if I say I know how all the electoral politics in Israel break down right now, or what all the positions are in the Knesset, but my feeling would be, this is a feeling I have, I could be wrong, my feeling would be that if the only reason why that minority party has so much pull is because they needed that minority party to form the coalition government. But if Netanyahu appeals too much to the extremes, he's going to lose support among his own, like the more moderate people in his coalition. That'd be my guess. And at that point, having a smaller, more extreme party doesn't help you. I don't know if I guess we could look at polling data. Like, what does the average Israeli citizen feel like about a strike into Iran? Also, one thing I will say that I tried doing a little bit, because I'm trying to like fill out this timeline and add information and research, so I'm not like doing a whole bunch of this on stream again. I tried using Encyclopedia Britannica a little bit, just on the Israel stuff. I feel like I heavily prefer Wikipedia over at least the online edition of the Encyclopedia Britannica. I don't know if maybe for Middle Eastern stuff it's just not as good, or maybe it's just looking at the wrong articles, but yeah, I don't know. Another person accused Kevin Bass of paying him off to avoid debate. Destiny, did you beg for mercy too? No, I don't think so. I do need to respond. What specifically was the problem? I don't know. I feel like I couldn't find good articles or anything. I looked up, I think, 6 Day War, Encyclopedia Britannica. Maybe I was just clicking questions. Like, I feel like these articles have way less information. And then I don't like this organization of, like, these questions that you can click into. I don't know, I'm not... Like, how did the 6 Day War start? And then you would think, like, oh, maybe that goes to a section, like, in here, but not... I don't know. I didn't like the organization. I feel like there wasn't much information.
He's free! Do not let him rearm!
Also, I'm not even sure if I fully agree with the summaries, although maybe I feel... more pedantic about it. The Six-Day War occurred at a time of heightened tension between Israel and its neighboring countries. After a series of back-and-forth military threats, it was spurred on further by Soviet intelligence reports that indicated Israel was planning a military campaign against Syria. It's like kind of true, but not really. Egyptian President Gamal Abdel Nasser ramped up rhetoric against Israel, that's true, and mobilized Egyptian forces in preparation for war. That's not really true. The war began on June 5th, 1967. Israel launched a preemptive assault against the Egyptian and Syrian air forces. That's true. I don't know, I guess, maybe I was just like, I was expecting that, like, coming into this, it would be like the golden zone of, like, Richard's Encyclopedia Britannica, but I don't know, I just wasn't impressed. Britannica is is always written and designed solely as a jumping off point, mostly for children. Yeah, maybe. I don't know. It's not like horrible. I wonder if you can write things like succinctly and still be entirely accurate. Okay, hold on. Yemen, the worst flag. Jordan.
Together we fight.
This is just like the Palestinian flag. Palestinian flag. Or does it not have a star on it? Oh, it doesn't have a star. The UAE. Do they get the cool thing? No, that's Iraq. Okay. Any chance you'll do an anti-Islam arc? Asking as an ex-Muslim? Not yet. I will say one thing. I love everybody. I love everybody. I love everybody. Okay, please don't take this as me hating anybody, because I love everybody. One complaint I would file with people that are like ex-Muslims or ex-Christians is when they define, it feels like too much of their life is defined by being anti whatever religion they left. Don't do that, okay? There's so much other stuff to talk about, so many other ways to view the world. To be honest, for Israeli stuff, you're probably past wikis being useful. There for people only want. Yeah, I agree. But I've got like 10 different books now that I can like dig through for information, which is nice. There's so many that I can just like go to a certain chapter, or I can look up a thing. It's like, oh, what did this author say about this event or this thing or that thing, which is nice, yeah. Well, part of that isn't true. Sadat did mobilize troops. He had hundreds of thousands of troops on the Sinai. He mobilized troops, but not Sadat, Nasser. I don't think Nasser wanted war. I don't think he did. I'm pretty convinced of that he did want it. I think his rhetoric kind of like, he drove himself off a cliff accidentally. Considering how brutal like the failures were in Yemen, considering him still kind of trying to backdoor peace in Washington. Like, I agree that I think Israel was justified in striking on June 5th.
Clark, appreciate the follow. I don't know if you're still here.
Rhetoric that was being ramped up on all sides was definitely a lot of pressure, but I don't think he actually wanted that war.
I wish my thing fucking blinked when I got
So he wasted immense resources just to flex? Yep. Welcome to Arab militaries? I don't know. Yeah. Okay, hold on. We are going to learn all of these today. This will take us like 20 minutes or 10 minutes. Do you think you'll have more opportunities to go on Fox News? Maybe. They emailed me. They said they liked it. I can come back whenever. Maybe if I keep going. Oh, God. People thought when I made that joke when I was talking to Will in the beginning. Okay, here is my brain. Actually, wait. Link me the clip.
Magic bars our way.
I cycled through like 3 different things before I realized, like, I need to shut the fuck up. Jesus Christ. Hey Destiny, the head dev effector recently announced that the space update will come out in October. Will you play any of it on stream? I'm playing all of it.
Please forgive me. My vision was clouded by the Coven's evil magic.
Was this on their main channel? Maybe not. You literally just passed it.
Yeah, give me that shit, John Dar.
I will go with you on your hunt. If we find the sacred,
agreed.
Then onwards. Lead the way to glory. A good choice.
Am I trolling myself? Did I just troll myself?
Thank you.
Back a page. It's under home.
Ah, good.
Oh. Oh, I can't listen to myself.
Not here. Now on the Will Kane Show.
Jesus Christ. I don't know if they have like the fucking beauty filter on this camera or if it's just like the tan and I happen to be having a good hair day or something. My God. That is the best fucking video I've ever seen of me in my entire fucking life. What the fuck?
There's already a comment
Well,
from someone
somebody's
named
obsessed
Pembroke
with
here,
they self.
asking or saying, "Oh my
You got
God,
the Trump filter?
Destiny at Fox News. That was not on my apocalypse bingo card."
You have the lotus stance? Yeah, because people always say when you have your arms closed, it makes you look not confident. Do they do makeup? No. Because I usually sit like this. But I was like, okay, I'm going to do this. Open body language. Are you wearing sweatpants on this? I wear my $130 Lululemon joggers, or whatever the fuck you call them.
Joggers.
So, Destiny, welcome to Fox News.
Hot.
Hey, thanks for having me.
Oh my God, Destiny.
How does it
How'd you
feel to be
get
in
so
the belly of the
cool?
beast? You made it all the way to New York City, and you walked into 1211 Avenue of the Americas. You made it to the 15th floor, and you're sitting in the studio at Fox.
Feels amazing. Waiting to work my way. But as soon as he said that, I said, feels amazing. My first thing is like, feels amazing. BLM sent me. I'm here to drop bombs off. Like, it was something along those lines. I was like, wait a second. Okay, hold on. That's a podcast on Internet Brand. That's way too edgy. Bomb jokes in this building in New York City might actually get me kicked out, and they might call it. So I immediately had to flip that off. I'm like, my first word. And I was like, oh, I'm just trying to, work my way up to, have a conversation with, and then my brain starts going, and I was like, oh, because I obviously I want to debate Tucker Carlson. I was like, wait, Tucker Carlson's not here. And then I thought for Sean Hannity, and I was like, I haven't seen Sean Hannity here in forever. And then I had no idea. I don't even know who the fuck works at Fox anymore. Fuck! And I just completely, never mind. I don't even know what I'm thinking of. Oh, yeah. Does Sean Hannity even work at Fox News anymore? I have no idea.
You're a bum, Steven.
Okay, he is on Fox News since 2000. Okay. Anyway, yeah. That's where my brain went on that one. You also low-key insulted his show by saying you were climbing the ladder to other shows. Felt like you took it that way. No, I don't necessarily think so. Because he's asking me, like, you're in the belly of the beast, blah, blah, blah. So, like, saying something like, oh, yeah, I'm looking for that Tucker Carlson debate or whatever. Like, I don't think it's necessarily the worst. I think it's fine.
When we returned from our horrific defeat in Westmarch, my beloved king lost all pretense of sanity. He seethed with rage, spitting curses upon us as traitors. With great sorrow, I ran him through.
With great sorrow, I ran him through.
At this rate, you could probably score a Limbaugh debate too. I think I could do a debate with Limbaugh.
Oh, that's a flashbang. Let's not do that.
Do you hate the sound of your voice? Are you one of those weirdos that likes their own voice? Do I hate? I don't know if I hate the sound of my voice. There's just a cringe.
You're always saying,
emotion
"Shut up."
I feel like I just instantly I can think of like 50 million things that I could do better every time I hear myself talk.
Better.
Oh, fuck. Stop using likes or ums. Could have picked a better word. Could have done.
Voracious carry a McGorical.
Wait, what? That was such a good joke. Did nobody get my joke?
Nope, they didn't. They didn't get your joke.
You guys can see my screen. I'm sorry.
Sorry, buddy.
He doesn't know. He fell for the bait. You're trolling, right? Limbaugh died. I said I could talk to Limbaugh after my Israel-Palestine trip. The joke being that if I go over there, I'm gonna get killed, and then I can talk to him in the afterlife because he's dead. That was the joke. That was like a level. That was like a 2-step. It was such a good joke. Fuck you guys. Okay.
Dumb.
Kuwait. Had the most. Wait, was this the most boring one? No, that's Yemen. Wait, Kuwait. I must have guessed this one before. I don't know what the fuck Kuwait's flag is. It wasn't one of those two.
Well, fuck me running.
Well, like, what the fuck, bro? What the fuck even? Why? Okay, Bahrain and Qatar had these flags. I think Bahrain had this.
Qatar.
Cyprus is on the flag. Yemen has literally the worst.
Yeah, man.
Qatar is. I don't remember. Wait, didn't I just say it? Bahrain.
All right.
Is this one? Okay, yeah, Turkey.
I'm gonna fast forward through this shit.
Flag is based. That's such a nice flag.
So tired of you doing goddamn trivia.
Oman. That with the thing in the top left, don't know what that is. Lebanon, the tree of life. Iran.
Yo, fam.
Iran,
Chill out.
This one. The UAE. They didn't have the thing in the middle. No, that's Egypt. The UAE is this boring fuck. Saudi Arabia. Egypt as the eagle. I don't know what that is. Iraq, Jordan, Palestinian flag, Syria with the 2 stars. Do you fly economy for those countries? I usually always fly economy. I don't care. First class just so much money. I don't know. I could fly first. I'm a hoarder. Okay. I like to leave all my money in my checking account so that I can be moral. Okay. Iran has all the writing. That's cool. Kuwait has the parallelogram. No, that's quadrahedron, because parallelogram means the lines all have to be parallel, right?
That's a
UAE
trapezoid.
Okay, hold on, one more. I just need to get 100% 2 times in a row, and then we're done.
Quadrahedron? Bro, you're not as smart as you fucking think you are.
Okay, Iran with the writing. Egypt with the eagle crest. Oman. Is this thing in the top left? The spider.
Yeah, see, trapezoid.
Qatar has the bigger
Check your
one.
chat, bro.
The United Arab Emirates. The UAE. That's Yemen's flag. Syria's flag. This is Kuwait. The UAE might have had this one. It must be. Yes. Okay. Bahrain had this guy. Kuwait was this shit for some reason. Jordan. Lebanon is the tree. Cyprus.
Of course you have.
Yemen. Saudi Arabia with the sword. Syria, Israel, Iraq. Okay. One more time and then we're good. Should at least get a good meal in New York City. Such an action-packed quick day trip. I went to some Asian place that was okay. You have a moderation issue. Your image is of someone who, when you're like part of a group, eventually, I don't know what it is about humans, but there's like culture, counterculture, and it's like an inevitable cycle that develops. So I guess like moderation tries to prevent that from developing. Or in a perfect ideal world, you develop it, but you control it. So like the ideal world is like somebody like a stream like Gisticle is nice because people might say things there that I would ban if it was in my community to irritate the fuck out of me, but it's not my community. It's like a separate one, so they can like express stuff there. But like it's not like a full-on anti-fan community. It's just people might say things that they wouldn't ordinarily say here, which is fine. Like I feel like that's like a perfect case scenario. Yeah. When are you gonna start looking for a better whip? The 911 Turbo is perfect for all that.
Dude, whip is so 2012. It's fucking 2000 and too late for that.
They're literally shitting on what you said, right? Who's they? Of the offline YouTube chat server, it's YouTube DDRs only, but none of the nonsense in the official Discord. Is that true? Are you still betting on if Gisticle becomes an anti-fan? I feel like I'm not saying any strong positions because I can't predict anybody apparently. I feel like Gisticle wouldn't. He seems like he has a pretty strong personality. I think he disagrees with me on some things, but he doesn't seem like the kind of person who would lend himself to just being an anti-fan, but anything's possible.
He manifested as a hideous skeletal demon. Gorash and my other knights were overcome at once, but I fought on.
Gisticle's profit is tied to being in Destiny's quota. I mean, not necessarily. You gotta just be anti-fanning and shit. Have people pop in, right? I don't know. Is the House not actually passing Ukraine aid? Are they? I think I saw a deal on the table. I'm so upset. Why didn't anybody call me out on this? Is it because this was before we went through a government arc and we didn't know how government worked, guys? I said a long time ago that I was so happy that the United States finally got rid of daylight savings time, but that never happened. I think they just tried to get rid of it in the House and it didn't pass the Senate. And then we changed like a few months ago. I was so molded over this. I thought we actually had gotten rid of this bullshit. Fuck me. Or, oh wait, the Senate passed it, but the House didn't vote on it. Between saying pistol and handgun, which is the better word choice? Pistol sounds like, I just don't like the word pistol. But pistol's more unique than like handgun, which sounds a little like generic. I don't know. Handgun sounds German. Pistol sounds like a real word.
I will use this.
You saving your opinions on Dr. Kate and Dr. Mike? No, I need to watch this. German? Yeah, I feel like German has like, I feel like in German they get like 10 words and they just like throw them all together to make like words. Like I feel like if you asked a German today to make like a new word for like a pistol, they'd be like,
Bergen, Finkelsteinen.
Oh, it's a gun that you push the trigger and then you pull the trigger and then an explosion happens and that, it just feels like a tough language. Okay, Germans are bad. Independent Holocaust. Saudi Arabia says it helped. That's not true. Okay, Saudi Arabia says it helped defend Israel against Iran. Report. Oh, with intelligence or something? Monitoring? Revolver is a kind of pistol with a revolving magazine. That's not a revolver. Is every cringe right-wing guru going the white nationalist way? Real quick on why you're a retard.
Post Black public service announcement. This weekend, don't forget to turn your clocks forward. That's right. On Saturday night, you go 1 o'clock, make it 2 o'clock in the morning. Okay? You're going to lose an hour's sleep. The rest of the year, you're going to beg to get that hour. You're going to lie in bed every day going, look at that hour. If I only had that hour. It's the hour in which you could have done all the things that you needed to do to make yourself a better life. That's what that hour gives me. But you know what it gives to me? It gives me light at the end of the day. It's not stinking dark at 4:30 in the afternoon, staring at the gray, okay? Now it's 6:30, sometimes 7, 7:30, 8, 9, sometimes to 9 o'clock. There's light. And you people bitch about it? What the fuck's the matter with you? Huh? It's all we have. All right? There's a little bit of light at the end of the day. What, are you going to barbecue in the dark, you fucking...
Can't argue with that.
Things in life where if somebody
14 minutes ain't nobody got time for that. What do you think about the SCOTUS not defending the right to protest in southern U.S. states? Kind of seems like a big threat to U.S. democracy that the SCOTUS is willing to trample the Constitution. Well, my guess is going to be it's not quite that simple. I inspire white people to have more children and then's upset. I wonder why. Oh, cool. The Jews. Skip to the Tate part? I'm sorry, where is the Tate part? Am I supposed to know that?
tells you those things, you know 100% that they are a grifter.
Tape art begins at 14:04. Cute. 5 minutes, 30 seconds. I tried to... Stupid me. Did I try to use the scroll bar too much in a Twitter video? My bad. My bad. You have to do it in one click. One click.
Form or fashion.
Wait,
but
2
this
clicks?
Is despite interest rate control.
Did you just change suits? What the fuck?
Have in order to manipulate in a
August here editing.
Particular form or fashion. But this is not restricted to the left. The attack on the family is not, unfortunately, restricted to the political left. All grifters, all con men have to take immutable truths, and they have to attempt to subvert those immutable truths in favor of something only they have uncovered. Something incredible that you never knew about. And if only you take that red pill, then you'll know it. You'll know it. And then you'll be rich. You won't have to do hard work in order to be rich.
You won't have to be a good person in order to attract a good mate. You won't have to spend the time raising your children in order to be a successful man. They've discovered the secret. The leader on this side of the movement is, of course, Andrew Tate. We'll get to more on this in a moment. First, the cost of living has already increased 17% this year and continues to rise despite interest rate controls. Now more than ever, you need to be confident in the financial services companies you work with. And Birchgold is the proven industry leader you want on your side. They show you how precious metals investments can fortify your lifestyle.
I was just about to pause. I was just about to pause, say, oh boy, he's going to recommend precious metals, of course. Then he recommended them. I was going to pause, say, oh, he's recommending financial services instead of precious metals. I guess that's good, but maybe that's just whoever will pay. And now it is precious metals.
And your retirement even in turbulent economic times. Birchgold understands navigating financial decisions can be intimidating. If you're considering converting an existing retirement account into a precious metals IRA, their dedicated in-house IRA department is there to guide you. Birchgold values your trust and ensures their team is always available to provide answers and clarity. Whether it's got fees, tax on rollovers, or the timing process, they're here to ensure you feel.
I understand you're trying to find mod balance. I converted to being a lib because I spent time debating your community. Other people can't have that now because bans. We need to see turning people away. In which part? I don't have any. I don't do anything in the Discord, so I have no idea.
Third and equal one. Text Ben 9899 Talks. One of Birchgold's experts in claim feel free and focus on gold. You'll learn how to convert an existing IRA or 401k into tax sheltered IRA in gold. Press card instant. Cost per penny out of pocket. Text Ben 9899 again. Text Ben 9899. Starting with my friends over at Birchgold. All the information and things about investing just a little bit of money and precious metals. Text Ben 9899 to get started. And Tate got his start as a provocative reality TV star, and then started a webcam business grooming women into sex trafficking effectively. And that is according to his own admission. That's how he made his money. Whether he says that they were groomed or not groomed, the reality is he groomed women into getting into the webcam industry, which is pornography. Well, Andrew Tate has this. This is his game. His game, Andrew Tate, has been incredibly popular online for a reason, which we'll examine in a moment. Nope.
Why did that? I clicked the tweet up here and it reset the whole thing. Oh, because it's clicked on Andrew Tate. Oh my god.
Out of the cosplay, Andrew Tate has been incredibly popular online for a reason, which we'll examine in a moment. Number one, Andrew Tate is very entertaining. He's entertaining because he explodes the myth. But the way that he quote-unquote explodes the myth is he plays a really...
Why is precious metals a bad investment? I know it's volatile right now, but not much. It's a bad investment because I don't think precious metals historically have outperformed any U.S. market, number one. Number two, it's not a hedge against hyperinflation, because if we lived in an environment where hyperinflation actually happened and it was a threat to the U.S. Stability of the U.S. currency, the only funnier thing than having a U.S. dollar that's worth less is you having a certificate for a bar of gold thinking you're ever going to fucking get it. And it's because in a nightmare scenario where the United States economy collapses and all of our currency becomes worthless, I think you're better off having probably ammunition and medicine as opposed to fucking gold. But hey, that's just my opinion.
Stupid game. It's a game for stupid people. The game is like this. I'm going to say two transgressive things. Things that violate the taboo of the culture around me. One of those things is true, and one of those things is false. But because they are both transgressive, and because people will oppose me on both of them, one for bad reasons and one for good reasons, this means that I have somehow gotten under the skin of the Matrix. Everyone opposes me, which is why I'm a rebel. That's Andrew Tate's entire game. So he will say things like, feminism has ruined men by usurping the male role and robbing men of their initiative. That is a true thing. That is a true thing that is not politically correct to say. Then he will say another transgressive thing. That is absolutely false. Like, for example, women love it when you treat them like garbage, and you should treat women like garbage, and dominant men are the kind of men who treat women like garbage. That is not a true thing. It's a transgressive thing. And it's transgressive specifically because it's evil. It is a bad thing to say. It is a bad thing to think. Women should not be treated like trash. And good women do not want to be treated like trash. And you treating women like trash is not going to make your life better, and it's not going to make their life better. But it is a transgressive thing to say. It is taboo. And so Andrew Tate has violated so many taboos.
Okay, why do I care about this? I don't care about Andrew Tate. I don't think anybody cares about Andrew Tate anymore. That's why it's ramping up to be more and more extreme. It's just... Yeah. Now they abandoned the red pill shit. Now they're on their I guess they're on their white nationalist shit. They did their Islam shit for a while, and now they're doing this. Or the Jew. It's always the Jews. The Jews are just the last stop in every conspiracy wild ride. Mom and Dad, I know you guys are trying to fuck me over. We're not trying to fuck you. We just love you and care about you. Okay, well, probably because my teachers told you. Your teachers didn't say shit to us. We just think you need to study more. That's why we took your computer away. Yeah? I bet it was Grandma, because she doesn't believe in video games. No, it wasn't Grandma. It's the fucking Jews. I knew it. Those are the only people that it could be then. If it's not all the... It's got to be the Jews. At the end of the day, it always grounds out. There's got to be some math theorem that proves, at the end of the day, it's always the Jews. But it says a lot that people would even think that, It says a lot that you would even imagine it to be the Jews that caused everything. I think that says a lot about everything. They're effectively abolishing the right to mass protest in 3 U.S. states. Vox. Eliminated the right to organize a mass protest.
The ancients smile on me.
Under the usual circumstances of this case, the appeal circuit should not have ventured into such an uncertain area of state tort law by first using state certification procedures as judgment granted, vacated, and remanded as in a first hearing opinion on November 2nd, 2020. Justice Thomas assented, Justice Barrett took no part in the consideration or decision of this case. I don't know anything about the details of this case, and I wouldn't trust anything about the law from Vox, so I don't know. Is there any other big drama meme real quick I need to
What
hit?
frustrates you so much about
I have
our...
to watch this for the answer, but I also have to get some shit set up for tonight. I need to like super chats and because Dan wants these on screen. I need to create a couple things. Would you ever talk to the authentic observer, the girl that Vosh said wants to be sexually harassed? She has some interesting ideas about femininity. I mean, if she wanted to, but I don't really know what we would talk about. This case, we'll probably read through the whole decision on this. This will be a really, 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 really important case. I think this might inform Trump's own case. The Supreme Court questions the use of a statute against January 6 defendants. Conservative justice sounds skeptical that an obstruction law applies to capital attacks. I believe that one of the ways they charged a lot of the rioters was the obstruction of an official government proceeding, I think, which was of the certification of the vote. Was it this one? No, I don't think it's but
in the eastern kingdom of Kyrgyzstan, I heard rumors of Zakharum warriors called Crusaders. While the natives were most reticent, I was able to deduce that this order
apparently you can
was
tell a
founded
lot about how
200
judges will
years
rule based on
ago,
the questions they
just as
ask. So if they're
Drakius
asking
took
harsh
army of
questions
Paladins
against
west. But these Crusaders
the
went
statute
east
then,
on a very
and I think doesn't this play into part of Trump's charges as well? Because wasn't he also charged with obstruction for the official proceedings? But I don't know. We'll see what that looks like. I'm not gonna lie, YouTube chat Vosh is impressive. He still gets like 5,000 to 7,000 YouTube viewers despite everything. Yeah, I think Vosh is like just like a live streamer now. I think that's like how you have to see him, or that's how he sees himself. And his goal is to just like live stream. I don't think he gives as much of a fuck about the YouTuber growing. It feels like he just kind of wants to coast, and he can do this for years on this viewership. It's a really high viewership, right? Like arguably, I think you can say that that Hassan is the #1 political streamer. I think I'm 2, and I think Vosh is 3. Like that's a respectable position, right? Does anybody else regularly stream political content? David Pacman does, but I don't know how many days of the week he does. David Pacman, I think it's more, but I don't know if he streams like regularly, or I'm not sure. You should structure YouTube videos like Vosh. You'd easily hit 400,000 per view or per vid. Maybe Vosh. I think Vosh plans out his segments for stream a little bit more, and I don't at all. You're forgetting Mike from PA. Mike has less than like 3,000 subscribers now. I think Denims might pass him. Power of the Blue List.
My studies indicate that the
I think it's around
high-level
2,500.
cleric of the Zakharum named Akan began
Assuming
to
he's not
sense the
botting,
corruption
and
that
I
was
would never give
eating
him
away
credit.
at the heart
I'd
of
never
the
put it
faith.
past him.
He knew
I don't know,
this
Denims is still
corruption
around
would eventually
2,000-ish
destroy
mark.
his beloved church,
Are you and
that
Deepak
he
still
must
friends?
take
Yeah, I think so.
action. After much prayer, Akan hit upon the idea
David
of an
Pacman's
order
streams seem
of
like a totally different feel to you and Vosh. Yeah, for sure. What do you make of the defeatism infecting coverage of the Trump trial? It's just. I need to see, what did it's Alan Briggs, right? What did he actually say? No, wait, is it Alan Briggs or Alan Biggs? Or am I making this guy's name up? Hold on. New York, Bragg, I'm sorry, Bragg. What were the actual statements he made about prosecuting Trump? I shouldn't let Republicans just come and he says, because it might be totally false. I always hear Republicans say that, oh, he said coming in that he was going to prosecute Donald Trump literally no matter what. Why does it matter what he said? The case seems pretty solid. Why does it matter what he said? Well, because there's the implication that it's political and it's an ex-president running for president, so it's a pretty important case.
And now I wonder.
And why
my once beloved king,
the case seems pretty
evil
solid. Is
not
it? I don't know the
and I
mens rea
cannot risk
for
putting my
what he's
beloved
actually
Tristram in
charged with.
danger, should I fail
Like,
to
for instance, if it
contain
is the
that which
case
stares
that
at me,
Cohen did
I
everything
must
entirely
venture
independent
down
without
into the
Trump's
labyrinth
knowledge
to die
of
alone.
any of what was going on, is Trump actually guilty of a crime? I don't know. Why not hit conservatives on the fact that Trump, even as a sitting POTUS in 2020, demanded that his political enemies be prosecuted? I don't know. I bring up a lot of stuff and nobody seems to. There's always like an escape. I don't know. Conservatives like never seem to recognize like anything. Did I bring it up to was this on Twitter or was this to the Kane guy that people talk about unfair treatment of the law, and it's like, what about Hunter Biden getting convicted for lying on a 4473 about drug use that was seen in a video? I don't think I put this challenge to my audience before. Nobody's going to answer. I don't think this has ever happened before. I said this before. I don't think anybody has ever had that happen in their entire life. I don't think anybody's ever been convicted of that, lying on a 4473 because there's a video of you doing drugs on the internet. That's wild. That's a wild, and it's about guns, which you think like conservatives care about. That's a wild. Yeah, I did bring it up in the Fox interview. Okay, good. That's a wild conviction, and I don't know if he even addressed that. I think he just kind of like skipped off it. Like, do you think Trump? Yeah, I don't know.
This will aid me.
Sent you a DM to keep in your back pocket. Trump went on Fox News as president and demanded Bill Barr prosecute Biden and Obama. Oh, okay. It'd be good to have a whole handful of those. Because he demanded that. He threatened his attorney general. And he asked Zelensky for dirt on his opponent's son, right?
Unless Bill Barr indicts these people for crimes, the greatest political crime in the history of our country, then we're going to get little satisfaction unless I win, and we'll just have to go, because I won't forget it. But these people should be indicted. This was the greatest political crime in the history of our country.
I'm curious, have any of the past 5 or 6 sitting presidents called for or said that my political opponent should be indicted? Has that happened before? I'm trying to think. Did Obama say this about Trump, or did anybody say it about maybe Bush in the Iraq War? Like, did Kerry or Gore? Which one ran in the second term? I don't remember. I mix these guys up all the time.
Keep your distance from him. This burden
I see multiple sources claim that Biden is leading in polls and Trump is leading in others. So which is it? I think Biden has been catching up and has closed the gap or passed in some polls.
This place is
like I said, I think I said this a few months ago, and I still feel the same, that I think it only improves for Biden from here, assuming nothing crazy happens and that inflation shit doesn't get out of control again. But I think Trump could run into more and more problems. Like nothing good happens for Trump before the election and between the election and now. Like what could possibly happen for him that's good for him, unless like Biden literally has a stroke or something, right? Biden needs to be on fucking keto. That motherfucker better be jogging every day, okay? Who is Biden's fitness coach? This motherfucker better be doing every goddamn thing. He better be prophylactically taking Alzheimer's disease drugs, whatever the fuck he needs to do to keep this guy alive, all right? If we need to bring back Epstein from the grave and have him ship some children to blood-infuse Biden to keep himself youthful, this motherfucker... Hold on. 1 second. Okay. 950 plus means that Biden would qualify for a lifter player in my chat, okay? 1,000 pound total. 940 plus means he's in killer plus setup, okay? There'll be stealthy version. 930 plus means he'll live, okay? Let's go, okay. He just needs to live. He just needs to live, all right? He just needs to live. We're fine. Okay. Oh, GAO report on denied firearm purchases leading to prosecutions. I'm not even, but he wasn't even denied. I can understand maybe if you fail a 4473 and maybe you get prosecuted for it, maybe, or something like that. I'm talking about somebody that passed one, they passed the background check, and then later on a video was used to convict them for lying on it. Has that ever happened before? 89. Can you give me a page in here if it does? Or is this just about people that, like, failed the background check and then got in trouble for it? Did you see the new Boston Dynamics robot? Nope. When is the mega Biden activism arc? Some guys emailed me that work for some website that apparently put together a whole list of things that they felt like Biden had accomplished. The Washington Monthly. I think they write for this site. And this goes back and forth between, I think they wrote out, it was like 130 plus things that they felt like, and they map out the differences between Donald Trump and Biden. So we might like run through a lot of this leading up to the election maybe. Diplomacy, trade, healthcare, public health, sports, education, all this. Link it. There you go.
The ancients smile on me.
Oh. We'll do this. I need like a list of like just really strong points to like throw at people. If you support like Trump over Biden on particular issues. We should do that. And then we can, that'll be comprised of like different policy positions. I don't watch this video, Dan. It's gonna fucking kill me. I also, because there was another thing I asked me to do that I didn't do. Okay. Why didn't you watch the Dr. K vid? Are you just not interested? Honestly, not that much. I'm probably gonna mainly agree with Dr. K, and I'm probably mainly gonna agree with Dr. Mike because I think they're probably mainly gonna agree with each other. Hopefully, there's some disagreement. My guess is gonna be this conversation is gonna be about. Dr. Mike is gonna say, "Hey, listen, the establishment of medicine is incredibly important. It's increased health, both mental and physical, across the entire world in measurable, vast ways. And it's really important that we maintain this rigorous process so that people continue to improve their health, so we continue to contribute to medical resources and research, and so that people are making wise decisions." And then Dr. Hay is going to say, "Oh, I agree. I agree with everything in established medical practice. I would never disagree with that. But I think that established medical practice is missing a lot of what makes mental health different than physical health, and the body of research right now, and all of the ways that we study double-blind drugs and everything else in physical, like physiological affecting drugs or neuropharmacological augmentations, whatever, right, drugs for this, is missing a lot of what needs to be taken account of in an individual. And I think that traditional medical practices like Ayurvedic medicine or other types of traditional practices are a little bit more holistic in how they identify and treat a patient. And there's even some research to suggest and support this. And Dr. Mike will go, "Oh, well, I agree. Yeah, I think that maybe there are some things we could learn. And then, yeah, we shouldn't write all of it off without studying some of it first." And then Dr. Hayes will go, "Yeah, I agree. And we shouldn't write off Western medicine. I would never tell somebody to do Western medicine over traditional medicine." And then they'll have like a kumbaya and boom. That is like 99. I feel like it's going to be 99% of this conversation just somehow stretched out to 2 hours and 20 minutes, but we'll see. They disagree far more. They disagree a lot more. That would be interesting, but... It's quite a bit more complicated. Oh, okay. All right. Maybe it'll be... All right, hold on. What is this? In a social experiment, a couple friends and I went to a pro-Palestine protest in New York City with just American flags. The protesters' reactions were truly shocking. Two flags were lit on fire and almost stolen. They praised Osama bin Laden and death to America. This is not just a fight for Israel, this is a fight for Jesus. Pro-Palestine Wall Street. American flags.
We're gonna see what their reaction is to the American flag.
They're not allowed in.
So what do you think about the American flag? What do you think about the American flag? Should we burn it? Yeah. What do you think about the USA? Burn it all down. You got three of them, no? What do you think about Osama bin Laden in 9/11? He did what he did. So it was justified? I said what I said. What do you think?
I love him. I love Osama. I want to suck his dick.
The sign said Israel is over, right? What do you think about America? America over? Go! Hey, for America. What do you think about America? What about America? You don't care about America?
Whiteface? Is this allowed? Hello?
Fuck about it.
I served 4 years in the Egyptian military, so if you're ready to do it, let's do it. Put it down and let's do it. Put it down and let's do it. You're gonna lay on the fucking...
Kill yourself! Kill yourself!
Based? Excuse me. I would have joined the pro-Palestinian side earlier if I knew we could chant that. Hello? I'm just so skeptical these days of everything. I just don't trust anything that's not like that I don't see everything of. Like, and maybe they have to cut this for X, but like this flag is being stepped on. It's being held by a cop right now, not by them. So it's being held by a cop and it's being stepped on. I think. Oh no, wait. It's not being held by a cop. It's being held by them right now and it's being stepped on. Also, it looks like they're carrying signs with them too, not just American flags. They've got signs as well, not just American flags. But here, where it's on fire, is the cop taking it from him? Is he the guy who has it? And it's who set it on fire? Why don't we see that? Why would you not show it being caught on fire or set on fire? Nice. Was he part of the group? Wait, like when we say who did that, you guys are recording the whole thing, aren't you? How would you not see? The cops saw the fire, so they grabbed it? Yeah, that's what I'm guessing. But it could have been maybe another protester grabbed it. Death to America next to burning flag isn't enough for you. Okay. You guys do this to me a lot, okay? I thought of this analogy on the spot, and I'm going to be using it a lot because a lot of you do this to me, okay? And I'm going to keep using this analogy. So get ready to hear this one 50 million fucking times, okay? Whenever I talk about poker, all right, keep in mind that all of my poker knowledge is at least 15 or 20 years old. How old am I? 35, 15 years old, okay? So take everything I say about poker with a grain of salt. But I think the general concepts I speak about are generally true, okay? In poker, all right, there is a concept, I think it still exists, okay? Concept is called table image, all right? When you have a table image, okay, so in poker, other people can't see what your hand is. They don't know the cards that you have until the very end, or if you show them, right? So when you look at how players are playing, you have to try to make guesses about, oh, well, what kind of cards do they have, you know? And if you see a player put down enough hands, because he either has to show and then lose, or show at the end and win, you start to, and then you go by their betting patterns and how they play in certain positions, you start to have what is called a table image of a player. You might say that player is an incredibly tight, very passive player. He only plays a few hands, and when he has those hands, he's very passive. He either calls everything, or you can bully him off hands depending on, you know, what his image is. Or this guy is like very wide, very aggressive. He plays almost every hand, and he's going to bet like crazy on all of them, and you don't always, right? You have a table image, all right? Good. Table images are important because if somebody knows what how other players perceive them, they can play into that, right? If you've got the image at a table of being an incredibly open and aggressive player, when you have a big hand, you'll get paid more, usually, right? All of this is very general. Okay. So if somebody thinks that like, oh, this guy could have anything and you have aces, well, you're probably going to get paid. Now, the cost of you getting paid is that you lost probably a lot of dumb hands earlier because you've got a really wide range. So hopefully as player skill, you minimize the losses and you increase the value on your big hands because you should be getting paid for those more aggressive. But anyway, that's your table image, okay? Table image is important because it influences what people think you have in the future, sometimes in really important moments. The reason why I don't like little lies is because little lies or small inaccuracies make it very easy to believe big lies or big inaccuracies later on. So somebody in Kick Chat said, death to America next to a burning flag isn't enough for you. No, they have cell phones. They're going here to provoke a response, and they are recording the entire thing. No, this is not enough for me. I want to see the video. You literally went there to record it, and now you're cutting it up and posting it on Twitter? Why? There's not a video length limit on Twitter anymore that's going to prevent you from posting the whole thing. It shouldn't be enough for you, because the problem is if somebody tells you 5 or 10 little lies about this protest, and then later on somebody tries to do a big lie, and they're like, oh, did you hear that protest that they actually, they stabbed a guy? And you're thinking, well, hold on. They did set flags on fire unprovoked. They were harassing people with American flags for no reason. Maybe they did stab somebody. Yeah, I could believe that. You might believe it just like, would you consider that an a priori? Like, or your prior assumption that's going to be really high because of everything else you heard. But if you find out, well, okay, they attacked guys with flags, but they had signs literally saying genocide all Palestinians. Or we don't actually see them set the flag on fire. Or one of the guys was saying, like, I dare you, set this on fire, I dare you. Okay. Then your assumption on, well, did somebody stab somebody? Well, I don't know. When I think of what they did earlier, everything was provoked before, right? That's what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that all of the little lies that people tell leading up to a thing, it's actually incredibly important. It's actually incredibly important that you get the little facts correct because they prime you to believe other things. That's what I'm saying. Okay? What you're describing is the entire issue with media portrayal of Israel-Palestine. I agree. Yeah, that's why the histories are important, because with all the little histories they build up to telling completely different stories about both sides, right? In some ways, in some ways. Anyway. Makes sense you want to see the whole context. The criticism makes no sense, though. It's Twitter. No one wants to watch the whole thing, and clearly they didn't catch the part where it was lit. First of all, people... Wait. If they didn't catch the part where it was lit, then your whole video is pointless. You failed in what you were trying to set out to do, and now you lose the ability to make that charge or to make that accusation. You can't say that if you didn't catch who set it on fire. How the fuck are you not filming your people the whole time? How many people do you have with you? If you're literally doing a social experiment to film this, you can't have one of your strongest claims be off camera. That doesn't make any sense, right? I also think, I didn't say anything because I can't establish who exactly is it, but if it is what it looks like, it's also kind of a funny human moment, or a funny and touching human moment that these two groups of people clearly fucking hate each other, and they're clearly trying to provoke the fuck out of each other, but it looks like, I could be wrong, and maybe it's their friends, but it looks like that, I don't know. I can't tell if this is the case, but this guy in the blue shirt is, I think, one of the provocateurs at this rally, right? There's a little ember here that catches on his shirt, and it looks like a woman from the back steps to put it out without saying anything. I can't tell if this is one of those Cathale things or whatever. Like maybe this is one of the pro-Palestinian people. So that's kind of cute. If it is like a, but it also maybe it's one of their friends, and I just can't tell. You can see the cop is clearly laughing because they did it themselves. Are they? I don't know if that's true. Wait, did he say you did or who did? The black cop. Hold on. Wait, did he say that? Oh, who did it?
Who did that? Someone just burnt the American flag. Look at that. Someone burned my shirt. My shirt. What do you think about the burning the American flag?
I love it. Burn it down. Burn it again and again and again.
As someone who lives in a third world, watching Americans hate Americans gives so many mixed emotions. Entitled dumbasses have no idea how good they have it, I swear. Yeah, unfortunately, at Destiny, flag burning is still protected speech in America. How is that unfortunate? What are you talking about? Look, they didn't catch the exact moment the flag came off the pole. Guess it wasn't stolen. I don't know. I believe it was. I actually don't know. I don't trust any of these fucking videos. And you shouldn't either, by the way. There's no reason for you to trust any of these. When you're getting cut, it's very... If you see highly edited cut stuff like this and you instantly believe it, when you know the whole point is to come from people that are trying to provoke an opinion. They're trying to sell you an opinion about this, and you just believe it wholesale. Like, you shouldn't. You should be better than that. Just about Israel. This is a fight for America. Like, do they have a link to the... Is there even a full video of this? If there's not a full video, I don't trust any part of this. I think it was all a lie. If there's not an actual video linked anywhere. Do they have a full one somewhere? What's the big deal about people burning the flag? It's a form of protest. My country, we wash the flag, which I guess is cute if it's all a form of protest. What's the point of burning? I don't know. People do it to say fuck America, I guess. I don't know. It's cringe. I don't trust the videos. Obviously, they're being provocative. Would a reasonable person expect the flags to be stolen from these provocative people? Or is it more reasonable that the provocateurs lied about it? It depends on... It just depends on what the signs were. You should never steal it. It's never defensible. You shouldn't be stealing things from other people or setting their shit on fire. That's never acceptable. But I mean, like, if they showed up with flags saying, like, death to all Palestinians, rape all Palestinian babies, and their flags got stolen, that feels different than if they just showed up with American flags waving them and people stole them, right? One feels way more aggravating than the other. Did you agree to do this panel? No, I didn't. I was sending a message through the wire. I'm not... What was this panel originally supposed to be? I'm not doing a panel with Alex Stein. That's never happening. Was this lineup announced in advance? There's no way, right? Control F, Steven. April 27th, 2024. Stephen Bonnell, Sean Fitzgerald, Kerry Smith, and Craig Jardula. Yeah, I don't know how I got moved to some shit with Alex. You agreed to do a debate with Alex on a Monterey debate too? No, I didn't. When?
All right, be right back. Gotta pee.
About a flag being taken. I don't think it's that big a deal, and we shouldn't set up a scenario where people get mad about it. Stealing certain things are bad, in my opinion. What do you mean? It's your thing. Nobody should steal shit from you at... Nobody should steal your shit. What do you mean? No. What? You can't just steal somebody's thing that they're holding? DJ Academics is talking to Trump. Jr. right now? Wait, what? Donald Trump Jr. makes what the fuck?
I talked to a few people and enough people that I'm like,
oh.
what's going on?
I was thinking Barron for some reason. Oh, I don't even. This guy like got wiped from my mind. What the fuck has this guy even been doing?
They're like, hey, listen, you're falling into the realm of being
Oh shit, I gotta sign up for this fucking technical demo shit on Hades 2. Fuck me, let's go.
Political, just stick to the music.
Yeah.
But if you shout
on
Trump, nothing would.
They said on the 27th you're doing a panel with Alex Stein. Yeah, this is the Minds event. It's the same thing. I blocked this Luke Rudkowski guy on Twitter, but I don't know why. I feel like I should know why. I don't think I have him blacklisted, right? Okay. Fuck. We have to do this. Dan is going to kill me. Okay, no more links. All right, I've got 2 other things open. What is this? The all-new Atlas robot from Boston Dynamics. Are you doing the Stein debate? No, I'm not sharing a stage with that guy ever. No. Does anything ever come from all these robots? Like, is there research being used in actual application or anything else? Or have they made, like, a murder robot yet or anything? Or... Genuine question about your Alex PWF debate. Do you think poor people having children is immoral considering they have access to contraception? How is this different from pro-choice women having a child, knowing father won't be in the child's life, which you think is immoral? Having a child when you're poor, I don't think it's necessarily immoral. Poor people should be able to have kids. It doesn't mean you can't provide for it. But I feel like 2 parents is a reasonable expectation that most children can have, assuming you're pro-choice and not principally opposed to abortion. And if you're within the easy abortion window and you know that it's just going to be 1 parent involved, then I don't know why you wouldn't just like start over with another guy.
Hurry now. They're a beast that wants slaying.
Academics in Florida, you're going to do stuff with them down the island. Okay, don't care about this. And then... I didn't know Alex Stein's mother died from COVID-19. U.S. tried permanent daylight savings time in the 70s. People hated it.
This cave must be where the sword piece fell.
Oh my god. Okay. On Kicker Keep, you defended someone advocating for pedophilia to work at an ice cream shop, but also thought the Palestinian protesters from UC Berkeley should be punished by the university because they stood on private property. Is the difference only that one was illegal while the other isn't? Trespassing is a crime, and you shouldn't be allowed to trespass. Being an employee is not a crime. I don't know how these are remotely comparable.
Oh, glows with the stranger's light.
Who are you to take what is mine?
I take the sword to its owner.
Regardless.
So being a single parent is immoral. What about
Magda,
adoption?
And I lead this coven.
What?
The shard is
I don't understand how...
To hell with you.
No, I do understand. Most people are understanding me. It's a minority that don't. One person typing something doesn't mean that everybody else doesn't know what I said. Keep this in mind. Keep this in mind. I qualified the fuck out of this thing in 15 different ways. Prince Stewart. I don't understand how you can't understand what I'm saying. Let me try one more time. So being a single parent is immoral. What about adoption? What I said is if you don't have a principled opposition to abortion, meaning you're okay with pro-choice, okay, and you're pregnant and you're within like the first trimester, so an easy abortion window, and you already know that the parents are going to be completely separated, Why not abort that child and just have one with a different guy, that where you know they're going to be involved? Why would you not do that? And when you say, what about adoption, you're not talking about the creation of a child there. You're talking about a child that already exists. And having one parent is probably better than no parents. Do you think PWF has been good faith during recent debates? Yeah, we say yes, but this past few debates, he's been some super debate bro and trying to play the gotcha game and doing some weird shit. I don't think he's playing gotcha doing weird shit. I just think he's doesn't do arguments as much. I don't know. It's always funny to me, like when people are debating me too, and they'll bring up like my situation, and at the end of that, when he's like, "Well, what about Nathan?" and I'm like, "Oh my god, I didn't even consider for one moment how my own life would plug into this." Like, well, now that you've brought up literally the most obvious example in the world that I must not have qualified for prior to this, like I completely do not think I've have no thought of the word. Yeah, I don't know.
Magda knows where
The Nephilim were ancient humans with fantastic powers. Legend holds that they waged a terrible battle near the temple. And
Do you think newer generations have an increasingly harder and harder time understanding that doing a bad thing to a bad person is still bad? I feel like some people genuinely don't understand. I mean, all of humans have trouble understanding that, right? If it's a bad person, then we always feel like we can do bad things to them. That's just a very human thing. You have to, that's just a thing you've got to fight against. So we have a very natural inclination towards that.
Events are starting to really scare me.
Okay. You gotta watch this, alright?
I have great power within me too. The only difference is no control.
What frustrates you so much about Ayurvedic medicine?
It's only happened
It leads to a fundamental misunderstanding of healthcare. It opens room for health gurus and hucksters to take advantage of people.
Now I'm understanding this conversation a lot better. So I noticed that this was becoming very...
Do you think the child cares if it was born into a shitty life? You'd rather exist than not? No, that's not true. You can't have a preference on your existence without already existing. So the question is self-defeating. If you ask something that doesn't exist if it would prefer to exist or not, the question is meaningless, because just having a question implies a subject that can hear and respond to the question. So it's a meaningless, it's a stupid statement. You're loading the fuck out of it by asking somebody that's already born if they would have never not have been, which is inconceivable to a person that is. This is a pointless question. It's an impossible way to frame it.
Antagonistic, which was really weird because I actually agree with the majority of what you're saying. I'm not talking to someone who has an open mind.
If you presented some data...
Okay, I'm not answering any more questions related to any of that. We're just doing this now.
Information here that showed Ayurvedic medicine is way more accurate than you think it is, I would have changed my mind. Dr. K, more commonly known by his channel tag Healthy Gamer, is a popular psychiatrist who has found success online educating on the intersection of mental health and gaming. He has a viral Twitch stream where he interviews creators about their spiritual and mental health, myself included. Today we were planning to dive in and speak about his new book, How to Raise a Healthy Gamer, which is available now, but we actually found ourselves in a somewhat contentious discussion about Ayurvedic medicine. Ayurveda is an ancient Indian medical system based on ancient writings that rely on a natural and holistic approach to physical and mental health. For what it's worth, I think as an expert, Dr. K is one of the most honest, if not the most honest voice when discussing the benefits and harms of Ayurvedic practice.
Are you thinking about your blacklist differently? You're not really doing that anymore? I am doing it. It's there. I just haven't had anybody recently.
I was ecstatic to speak and learn about what's valuable versus what's not about the Eastern practice. I actually learned a lot in this conversation, and I hope you will too. Dr. K,
Dr. Mike,
it's very rare that I sit in front of someone who has significantly more experience discussing health to a huge audience online, because there's not many people doing it, period. But to do it for the amount of time that you've done it, not just years that you've been online, but also when you stream, you spend a lot more hours in front of the audience. For me, when I make content online, you know, we hyper edit a fast-paced moving video, 10, 15 minutes. Now I'm entering a little bit more into the podcast space. How do you do it and not get in trouble?
So it's a great question. So we'll see how much trouble I get into.
Well, let's get into troubles today. That'll be fun.
And so I think a couple of things to keep in mind, right? So I think just being super careful about what you say, what you don't say. I think steering clear of like medical advice. So I think the way that I kind of frame things is when I make content online, I almost think about my target audience as like residents. So if I'm talking about, let's say, a clinical condition like borderline personality disorder, I frame it in the way of, okay, if I was teaching a group of residents or medical students or even pre-meds, how would I explain this condition? So that's really what I usually think about. And then I'll prepare lectures and just keeping it more educational.
What about when you're having conversations with a guest? And I've struggled with this myself a lot. I've had difficult conversations on this podcast where someone brings up either a past trauma or you could see that they want to talk about a past trauma. And
Get him, Dr. K. Let's go.
That I don't want to become their doctor on camera, right? So I know what next question my doctor mind wants to ask, but I also need to be hyper aware that I don't ask that question and become their doctor. So how do you...
I'm not doing this anymore. Go back and think about this more, okay? I'll give you the tools, and then you can think about it, and then you can come back about it. But I'm not doing abortion right now, okay? Yeah, no. If you're saying abortion is a better outcome than ending up in an orphanage, you're saying the orphans should have been aborted. Your argument is that they'd be better aborted. No, you can't project into the past on a thing that doesn't yet exist. Right? That doesn't make any sense, right? If I am with a woman at night and I'm deciding whether or not I want to come in her or not, and I decide, you know what, I'm not going to come in this one right now, and I pull out, that doesn't mean that I have said that whatever baby would have existed, we should have killed it anyway. That doesn't work that way. If you could reverse causality like that, then you're literally murdering millions of people every single time you have sex with protection, every single time you don't, finish inside somebody. Like, it's an unbelievably meaningless statement to say that if you would have prevented the existence of a thing, then once the thing exists, you would kill the thing. You decide it was better off not. It's a meaningless proposition. Or if you want it to mean something, it can. Like, you can say, it would have been better off if this thing didn't exist. But when people say that, that's not how you're hearing it. You're saying it would be better off now that you do exist if you could be wiped away. It's just, the question is meaningless, and that just doesn't mean anything. Okay, but listen, go think about that. Write something up. How am I later? Love you.
Kind of ride that line and make sure you're doing this ethically. Yeah, so it's a great question. So I think we have a pretty rigorous informed consent process that not many people are aware of. So most people will see like the final product, but we go through a rigorous informed consent process. We also have like a boundary setting call before we meet someone, or we offer a boundary setting call for anyone who wants to take advantage of it. And that usually is a chance for people to say, we don't want to talk about this, or do you want to talk about this? And I think the main thing to keep in mind is that
it looks more even like straight on,
the process of a diagnostic interview is very different. So you're usually thinking about what are the alternate diagnoses, you exclude certain kinds of things, you assess
and what are they saying about
so for example,
this one
psychiatric intakes,
and the
for
gum
suicidality,
next to it?
homicidality, psychotic symptoms. So if you really look at the process of diagnosis, it's not just talking to someone about their life. It's literally assessing for any number of conditions. And I think that's where it gets a little bit tricky, because talking to someone about their life, which is usually what we do, and then sometimes we'll also educate about conditions. So there's absolutely like a concern there. I think we try to get through it by using a rigorous informed consent process, really taking a more educational approach. And it seems to have worked pretty well so far.
Yeah, there's many times where I know that there's a question to be asked that will be very powerful and would create some emotions, but it feels manipulative to ask it, if you will.
Yes.
So I'm like, oh, I don't think I should do it, because I don't think this is, now I'm crossing that boundary. And I can even talk about a specific episode where that happened. I was interviewing Steve-O, and he was talking about his childhood, and he was talking about how it's impacted him and his decision-making to be a daredevil on Jackass. And there was probing that I wanted to do to figure out how he got to this place where he's at. But I felt like if I did that, I would be putting my doctor hat on. Do you agree with that notion, or do you think I think we have a challenge, right? So like everyone says, so we have a mental health crisis. Suicide rates are increasing, depression, anxiety. We're seeing an evening out of body dysmorphia between men and women. We're seeing an evening out of ADHD, equality in all things. So we've got this mental health crisis, and the question is why, right? And this is where we have organizations that will advocate for destigmatization of mental illness. So the question becomes, how do we do that? Right. So now
They got her Invisalign off. Now she's just on the retainers. So yeah, I'm gonna go check that out.
Like, what does destigmatizing mental illness literally look like? Like, how do we do that? So people can have awareness campaigns, which is like fine, but I don't think that that's worked, because that's what we've been doing. And this mental health crisis has happened on the watch of everyone who is focused on public health medicine or whatever. Right. We've got advances in neuroscience. We've got all this kind of stuff. It's not working quite the way it's supposed to. So part of what I think is really important is that if we sort of think about it, and we think about the concept of mental health like equity, right? So physical illness and mental illness should not be treated differently. So a lot of people, like, would you be thinking that question if you were talking to someone about their experience of being a cancer survivor, right? So we don't have those same hesitations. If someone has a heart attack, or if someone has a complication with labor, or is raising a special needs child, we're not like very, very touchy-feely about that. We're open to discussing some of our struggles if people feel comfortable.
Of course.
And the whole point is, I think that's the way we should be around mental illness, is that people should be able to discuss, hey, I struggled with this, I struggled with anxiety, I struggled with trauma, here's my story. And then to also recognize that the practice of medicine is different from talking about your experience of life. And so the North Star that we try to use is people should be able to come on and talk about whatever they feel comfortable talking about. That we don't want to say, we don't want to put guardrails that, okay, you can talk about your difficulties at work, but the moment that you mention something that touches mental illness, we're actually going to muzzle you. Because that's sort of what goes on right now, and like no wonder we have a stigma on mental illness when literally no one talks about it.
I guess I have two follow-ups on that. One, for the mental health stigma of it all. I definitely think that if you look back 30, 40 years, it was viewed as a weakness. If you talked about mental health, if you said you had a mental health issue, you were labeled certain...
Thoughts on men's body dysmorphia? You said it's not a big deal, and now it's projected to take over women's in a matter of years. I feel like I've said multiple times that now with the advent of like TRT especially, and then with fitness influencers almost universally being geared the fuck up, and then, you've got people that use fake weights when they're showing how good their form is. You've got people that are, you know, photoshopping, airbrushing, oiling, perfect lights. Like, yeah, I think I've said multiple times, it wouldn't surprise me if we started to see men having more issues with letting your body dysmorphia as well. I'm pretty sure I've said that multiple times.
Additives that were not nice. Is that the sole reason that we have, or the major reason that we have this spike in mental health conditions and diagnoses right now?
Not at all. I mean, I don't think nothing is sole reason.
Well, majority, like the heaviest reason.
So I think it's a big reason, right? So
Wow, Jeff Davies, thanks for the 20 gifted memberships, buddy.
Sort of think about, let's look at like men, for instance. So men are very reluctant to engage in psychotherapy. Like historically, 70% of patients have been women. And so the question is why? So we absolutely have a stigma against mental illness, especially when it comes to sort of like some masculine identity things. So men are expected to be independent. They're expected to be self-sufficient. So the concept of getting help is almost we're conditioned to not get help. And then the other problem is that we tend to have very poor understanding of mental illness. So on the one hand, you know, you'll have people who will not really understand what it's like to truly be in a depressive episode. So from the outside, the best that they can do is relate it to their struggles, which is that when it's hard for me to get out of bed, what I need to do is just give myself a swift kick in the ass and get out of bed. And that works for you unless you're struggling with something like a real mood disorder. So a lot of people don't understand that. And that's part of the reason that we have the conversations that we have, is because when you have a full conversation with someone about their experience of whatever it is that they want to talk about in life, whether that's spirituality or career, mental health, whatever, then we start to, I think what we've seen in our community is people are like, wow, this is like a very humanizing experience. This isn't bad. I never realized, holy crap, I am this way. This is something I've been struggling with. I thought I was always alone, because the 2 or 3 people that I tried to talk to seem to have no experience of this.
And by the way, I don't disagree with the notion of that it's important to break the stigma. I'm kind of just playing devil's advocate, creating the conversation.
Push, bro.
For the idea of talking about, let's say, cancer or heart attack in comparison to talking about mental health, on one hand, I see the value of that, right? That we should treat mental health like a physical symptom. Like, you have a broken bone, you need to go get it fixed, the same way that if you have a mental health issue, you can get it fixed and talk about it. But on the other hand, there's really subtle differences that are super important. For example,
The huge difference that I feel, I don't know if they're going to do this, between mental health and physical health is for physical health, I feel like the goal of medical institutions is to just send you out not dying. But for mental health, it feels like the goal is to send you out like mentally thriving. I feel like the different standards of how you're supposed to like have your patient enter the world is significantly different, which makes there be a much higher burden on mental health. Like if you go to the hospital and you're fat as fuck, you know, you've got like high blood pressure, you don't stay with a doctor until, you know, you've worked off all your fat, you've got a better lifestyle going, you know, you got muscles, you can run more, you can do all this shit. Like that doesn't happen. They just, the goal is to make it so you're not dying, and then they send you back to the world. But if you're like suicidal or something and you go into a mental health place, like the goal isn't just to make it so, okay, well, he's not committing suicide right now, right? Okay, well, he's good. Like send him out, and if you feel suicidal again, come back. Like the goal is to actually send them out into the world like as a healthier mind that's supposed to be better adjusted than like even a normal person. And I feel like that's a really huge bar, a huge burden to place for mental health practitioners.
Really subtle differences that are super important. For example, if a primary care doctor who saw a patient in urgent care for a sore throat ends up dating that patient, there's less of an ethical dilemma than if a psychologist or psychiatrist...
Wait, the Dr. Vice, thanks for the 5 minutes.
Really subtle differences that are super important. For example, if a primary care doctor who saw a patient in urgent care for a sore throat ends up dating that patient, there's less of an ethical dilemma than if a psychologist or psychiatrist ends up dating a patient. Do you agree with that?
Ends up dating their like current patient, or they were a patient in the past?
I don't know in a technical sense if I agree with that, but on a practical sense, sure. I think there's a very different level of clinical relationship. If you're evaluating a sore throat, which in a one-time clinical scenario, versus generally speaking, if you look at a psychiatrist
who's seeing a patient over a long period of time,
or a therapist who has a long-term relationship with a patient, I think
you also have like a more of a mental relationship that puts you in a different space for grooming than you would for like a physician, maybe. I don't know.
There's a big difference there.
Right, like you would, like I guess one would check for conflicts before taking a patient on, whereas like I would never do that as a primary care doctor seeing someone for a sore throat. So I feel like there are some intimate differences between the two.
Oh, absolutely. So I don't think that they're one-to-one by any means. Yeah, I mean, so I think that oftentimes, especially with psychotherapy, psychiatry, psychology, you're discussing more intimate and vulnerable things that have to do with more, they're more intimate and vulnerable.
Yeah.
So, but I would sort of say that a better analogy would be like, do you think that, let's say I'm your oncologist for 2 years and I help you overcome cancer, and in that process I get to know your family and things like that, versus I'm your therapist for 2 years. Do you think that those are ethically comparable, or do you think there's still a difference there?
I think they're more comparable, but still with mental health, I think in knowing the influence one can have with the power of words in an intimate setting, the mental health situation is still there.
Okay, I think that's
Do you feel like that's fair? Or
yeah.
Aren't there patients that fall in love with doctors or surgeons that like save their lives and shit? I feel like I've heard this one. Maybe it's not that common a phenomenon though. I wonder who's more likely to date who. How likely for patient to date their surgeon or doctor? Oh, wait, hold on. Where did my last answer go on Copilot?
Did it come?
For my last question. It's not saved anywhere?
Oh,
What
baby. You're just trying to fuck up my stream, aren't you? What?
Top right. Wait, wasn't
What do
it?
you know about RuneScape?
Plugins, recent activity.
I don't know. I don't know about RuneScape, so...
Squatters' rights in New York City. Did it not finish my answer before? Or
Rejection letter, more documentation.
go to the timer on the top right.
What?
What the fuck is that? Oh, that's the copy of the mail that we gave
It's
them.
in that one.
Oh, okay.
I was like, yeah, what the fuck?
It considered it the same conversation. Oh, I see. Paywalls for serious content without subscription or
I
content
gave them an
practices,
envelope, a
wow.
pre-written
They
envelope.
generate significant
and they
revenue for
didn't
public
use
subscription.
it.
Transports.
Well, obviously, because it's all this.
Yeah. Official request.
Oof.
Receipt verify accuracy.
There's no way to make Copilot open your default browser or Chrome. It has to open
Yay, me.
fucking Edge.
Love you, babe.
Love you too.
God damn, it's a long ass article.
Thanks for doing this.
Digital paywall revenue for U.S. newspapers reached over $1 billion
Where's our office
in
card? We're
2020.
supposed to have cards for our wallet.
I don't know, somewhere around here?
Let's take this.
Are you saying that those relationships are okay? What, patients and either surgeons or doctors or psychiatrists or therapists? I don't know. That's a hard
I don't know.
one.
Do we have to apply for cards?
My gut is for doctors. I'm leaning towards it's probably okay. My gut for therapists is that it's probably
Nope,
not
here we go.
okay. That might vary based on the type of therapist, though. Like if you get like an occupational therapist, somebody help with your job, and you start dating them, is that bad? The problem is that the
not a super fancy
likelihood
card,
for
No, it's not,
grooming
but
becomes incredibly high.
It's
if
got
you're
a
a
file
therapist and
number
you
on
knew
it,
that
that's
could
all you
date
need.
Your person in the future, your patient in the future, it might be
Yeah,
that
it's not even
you can
like they just like
you
straight
start
cut
dating
it out of
patients and setting them up for that sexual
like it doesn't even line up.
Yeah, it's
I don't
just a laminating sheet. One of the big paper size.
I think it's very fair.
But they
No,
print
I think
like
it's very fair.
papers?
Yeah, that's why, like, I don't know, like when
That's
I watched
big.
your interview that you did with Graham Stephan and Jack, and I'm watching it, and there was like a section where you were doing some psychoanalysis of them, and I'm like, how do you do that?
Well, I feel
Because,
like this
I wouldn't
should
even feel
be
comfortable
able
discussing
to.
the sore
Do you
throat
think we need to sign
on
that?
on a topic?
Yeah, we should sign.
Where's that line for you, basically, is my question.
Yeah, so if we look at what I did with
Okay.
Graham and Jack, so I wouldn't call that psychoanalysis.
Okay.
So like I think
Did
this is
they
where a lot of people don't
did they spell
know
our
what
names right?
psychoanalysis
Yeah.
is. So people will sort of, so I specifically, I was pointing out certain
Yeah, we
dynamics
can
that they
sign it
have,
now.
and I was talking about Ayurveda and a couple of these other like things, and I was educating about that, using them as examples. But if you look at that, I'm not assessing them. If you kind of think about that, let me put it this way. Let's say that is the interaction that I have with someone who is presumably a patient. Would you consider that medical care? Like, would you say that is, so if someone comes to you and that's the kind of interaction that you have, right, does that qualify as diagnosis or treatment in your book?
I think it partially is, yeah. I think
How so?
when you're getting a history of present illness from a
Watch
mental
out
health
for a
condition,
fuzzy. Yeah.
and as a trained individual in that area, asking questions about mental health and then giving your read on it is partially a history assessment, etc.
What would be the condition that you would say I was assessing for?
No.
Personality disorder, potentially, mood, asking those
Yeah, so-
questions and then giving your read of it. Again, I think when you're interpreting what someone is saying from your state and they're looking for you to have the answers, I feel like, is that...
That's okay. Nice. Dr. Mike hit on this here. What Dr. Mike is getting at is that the issue isn't even necessarily what Dr. K is doing. The issue is going to be from the perspective of the subject being interviewed. They're going to view Dr. K as an authority. So whether Dr. K is intending for it to be diagnostic or not, that's the interpretation of the subject is going to be he's diagnosing me. regardless, right? Is I think what Dr. Mike is about to get at here.
I think when you're interpreting what someone is saying from your state and they're looking for you to have the answers, I feel like, is that potentially making a diagnosis? And maybe I'm wrong. And
No, I think this is a fantastic conversation. Something I've thought about a lot, and I really appreciate your perspective. So let's just think through that, right? So here's the way that I think through it. The first is that if I was precepting a medical student or resident, and they did what I did, and they said I've assessed this person for a personality disorder, I would fail them.
Well, of course, that's why it's not complete,
right? But I think there's a difference, because if you're saying that this is not sufficient for a personality assessment, then it is also not sufficient for a personality assessment. So if someone did that and they said I assessed this person for a mood disorder, I was like, no, you didn't. You didn't assess their sleep. You didn't assess their anhedonia. You didn't assess their guilt. You didn't assess their energy levels. You didn't assess their concentration, psychomotor, suicidality. I didn't assess any of those things. So if we really look at this is my read on it, the technicality of what it means to do a diagnostic interview, right? We literally have textbooks that say these are the questions that you should ask. So the DSM-5 has sample, algorithms for assessing diagnostic interviews. And I think the big difference is if we sort of say, okay, what constitutes the practice of medicine?
I wonder if Dr. Mike's going to push on this. So let's say that diagnostically we're supposed to assess 5 different things. Does that mean that if we only assess 4, we can say that we didn't engage in any diagnostic practice there? It seems to be the argument that Dr. K is setting up that I don't think would be very satisfying. Hold on, let me grab a sippy soy. 1 sec.
Assessing someone for a mood disorder, if you do what I did, and I bill an insurance company and I say I assessed you for a mood disorder, I could be sued for malpractice because I didn't actually assess for a mood disorder, right? And so that's kind of the way that I think about it, is if we say assessing for a mood disorder or a personality disorder, and I'll get to your point because I think there's validity there. If we say that this is what it is, did I do that? And the answer is, in my opinion, no. Therefore, I didn't do that. Does that kind of make sense?
Yeah, that you're saying it's not
back
complete,
this up.
so that therefore it's not actually happening.
Me and the
I
woman
wouldn't say
got
that
some
not only is it not complete,
paperwork.
It's not like I did assess 8 out of the 9 criteria. Usually speaking, I'll assess 0 to 1 out of the 9 criteria because I still won't do a clinical assessment. I may
So there's still some assessing going right, but
ask them.
Yay.
I won't assess for anhedonia, for example, or things like that. And that's where I think there is a valid concern. About,
So
if I'm a mental health professional,
it's
and I talk to
4/4/24
about their mind or their mental
like
health, does that
That's a
qualify
good
as
date.
clinical care? That's your concern, right?
It's not a concern. I'm just curious how you toe the line.
Yeah.
Like,
So
when do you decide
Cool.
that you will talk about anhedonia, or you've talked about one, now you don't want to stray into the 2, 3, 4, or 5?
yeah, so it's a good
Nah,
question. So a couple of other mental things that
4/4/24
I
is
do
good.
if there's a conversation that I would have with my kids or a loved one, that's something that I would consider okay in a weird way, right? So like, for example, when I'm teaching someone about their personality and the way that they react to things, I have those conversations with my kids. I think it is a part of my parental duty to teach people, like my kids, like how their mind works and how they respond to situations. Now, if
Yeah,
we say
'cause
that qualifies as a practice of medicine,
0404,
that means that I'm committing
2024,
an ethical
what?
problem every single time I try to teach my kids about
It
their
all adds up
mind.
to
So I
16.
think that this is where you're spot on, that mental health is different because the lines are blurrier.
Which
right?
is
Where
the
you draw the
super
line
good
between
double
teaching
square
someone about their
number.
mind. Another good example of this is like if we look at people who are like spiritual counselors or coaches, and they're in the profession of teaching people about how they work and asking them questions and helping them understand themselves. Are all of these people practicing medicine? And I think the answer is, we actually have a clear idea of this. The answer is no. We don't consider that practice of medicine.
No,
So then
I
the question
think
becomes,
we're gonna
okay, so
talk
if I'm a
probably this
psychiatrist
weekend,
and I do
and
something
I'll
like
send it to
spiritual
her when
counseling
we're on the phone.
or something like coaching, and it
Because
be
I want to
separate
hear.
from
I don't
the
want to
practice of
just
psychiatry.
like
And there the answer
send it
is
to
yes.
her and
So
have
as
a.
part of how do I get okay with this, so we had conversations
She
with the Medical Association,
loved
Association
and
of
send me one of
Psychiatric
her
Association,
cheesy
Massachusetts
like
Medical Board,
animated
where we
versions of
basically asked them
herself.
these kinds of questions. And the answers that we generally get are that yes, you can do this. And there are many psychologists that will also be
All right.
executive coaches and stuff like that.
I'm going back to my
So
video
it's
games. Leave me
possible. I
alone.
think the main thing to consider, though, is that even as a physician, we are held to a ethical standard, even in the non.
Okay, dope.
How can I say this? We're held to the ethical standard of a physician, even in
the
non-medical
space. Yeah. Like the same way when I read an ad, I have to be very careful because I'm putting that ad not as just an influencer, but with someone with a license.
Yeah.
So same principle there.
Absolutely. So I think that's the standard, and we basically checked with people about that.
And the reason I'm so curious about this, just to give you some background, is for me, doing this podcast, I run into the same dilemma of like, when should I pull back? When should I keep going? Two, as you mentioned with your kids, I've had people in my personal life, friends, loved ones, etc., that we would either get into an argument or they would come to see me for advice, and I'm like, I don't know where the line is here.
Do you consider pain a physical or mental health issue? Chronic pain probably blurs the line hardcore. Ordinary physical pain probably is more of a physical issue, but the way that pain functions in people is very much like a neurological thing, I think. So pain is like very complicated, I think. I tried to read something on that at one point. It's just pain, like everything relating to pain and sensations of pain and experiences of pain is like a very complicated subject matter.
Of, should I be doing this? Because there's such a clear conflict of, you know, you might be my girlfriend, you might be my close childhood friend, you might be my brother. How far can I go without saying that I'm practicing medicine?
Yeah, so like let's ask that question, right? So let's say that you're dating someone and they just had a bad day at work. Are you allowed to use reflective listening and empathic statements when you're talking to this person that you're in a relationship with? What do you think?
I think empathic listening would be fine. I think when you cross into the line of them asking, well, you're trained, why do you think this is happening? Do you think this is related to episode X that happened 10 years ago? And now it's starting to cross into more medical questions I would ask my patients.
Yeah, so I think that's where the line that I use is we have very clear diagnostic questions, right? So in that diagnostic process, that is what the practice of medicine is. So if you also look at like...
I'm curious if you'll ask her. I feel like is it really that clear? I feel like it's very clear for medicine, like non mental health medicine, right? That if somebody was asking like, hey, like I've got pain in my knee, and you're like, oh, well, you should try XYZ medication for it. Like, you've clearly stepped over a line, and there's some things you should clearly not say as a physician. But I feel like when it comes to mental health stuff, I feel like there's a lot of overlap between a lot of these things. It seems like it would be really challenging to figure out what counts and what doesn't.
You know, medical boards, they will define so the American Medical Association defines the practice of medicine as like diagnosis and treatment. And then diagnosis is not just talking to someone about their mental health. Otherwise, we wouldn't be able to do that. You know, does that make sense?
Yeah, I mean, like if we look at the evidence of who has success with patients, whether it's a counselor, whether it's a...
What is ethically wrong with giving someone good advice as a doctor? I'd have to look at the exact guidelines on how it works, but I'm pretty sure like if they're not your patient, then you taking on the liability and starting to make prescriptions to them based on limited history in a non-medical environment where you haven't signed the proper forms and authorization, where everybody's not fully informedly consenting to everything going on. It's an unethical thing to do, because people will take your advice on what you're giving them to way more because you're a doctor, and then they might start making medical decisions based on that, even though you don't have a formal patient-doctor relationship. Is not good. That's probably unethical.
Here's the relic. You wish to join me?
Yes. Yes.
He's referring specifically to DSM criteria for which there are specific, clear questions to assess. Yeah, but is that actually true in terms of... I don't think the DSM, when you're assessing things on criteria, I don't think it requires you to ask word for word the specific question, right? So let's say somebody's talking to me and, like, ADHD comes up, and I ask somebody, like, oh, wow, you really feel like this. Do you think you had trouble, like, focusing as a child? Because I know that issues in childhood, does that count as a diagnostic criteria for adult ADHD? Like, there are questions that you could ask casually that I think would easily double as, like, diagnostic questions. But, like, any ordinary human, even without knowing the diagnostic criteria, could stumble onto multiple of these questions.
You're betrothed.
Betrothed? Do I look like the marrying kind
What
to
the
you?
tomes say of Alaric and this temple is not encouraging.
I'm trying to think, in the DSM, is there actually guidelines on the questions to
I will raise
ask?
the bridge that you may pass. Seek 2 tombs in the woods beyond. The warrior's rest and the crypt of the ancients. Within.
You can just bring up the requirements and asking the person those exact questions. Yeah, but I don't think you have to... I feel like you could get at a lot of these without asking the exact questions.
Are these Alaric's people?
These are mongrels.
I don't know.
Social worker, a psychiatrist, a psychologist, a family medicine doctor, a friend, a priest. The results are not that far different.
I think it depends on what you're looking at, but sure.
Wait.
Or whether it's, I mean, like, if we look at the evidence of who has success with patients, whether it's a counselor, whether it's a social worker, a psychiatrist, a psychologist, a family medicine doctor, a friend, a priest, the results are not that far different. Would you agree?
I think it depends on what you're looking at, but sure.
Yeah. I just mean in terms of, like, success, of what the patient deems success or satisfaction.
Well, so satisfaction of a person, sure. Satisfaction of a patient, I don't know. I don't know that a patient with a mental illness gets the comparable outcomes from speaking to a priest compared to a therapist. And so I think the other thing is that, you know, once you do therapy, I think there's a big difference between talking to someone about their problems and the practice of psychotherapy.
And you think that's because of the specific defined guidelines that you have to hit within the conversation?
Not just the guidelines, it's also things like if we think about so when I'm doing...
I imagine all of that is disregarded in case of emergency care. If your daughter is stabbed, can the doctor, dad help her medically? I don't know the actual answer to that. I would imagine there must be good Samaritan protections. Like, if you've got a friend or, like, your loved one or child is going to kill themselves and you're, like, a therapist, that you could engage in certain techniques. Or if you're a doctor and your child's having a heart attack, I don't think you can be like, oh, I can't do anything because it would be ethical or it'd be unethical to intervene. I'm sure there's some protection there, right?
Specifically talking to someone about their problems and the practice of psychotherapy.
And you think that's because of the specific defined guidelines that you have to hit within the conversation?
Not just the guidelines, it's also things like if we think about so when I'm doing psychotherapy, I have to put together a formulation. So this is usually a biopsychosocial formulation of what's going on with the patient. And this kind of is like this is really like analyzing everything from their upbringing to biological, genetic factors, and we kind of put that together. So there's a lot more formal robustness to it because we have guidelines, kind of like you said, right? So the practice of psychotherapy is like you spend usually a long amount of time with someone. You do an intake with them. You spend like 2 hours running through all kinds of different questions.
I'm pretty sure doctors can prescribe to non-patients as long as the doctor is willing. Can prescribe to non-patients. Can a doctor write a prescription for a the scope of federal law for controlled substances must have a bona fide patient-physician relationship, including a written record of it. So I don't think that's true. I think you do need to have. There is no law. Well, hold on. There is no law which specifically prohibits a physician from evaluating, diagnosing, treating, or prescribing controlled substances to a family member, employee, or friend. However, the practice is discouraged. Okay, so you could do it. It's discouraged, but this still seems to imply that you need to have a patient-physician relationship. Treatment of self and non-patients, defined as people treated outside of standard office relationship, usually without documentation, is common practice. Self-treatment is reported percentages range from 52% to 84%. Treatment of non-patients is even more widespread, with some studies reporting nearly 100% of physicians engaging in this practice. The medications most commonly used in these situations are antibiotics, antihistamines, and contraceptives. Okay, well,
this is over, I
what
could
does
open
this
my
mean?
own little inn somewhere, if I live. That
We were so sure we could beat whatever traps the ancient.
I will consider your credentials.
You do me a great honor.
Wait, what the fuck did this say? Oh, never mind. Okay, so federal law means that you can write prescriptions to people, but only if you're doing a patient-physician, or I'm sorry, if you're writing a prescription for a controlled substance, you have to have a bona fide patient-physician relationship. Is there a such thing as a prescription-only, not controlled substance? Like, is amoxicillin a controlled substance? Prescriptions for non-controlled substances are not subject to some of the same familiar events include metoprolol, metformin, and amoxicillin. Oh, okay. So these aren't controlled substances. Huh. Okay. Are they not controlled substances because there's no potential for abuse? Is a controlled substance only something with a potential for abuse? Controlled substance definition.
Why did he order me to guard the beacon of honor? Those shambling
Controlled substance is
things
generally a drug or
are
chemical whose manufacture, possession, or use is regulated by governments. Drugs controls under the CSA classified 5 schedules. Schedules not on drugs, medical use, and drug. Okay. High potential for abuse is schedule 1. 2 is also high potential for abuse. 3 is moderate to low potential for people on psychological dependence, abuse. 4 is low potential for abuse, low risk of dependence. 5 is a lower potential for abuse. Schedule 4 includes preparations containing limited quantities of certain narcotics. Schedule 5 drugs are generally used for anti-diarrheal and okay. So all kind of like addictive or potential for abuse. And I guess you wouldn't consider like antibiotics too, because who the fuck is abusing antibiotics? Okay. All right.
questions, then you put together a formulation, then you put together a treatment plan, and as part of that treatment plan, you do like A, B, C, D, and E. I think having conversations about mental health does not touch that. Like what I do with my patients in my practice is very different from what I do on stream.
And when you talk about like the spiritual aspect of it or the coaching aspect of it, where you would take on consultations online, not as a doctor, how is that?
I mean, so I spent 7 years studying to become a monk, and I learned a lot about the nature of happiness and suffering. And so I think we're starting to see that blend into clinical practice. So we'll see things like dialectical behavioral therapy, or psychotherapists will teach mindfulness. So let me kind of ask you, so do you think mindfulness is a treatment? Of course. Okay. So if mindfulness is a treatment, do you need a license to practice medicine to deliver treatments?
No. And if you have a license, you delivering the treatment very different.
So you don't.
Dr. Mike is hitting on that. Who you are is changing the way the person is interpreting the care that you're providing. I think that's going to be probably a central thing to this conversation.
You think that it is okay for people to give treatments without a license to practice medicine?
Correct.
So how do you decide? So, for example, like if
you have a license, you delivering the treatment carries differently.
So you think that it is okay for people to give treatments without a license to practice medicine?
Correct.
Yes. Okay. I'm glad that they're like biting bullets. This is a good faith debate. They're both like trying to understand what each other's saying, and they're having a good. The number one way you can tell people are having shitty conversations or they're retarded or they're bad faith is when, if you're in a debate, I'll say this for me when I'm talking to people, if every single time I try to restate your position, you go, no, that's not what I mean. No. You're not actually thinking about what I'm saying. You're not thinking about what you're saying. You just don't want the other person to summarize your position because you're really scared they're going to have a counter for what they're about to say. I've noticed that. That's a pattern I picked up on. Oh, we should add that under debate pervertry. Where is it?
The shard is mine. Fill this temple with their blood.
Never letting your opponent.
You mean my mother will share my fate?
Or
could my mother be alive?
It would be
after
your
all these
opponent
years?
never seeming to be able to summarize your position.
And what is the
ever.
power within you that she spoke
You
of?
constantly
Spike was
having
too
to
She's toying with
criticize
us. We must
or
get back to
refuse
Uncle
to
Deckard right
accept
away.
any other portrayal or characterization, I guess, of your position. I'll expound on this later, but that's a good one. God, that's so fucking annoying.
So you think that it is okay for people to give treatments without a license to practice medicine?
Correct.
So how do you decide? So, for example, like if I'm a random person on the street, I can give IV fentanyl to people, and that's okay in your book?
Nope,
I think that there's
because that's a controlled substance, right?
Difference between medications that are supplement form. It's basically based on the regulation.
Yep, controlled substance.
What do you mean by that? So prescription medications are not going to be given by someone on the side
Or
of the road.
prescription,
But
yeah.
can someone give you a Tylenol, which is a treatment? Yeah,
Yes.
they can, and I don't
I
think
see
that's
what you mean.
unethical.
Okay.
Mindfulness is like Tylenol. It's an
I
over the
see
counter.
what you mean.
Yeah.
So it's like an over the you would qualify it as treatment.
Correct.
So do you think that mindfulness should be regulated as a treatment?
I think treatments, let's see what he says. I would say medicine in almost all cases is bad for you. It's just not as bad as the thing that it's treating. And the goal is that it's alleviating some condition, and whatever side effects you're likely to suffer are going to be less bad than the actual thing itself. And the reason why things like mindfulness wouldn't necessarily be like a prescribed thing or a controlled substance or prescription only is because it's hard to imagine that there's like a downside to mindfulness. Like if somebody does too much mindfulness, or if you inappropriately recommend mindfulness to somebody, there's not going to be like a negative, at least a physiological side effect from something like that.
Ethical. Mindfulness is like Tylenol. It's an over the
I see
counter.
what you mean.
Yeah.
So it's like an over the you would qualify it as treatment.
Correct.
So do you think that mindfulness should be regulated as a treatment? Because treatments usually
When you say regulated, you mean should it be treated as a controlled substance?
No, so like if we look at Tylenol, right? Sure, it's
prescription
over the
only.
counter and you can give someone a Tylenol, but there is still a regulation of Tylenol because it's a medical treatment.
I think it should be regulated as much as the supplement industry is regulated.
Okay. But so would you consider supplements
Which
as
is
treatment?
almost not at all, right?
What?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, interesting.
Well, vitamin D deficiency and you're giving someone vitamin D. Anemia, you're giving them iron. Diet is a treatment, then you could recommend someone.
Yeah, so you'd consider exercise a treatment as well?
Sure, yeah.
Okay.
But
So-
I also, like, for example, Sam has a friend and he wants to become more fit. Sam will tell his friend, you should exercise this exercise I do, it's wonderful. That's a treatment. His friend didn't get checked by a doctor beforehand, has a heart attack, dies. Is Sam liable? No. I tell a patient, go exercise, go high intensity, do this. Didn't check them for cardiac disease. They have a terrible blockage. I am liable.
Yeah, that's very interesting. Yeah, so I think it...
Is that true? Wait, hold on.
Beforehand has a heart attack, dies. Is Sam liable? For example, Sam has a friend and he wants to become more fit. Sam will tell his friend, you should exercise this exercise I do, it's wonderful. That's a treatment. His friend didn't get checked by a doctor beforehand, has a heart attack, dies. Is Sam liable? No. I tell a patient, go exercise, go high intensity, do this. Didn't check them for cardiac disease.
A patient. So he's got an official, he's got a bona fide patient-physician relationship. Okay.
They have a terrible blockage. I am liable.
Yeah, that's very interesting. Yeah, so I think it makes sense. I think we would agree. I would use different terminology, but I think your terminology I like better.
In what regard? What do you mean?
So I would not. So I think just because something has therapeutic value, I think we're basically saying the same thing. So I think that just because something has therapeutic value does not make it a treatment in my mind. So I think that what makes something a treatment is whether you are using it to treat a medical condition, right? So exercise, mindfulness in that way, I think is a evidence-based treatment for mental illness, but I do not consider it a medicine at its root.
Interesting. How come?
Because it's not designed to treat a medical condition. That's not why it was ever developed.
But
I don't like that explanation. Not designed to treat a medical condition. I mean, depending if we now consider some of these mental illnesses medical, do we consider mental? Well, that'd be the question. Is like depression a medical illness to you? If something was designed to treat something that later becomes classified as a medical illness, does that thing become a treatment?
Interesting. How come?
Because it's not designed to treat a medical condition. That's not why it was ever developed.
But if DBT uses mindfulness as a tool, you consider DBT a form of treatment.
Yes, absolutely.
True.
So how do you draw that distinction? Because
DBT is dialectic behavior therapy, came from cognitive behavioral therapy, usually used for patients with borderline personality disorder.
Not meditation. Right, so DBT is literally dialectical behavioral therapy. So it is a
I don't know why the fuck I said anything.
protocolized treatment that includes something that is from a spiritual tradition, like meditation.
Sure.
So what we're doing is we're taking this tradition of spiritual development, we are distilling it down into a certain set of practices, which are then tested and used for a clinical improvement.
So is like a life coaching session or a spirituality session a diluted medical treatment?
I think medical treatment is oftentimes a diluted spiritual pursuit.
Oh, tell me more.
So if you look at meditation, right? So we use mindfulness for clinical treatment. But if you really look at the development of meditation, meditation was designed to help people attain moksha, enlightenment, nirvana. This is why we developed it. So they were not interested in treating depression or anxiety. That's not why they did it. They did it to attain a state of superhuman bliss, let's say.
Can I ask you a question about that?
Yeah.
I don't want to lose your track, though, so we'll come back to that. Isn't, like, it's hard to judge why things were created in the past. It's hard to even look back.
So he's going to hit on, like, yeah, what if they did create it to treat something, but now we consider that thing a meta? I think he's going to hit on this question.
Got history 100 years ago and try and gauge, like, for example, why I did something yesterday is hard for me to judge.
Yeah.
So I'm wondering how much more difficult it is to judge why someone created something thousands of years ago. So I'm going to pose a question to you to be more specific. Is it possible that the reason meditation was created was to ease symptoms of anxiety, depression, even though they didn't have these diagnoses?
That we have, yeah.
And they called it enlightenment.
It's possible.
I mean, isn't it reasonable to say that?
Yeah.
Well, it depends. I mean, do you trust the people who made it? And if they give you a reason, so if I invent something and
It's not that they're giving you a reason. Oh, God, this has to do with the, or I'm not saying, oh, God, I'm sorry. This is a good conversation. It had to do with the, is this a language question, or it might be a question of metaphysics, ontology? That, like, the Dr. Boger, whatever the fuck, who argued with Vosh over, like, what water was, H2O. Like, if somebody called a river full of water a long time ago, but if that substance was something different, would it be the same as calling, like, H2O water today? Like, what does it mean when you call a thing a thing? And if that thing, your understanding of the thing changes, were the last people referring to something different? Were they using the wrong word? Were they referring to the same thing, but they had a different understanding of it? There's so much to mine there, like philosophically rich material to mine there about how we use language and the metaphysics of, like, how we identify a particular thing and what that thing actually is and what we mean when we say a thing. Like, we use water and H2O synonymously, like in labs and stuff, but when we say water in the real world, we don't really mean H2O. Like, there's water, there's hard water, there's water with minerals in it, there's water with a whole bunch of different things in it. That we call all of it essentially water. I'm drinking water, not water plus, right? So it's, there's a lot of...
Wouldn't that be water minus?
Well, it depends. I mean, do you trust the people who made it? And if they give you a reason, so if I invent something and I say, I invented this bottle, and this bottle is to drink water from, how much faith would you put that the reason I invented this bottle is to drink water from if I tell you who I made it, as opposed to this is a bottle for my piss if I can't find a toilet?
Yeah, right? I think that applies in the present or in the recent past. I think when you look back so far, time-wise, their definitions and understanding is going to be greatly different. So they would never have said mindfulness is a treatment for anxiety and depression because they didn't have those terminologies.
Oh, fuck. This is like this is why people that say, like, philosophy of science will get, like, triggered when they hear. But not to say that these guys are dumb or whatever, but, like, this is something where philosophy could greatly inform this part of the conversation. Because this is a really interesting concept. Let's say that I figure out that, like, meditating in the past seems to ease nervousness that people have. And then later on, we find out that nervousness, for what meditation helped with, is actually like a symptom of anxiety. Was meditation made to help cure anxiety, or was it made to help cure a thing that they didn't call anxiety, but it was? Or do anxiety and nervousness, do these both refer to the same thing conceptually? And we're just using different words for it? Or is this thing a part of this thing? And we're like, is it a subset? Is it subsumed by? Like, were all of the things in meditation we discussed now encompassed by the word anxiety? It's just, this is a heavily entrenched, I think, metaphysics question.
Have said mindfulness is a treatment for anxiety depression because they didn't have those terminologies.
I hard disagree there.
Really? So you think that existed? Like the idea of major depressive disorder, generalized anxiety
absolutely,
disorder?
right?
He's going to say yes. Oh, because they're coming from different... See, there are different philosophies at work here. He's going to say, no, depression didn't exist back then. Of course not. Like, what do you mean? Like, we have the literature on this. We can read. Like, nobody said these words. And Dr. K is going to say, oh, well, hold on. They might not have said these words, but you better believe that there were archetypes of people. There were characteristics that people exhibited. There were symptoms that people had that, of course, they had an understanding of what depression was. They just called it something different, right? The agua H2O thing, unironically, like here.
Hard disagree there.
Really? So you think that existed? Like the idea of major depressive disorder, generalized anxiety
absolutely,
disorder?
right?
Okay.
So we have, for example, like Ayurvedic medicine, which diagnoses mental health conditions, right? So you have systems.
I'm not familiar with that. Tell me about those systems.
Yeah, so you have medical systems. So this is the big thing, is that medical systems would diagnose things like depression, bipolar disorder, stuff like that. And the reason that I say that meditation was not developed to treat a mental illness
they
is
wouldn't use
because
those
they say
words.
that they're like, I invented this thing to help people attain enlightenment, get rid of suffering, and then along the way, you will treat your mental illnesses. But that's not the goal. So the way that I understand it, and the reason I trusted it, because that's what they say, right? So they were very clear about, and then who are we to say, oh, they didn't understand these terms?
Wait, well, hold on. He went in a slightly different direction. Did they actually say when Ayurvedic was saying that they're treating like depression or anxiety? I seriously doubt that. Unless it's a way more recent medication than, or treatment, I should say medication, than I'm aware of. Ugh, yikes. Okay, no. Okay, interesting. We'll see where this goes.
Terms and things like that. I think that's actually sort of judgmental. And I'm not calling you that, but I'm just saying to look back at them and say they didn't know better, they didn't use this language, and we are interpreting what they said based on our understanding, I think is not a good idea. So what I would say is they're very clear, right? So if you read something like Patanjali's Yoga Sutras, so this is sort of like a seminal text on yoga, and he kind of says like, okay, here's how we're going to talk about enlightenment, and here are the different ways to attain liberation. Here's like some of the challenges from attaining liberation. Here are the malfunctions of the mind, or not malfunctions, but the ways in which the mind can operate poorly. And then on the flip side, we have a comparable text of Ayurveda or something like traditional Chinese medicine. Well, they'll talk about mental illnesses. So they'll talk about things like cerebral palsy or malfunctions of the brain or things like bipolar disorder. And they'll have treatments, like usually herbal treatments and other kinds of things, where they separate these two. One is a rog, or an illness. And the way that I kind of understand it is the use of medicine is to get you from -100 to 0, to remove something that is malfunctioning. Meditation is a process to go from 0 to 100.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So this is what I was saying before, that like for physicians, you just need to make sure the patient's not dying, and then you send them out and they're fine. But for mental health, you're trying to actually go past the not dying point to like you're mentally like very healthy. Yeah.
So you can still increase your number. So if you start meditating at -100, you can get to 0. But the practice was not designed as a treatment. It was not designed to bring people to baseline. It was designed to bring people at baseline to above baseline.
They had diagnoses that many years ago of cerebral palsy?
Absolutely.
How did they describe cerebral palsy 1,000 years ago? And by the way, I'm saying 1,000.
I feel like this is a little tricky because there's no way that they called it cerebral palsy, right? But I think Dr. K is going to say, yeah, they had these diagnoses, but they called it different things. It was a different cluster. There's no way, right? But we'll see where he goes from here, I guess.
Nui, right? Nui.
1,000 years completely uneducated. I have no idea. 5,000 years.
Yeah. So I don't know specific. Let me just think about what examples to use. So
because the reason why I'm so skeptical about this is I look at how mental health was discussed in the 1900s of like histrionic personality disorder versus hysteria in women. Like very judgmental, very culturally based at that time. You're saying that didn't exist 5,000 years ago?
No. So dude, East and West are completely different, man. Like it's like night and day.
Okay.
So let me just give you a couple of examples. So like if you look at an Ayurvedic textbook, they had a super cool diagnosis for diabetes.
Okay.
They say go pee next to an anthill. If the ants drink your urine, then you're diabetic, right? So they had a lot of understanding of physiology.
What did diabetes mean to them?
Yeah, because they don't have concepts relating to like insulin resistance or anything like that, right? Which is essentially how we characterize type 2 diabetes today. So whatever they call diabetes, they're talking about a similar thing, but they're not actually referring physiologically to the exact same thing, right?
Because to me, it means checking someone's hemoglobin A1C and seeing it fall in a specific range. But if I'm trying to put myself in their shoes, I have no measurements of that. I'm not even aware of bacteria. Right?
Button, come here.
Antibiotics don't exist.
I don't know. I think they...
A1C is, I think, your blood sugar level, and if the blood sugar level is very, very,
No.
very high, then I think
Okay,
the
what you
implication is
want
your
him for
body
then?
is, for whatever reason, not able to control your blood sugar, which means I think you've developed insulin resistance, right?
What you whining
They have
for
certain herbs that have
then?
antimicrobial properties. They understand the process of sterilization. So I think
They
had.
do?
Oh yeah.
I mean, we just did a video on the history of the first gentleman who recommended
to treat. Hold on, what?
What did diabetes mean to them?
A1C is not that? Isn't that? Isn't wait, I'm sorry. I thought A1C referred to like your blood sugar levels. Am I wrong on that? A1C test, also known as hemoglobin A1C or HbA1c test, is a simple blood test that measures your average blood sugar levels over the past 3 months. Okay, it's not exactly your blood sugar. It's a thing that tracks with your blood sugar, I guess. Okay.
Because to me, it means checking someone's hemoglobin A1C and seeing it fall in a specific range. But if I'm trying to put myself in their shoes, I have no measurements of that. I'm not even aware of
A1C is is sugar attached to red blood cells relating to long-standing hyperglycemia. Okay. Glycemia, sorry.
Bacteria, right? Antibiotics don't exist.
I don't know. I think they have certain herbs that have antimicrobial properties. They understand the process of sterilization.
Understand the process of sterilization, but don't have a description or fundamental understanding of bacteria or germs. I feel like Dr. Mike needs to really mine. Like, we have to sort out. We're having huge metaphysical differences right now. We're referring to things in completely different ways, and we're in different worlds right now. I think we need to sit and actually like drill down on these.
Drill.
So I think they do. Oh yeah. I mean, we just did a video on the history of the first gentleman who recommended washing hands in between treating morgue patients and delivering babies in
That's
the
in the
1800s.
West.
What
Dude.
was that? 1850s, yeah.
I mean, so I may have a rose-tinted glasses when I look at Eastern medicine. I don't think Eastern medicine is perfect by any means, but they absolutely like do like. So even if you look at in Indian culture, this is how well they understood microbiology. So in Indian culture, we eat with our hands, right? Okay. So you know we also don't have toilet paper. So anytime
I don't know that actually.
So like if you look at like ancient India, like I'm just toilet paper is a relatively recent invention.
Of course.
So how did people in India clean themselves after having a bowel movement? They would wash with their hands. So and then this is how well they understood microbiology. You never eat with your left hand. You always eat with your right hand, and you always wash with your left hand.
That's funny to me because you view that as like them practicing microbiology. I view that as them stereotyping and being rude to people who are left-handed. No,
yeah, no, I mean, but there's a
like
reason.
they were aware of the bacteria, but they weren't aware that some people prefer to use the
No,
other
they
hand.
were absolutely aware that there
Do you need to fully understand something to use it? That's a very profound question, right? Like I think Newtonian mechanics, I'm pretty sure, are accurate enough to get you, I'm pretty sure to the moon and back, right? I don't think you need any quantum physics or any deeper understanding of physics. I don't believe, right? To get like a rocket ship to the moon and back, I don't think you need to. So, and that's technically, that's not like an actual understanding of the actual deeper physics of what's going on, but it's like close enough, right? So
I would fly
and quantum mechanics might also be other types of approximations
to
of it's more technical, but I don't know.
left-handed people. What they realize is I don't care if you're left-handed. There needs to be a convention where bacteria that come out of your ass should not be put in your mouth.
Sure.
And that is more important than the handedness because they literally lived in a society where there were endemic diseases like cholera and stuff like that. So for the sake of sanitation, they would always have you eat with one hand and you never use this hand. And this is your washing hand and these are completely separate. So one hand touches the back of the GI tract and one hand touches the front. So they had an understanding of microbiology in that way. I don't know.
Well, was it microbiology or did
was it Yes, you have to sort this out. Was it microbiology or did they just know a simple cause and effect without understanding any of the underlying stuff at work?
they just see cause and effect?
Probably more of cause and effect than microbiology because this is where they also.
But that's again the difference in metaphysics, right? We're talking about different things. Understanding just a cause and effect, which it seems like is what Dr. K is saying, is fundamentally is it fundamentally different? It's quite different than what Dr. Mike is saying, which is just understanding or having like a deeper understanding of like what's actually going on. Right?
Develop something very similar to the theory of humors. So they have like these concepts of elements. But the really interesting thing is that what they basically, I think, what they did is notice all kinds of correlations and then developed a heuristic system to explain those correlations.
My question is now, is this a radical form of survivorship bias where we're...
I feel like you'd be a good moderator for a comment like this. Yeah, it would be a lot of fun to moderate a comment like this.
Explain those correlations.
My question is now, is this a radical form of survivorship bias where we're remembering the ones that turned out to be right and are not pointing out the hundreds of correlations that they deemed as cause and effect, and they were magically wrong? Like...
It could be. So now let's get into that. This is great. Okay, so let's look at that in a couple of different ways. So it's absolutely a possibility of survivorship bias. So let's also remember that there are a lot of things in Ayurvedic medicine that are not correct, right? So this is
Is
where and what tends to
absolutely a
happen is we don't
possibility
propagate
even
that.
a
So then what ends
sensible
up happening is a survivorship bias where
phrase?
the stuff from Ayurvedic medicine, like let's say ashwagandha or brahmi or meditation, these are the things that we now associate because we remove things like heavy metals in the usage of medicine. So there's something called Rasa Shastra, in which they'll use things like arsenic, mercury, things like that as treatment. But that is not nearly as popular, but that's absolutely a part of Ayurvedic medicine. So to say that Ayurvedic medicine is right, I think is a gross overgeneralization because there are 8 branches of Ayurvedic medicine. Some of them have scientific support. Some of them have scientific evidence that they're actually harmful. Now, there's even a counter argument to that, which is that they may have known something about the usage of these.
There are popular medications today that we don't know how they work. It's like that's kind of true, but that is like, that needs to be heavily qualified, right? That needs to be heavily qualified. Like, there are going to be really sophisticated programmers that don't really understand maybe why a particular program works or how code works. And I don't understand how the programmer code works. But our understandings are very different from each other. Just because you can say, like, oh, well, they don't know how this works, and they don't know how this works, that doesn't mean that they're both on the same level of understanding, right? So for medications and stuff today, like, we don't have, like, a fundamentally 100%, well, really of almost anything in the human body, to be fair, right? Like, when we say, like, SSRIs do this thing, I think we notice, like, well, when you have more serotonin, this tends to happen, and this tends to happen, so we kind of medicate, we go by trials, and so we see. But, like, even knowing that neurochemicals exist probably confers a greater level of understanding than somebody who's, like, theorizing humors, right? So, yeah, we might not know 100% why a medication does what it does. I don't know if we know that for anything in the body, technically, maybe. Except for maybe very simple medications, but the level of understanding is still much greater than somebody who's just making guesses based on spirits or something else, right?
Humors.
Chemicals that we don't. So a good example of this is if you go back 60 years ago, and someone shows up and says, hey, you don't need to take an SSRI for your mental illness, you can sit there and meditate. And what would science have said 60 years ago about meditation?
That it's useless.
Absolutely, right? And that's what we did say. And so they figured something out that based on our modern understanding of biology at the time was literally useless, was so antithetical to everything that there was a revolution in biological psychiatry. We're like, this is complete BS. And we were so confident. And today it turns out that we're grossly wrong about meditation.
Yes. But again, are we just pointing out that one time we were wrong and we were actually right the huge majority of the time?
That is what I think makes Western medicine the best. So what makes Western medicine the best is we are the best at pointing out when we're wrong. That's what makes it.
That's a scientific method, is it not?
Sure.
That's why people were mad during COVID that guidelines changed. And it's like, well, because we were pointing out when we were wrong.
So yeah, that's the scientific method. So I think this is the weakness. I was I helped organize a conference at Harvard a couple years ago, and one of my mentors was on the panel. And so this is a conference on integrative medicine. So there were a bunch of like Eastern medical practitioners there, and they kind of asked this question. They said, like, what do you think needs to happen for Eastern medicine to be more widely accepted? And my mentor, a brilliant guy named John Denyer, said, you guys need to let your treatments fail. The problem is there's such a pissing contest between Western medicine and Eastern medical practitioners that no one on the East is willing to say, yeah, this treatment sucks. So the one thing that we do really, really well, which is I think why allopathic medicine, talking about selection biases, but let's talk about not selection biases the reason that Western medicine is dominated so much is because we are so good at pointing out when our medicine is wrong. So if you look at things like thalidomide, or like that's such a great example of, oh my God, revolutionary medicine solves nausea, and by the way, we're never going to use it ever again, right? And so we're really good at that. And the biggest problem in Eastern medicine is they are so hung up on getting widespread acceptance. There's this ego battle going on between Eastern medical practitioners and Western medical practitioners that Eastern medical practitioners are not willing to say, oh, hey, by the way, this treatment actually sucks.
Is that because a lot of those treatments are less based on the scientific method and are more culturally based?
So I think they're based on the scientific method, but they don't look at the mechanism in the same way that we do. So if we look at scientific method, what is scientific method? It is having a hypothesis, testing that hypothesis, observing results. So I think they did that. That's not how meditation was developed, which is a whole different conversation about sources of transcendental knowledge and all this good stuff. Mm-hmm. But they absolutely applied the scientific method. So I don't think that you can develop as robust of a system of medicine. The big difference, though, is that we're really good at instrumentation. So in the West,
I really wish you would expand on that more. I understand what Dr. K is saying here, but it's pretty profound and it's pretty important to understand that. The scientific method doesn't mean that you are like analyzing something at the most empirical level ever. You can apply the scientific method and that form of rigorously testing hypothesis to things that are wildly unempirical, things you wildly have no fundamental understanding of. Like you can use the scientific method to test prayer. You can use the scientific method to investigate whether ghosts are in a building. You can use the scientific method for a whole bunch of different things. Just because you're using the scientific method doesn't mean that you are like, grounded out hardcore and modern or contemporary understandings of biology or physics or chemistry or anything like that. That is true. Right?
it's not even technically a part of the scientific method. You can just, you know, a child can make observations, test hypotheses, and come up with conclusions.
I mean, every time a child's learning to walk, that's what they're
Absolutely,
doing.
right? But they don't use a microscope. They don't understand anything about anatomy. So one of the things that I think we've actually mistaken is that in the East, they use the scientific method quite robustly. They just don't use instrumentation. So what they did is figured out all of these correlations and causations and developed these kind of heuristic systems. Even something like the concept of an organ is actually an abstract concept, right? It's not, you can make an argument that there's no such thing as an organ, there's just, everything is just cells.
You can just say that about anything, about a cell.
Yeah, right?
That's like, I think Deepak Chopra's main thing is, like, what is a cell? That's a concept that you created in your life. It's like, well, wait, hold on a second.
Yeah, so I'm not
I think it's very easy to go.
So I think they applied the scientific method, but what they didn't have was good instrumentation to elucidate the mechanisms. Right, so they didn't have microscopes. They didn't have, but they were still able to make observations that when you have a diabetic, they're going to have sugar in the urine, and if you have sugar in the urine, you can test for that by if ants drink your urine.
Right, I think a lot of their scientific method approach is more so finding correlations and things that happen, which can be a form of scientific method, and an introductory form of scientific method.
So this, I'm so curious to respond. So like the killer shot here is, one is you ask the clarifying question. Okay, so do you think that it's not really the scientific method if you're only looking for a correlation, but you're not just figuring out like the causal mechanism? And then Dr. Mike would probably agree to that. And then you say, well, can you explain how all medical trials are conducted in the United States? Because it is purely done on like a therapeutic outcomes and then against side effects, right? Like 100%. None of when you're doing like phase 3, all of your medical trials for passing a drug, none of this requires you to have any understanding of any causal mechanism whatsoever. And there are drugs that are approved where the causal mechanisms are not well understood at all. That would be I'm so curious what Dr. Mike's response would be to that.
But then in order to see if your correlation is valuable, can you affect it? Can you reproduce it? Can you generalize it? That is always missing.
In Eastern medicine?
Yeah.
I disagree.
Really? So tell me more.
Oh, but he's going to try to defend in Eastern medicine instead of attacking Western medicine. Okay.
Yeah, so like, I mean, that's how they came up with these things like ashwagandha and brahmi and some of these things that we use in psychiatry, turmeric. So for example, the usage of bitter herbs in the treatment of diabetes. So what they did is, I think, right, so I wasn't there, you just have these texts where they'll say, okay, if you've got someone who's a diabetic, they need to eat bitter melon. So I think what they discovered is that when you feed someone a food...
You're completely right with the coding example too, more than you know. A lot of programming is just causal and effect shit. Yeah, but that's going to be true of everything. But people sometimes just don't realize like the level of like knowledge they have. Where they're like, oh, I don't know why this worked. Or I have no idea why this worked. But the reality is they understand a great deal about it. Or it might even have with music. I'm sure we got Ziana on here, and I'm like, oh, why does this like chord progression work? And she's like, I don't know. It just seems to work. But that I don't know is doing a lot of lifting here. I don't even know what it is. It's masking a whole bunch of underlying knowledge of like.
Thank you.
It's like the difference between like if you compare like this guy's got this mountain of knowledge or this anthill of knowledge, and this person is like this mountain of knowledge, and then somebody who's asking like, oh, like how were you able to jump this high or something or get this high or something? I don't know. This would be the comparison. And the person here's like, oh, I don't know. I have no idea. I just happened to get up there. Maybe because they didn't understand like just this part, but this person is miles away from having the understanding, right? Maybe they got lucky or maybe they figured out something, but it's because of all of this that they were even able to close this gap, whereas this person is like hopelessly lost.
That has an impact on their insulin metabolism, has an impact on their blood sugar. Once this person eats bitter melon twice a day or drinks the juice of a bitter melon on a daily basis, the amount of sugar in the urine that the ants get attracted to goes down. They'll even taste urine to detect the sugar content using their tongue. And then I think they see that this leads to better outcomes over time. So I would not call that a correlation. I think at some point in the system of medicine, what you always have is an intervention, and then you measure that outcome in some way.
That's correct. Oh, he didn't phrase this aggressively. He just explained, because that is true.
I guess, to me, unless you randomize it and control for biases, it's not
That's a huge problem, but in the opposite way. So here's the key thing. So when you randomize, so we view the RCT as the hallmark, right? There's a huge problem with the RCT. So let's say I show you an RCT that says that cholesterol, let's say like cholesterol lowering medication. What is the outcome for an individual patient when you prospectively give them a cholesterol med?
You're talking about number needed to treat.
No, I'm not talking. Oh, yeah, sure. But so if I come to you today,
like 99% of the time for the individual, it's not going to have an impact. But for the general population, you will see.
So this is really important to understand. So our system of medicine does not make predictions about individuals. It makes predictions about populations. So Ayurvedic system of medicine is completely different because they don't care about populations, they care about individuals. So their whole system, so if you think about randomized controlled trials, what we're literally doing in that trial is removing the individuality from our system of medicine, which then creates a problem of external validity. So the basic problem of our studies is that we can do a study on 10,000 people, but you know this as a clinician. This is why we need clinicians, because your human brain needs to take all of this data and then translate it to apply it to an individual.
Which is also why, as much as people shit on them or only want these massive perspective RCTs, which are important, by the way, not important, these are cornerstones of good medical research. Case studies are also important too. I think, because you have to remember, at the end of the day, every bit of research is ultimately down to the unit of the individual. Skill or thanks to the system of view rates. Whether you're talking about economics, whether you're talking about biology, whether you're talking about chemistry, I guess, whether you're talking about like therapy or psychology, the unit of the individual is what we really care about the most, right? Which is why, yeah, case studies are important. We need to see like what is an individual case showing us about a particular thing. Because if the broad population level data is correct, that should boil down to individual cases. It should. Right? And I feel like sometimes people hand wave these a little bit, and they're just like, oh, just show me the wide population-based study, or show me the huge, like 1,000 plus, prospective RCT, double blind, yeah.
Because your human brain needs to take all of this data and then translate it to apply it to an individual. So in the Ayurvedic system of medicine, they think that randomized controlled trials are the antithesis of practicing medicine.
Can I explain why I heavily disagree?
Yeah.
Well, I agree with, first of all, the notion of why we need clinicians, of taking generalized concepts and individualizing it to the person in front of us, 1,000%. And I think that's what my residents get wrong the majority of the time. I just did a video on this because the idea of number needed to treat, just why I brought that up, is because it's a topic where, for example, lowering blood pressure, we see population-based, controlling it to a certain number will prevent 30% of heart attacks and strokes. But for the person sitting in front of you, 98, 99% of the time, it's not going to do anything. So the question of why I still, the reason why I think randomized controlled methods are still the best for the individual is because we're throwing out the baby with the bathwater.
What does that mean?
We're throwing away randomized controlled studies because they're imperfect to the individual. I think we need to look at it deeper and say, right now, this is the best knowledge we have for the general public, which will ultimately be the best for you, because this is the best information we have. In the future, as algorithms, as information gets better, I think we can better individualize randomized controlled studies so that we can run simultaneously thousands, millions of experiments to know, instead of 80 patients I need to give this blood pressure medicine to prevent the heart attack, only 10. So now I'm targeting the therapy more towards the individual and less towards the general public.
So I think his argument is basically like, well, if the RCD is not targeting the individuals, just because there's not as many. What do you call a factor that influences the outcome? Like in any study, you've got like controls and variables, but what do you call a particular? There's a name for like the input that will impact whether your therapy has an effect. Isn't there a particular name for this? Confounding, maybe a little bit, but I think there's a more precise name for it. Is it? Somebody said determinative factor. Is that the actual name? Mediating variable. I'm just saying, like, theoretically, if you could determine what every single one, obviously determinant maybe. If you could figure out every single determinant variable for a particular thing, then you should have a 100% success rate on an individual for helping this particular person, right? Like, if it was the case that we knew that if you like if you had a runny nose, like 100% of people that blow their nose don't have a runny nose anymore. I don't know if I can think of an example,
but so then ideally what you would want,
had millions of experiments to know, instead of 80 patients I need to give this blood pressure medicine to prevent the heart attack, only 10. So now I'm targeting the therapy more towards the individual and less towards the general public.
But so then ideally what you would want is not even a randomized controlled trial. You would want trials on an individual. Right? Because that's when you produce perfect correlation between your scientific
Absolutely
methodology.
not.
Explain that to me.
Too much bias when you're treating a single person.
But isn't that what you're looking for?
Yeah, this is this is so interesting. Too much bias in a single person. I think that it's so interesting because we're talking. I think there's 4 huge subjects that come together in these conversations. One is just the broad subject of medicine. Because obviously we're talking about medical interventions for people. You've got the whole ethics and the science and everything relating to that. So you've got the whole science of medicine. Then you've got philosophy. Philosophically, what does it mean when we call a thing a thing? What does it mean when we call an intervention intervention? What does it mean when we call a treatment, right? And there's a whole philosophy backdrop to this, which is really interesting. And then a third thing is, I think I said it before, third thing is, this is like a statistical thing.
Correlation to controlled trial, you would want trials on an individual. Right? Because that's when you produce perfect correlation between your scientific
Absolutely
methodology.
not.
Explain that.
Too much bias when you're treating a single person.
That's such an interesting thing to say, that he's right, but then you have to wonder at some point, if you control any experiment enough, you could theoretically get rid of all the things that actually make, you could get rid of everything that actually matters when we're talking about a particular thing. Let me see if I can think of an example of this. The sleep one was a really easy one. Let's say that it is the case that, okay, I'm going to try to do this on the fly. Stats is hard. Unintuitive stats is very hard. Let me see if I can do this on the fly, okay? Let's say that we have a thing where 100% of people, okay, have sleep issues, all right? let's say that these people with the sleep issues. No, wait, hold on. I'm gonna have to take a minute to think about this. I'm gonna go to this one side, okay? Let's say 100% of people with sleep issues like get poor grades, okay? Kind of done this in the past. I don't know if I'm gonna go to this spot. Let's say that 100% of people with sleep issues get poor grades, all right? I'm not gonna be able to do this. Let's say that we find a way to force people with sleep issues to get more sleep. If we do that, I think this will work. Follow me on this one. Okay, follow me on this one. Let's say that we have, 100% of people with sleep issues get poor grades. Let's say that we find a way to treat the sleep issues, all right? And let's say that we find out that fixes the poor grades, okay? So we force them, we literally give them a pill to make them sleep for 8 hours, all right? Let's say that we go back to our initial research and we look, though, and we go, okay, well, for people with sleep issues, fuck. I'm sorry, let me do one more trade here. I'm talking through this and doing this at the same time. I'm not going to be able to do this well. Maybe, we'll see. Okay, let's say it's 90% of people with sleep issues have poor grades, okay? Let's say that when we go back to our original data, and let's say that when we look at sleep issues, we find that it's actually, we'll say it's poor people that can't sleep, or poor people don't get as much sleep and they do bad, but wealthy people that get not that much sleep do way better. And we find out that we actually have a way stronger, what would it be, determinant variable, would be your, we'll say, socioeconomic status. And that when we break out by socioeconomic status, we find out
but that's
that
what
sleep issues
control
don't
is
actually
for,
impact
bro.
that much at all.
That's why it's called a controlled
But if you control
trial.
for socioeconomics and you eliminate the sleep issues, because the socioeconomic thing is the thing that actually causes the sleep issues, then I'm trying to explain this. I can't explain because I don't have the best understanding of it. If you control away enough variables that's causing a particular thing, you might end up controlling away the most important stuff, and then you're left with answers at the end where it's like, oh, actually sleep quality or something doesn't impact your grades that much. It's your socioeconomic status.
That's
Whereas
why
these two
you
things
do
are correlated in such a way that, like, if you control away one of them, you're actually eliminating the thing that you do need to treat because you control. There's a way to
That's
explain
why
this
you
in a
have
sense. I
several
don't have a good
control
understanding, I can't
groups.
explain it, but
You're supposed to
does anybody know what I'm
control
talking
for
about? Give me
those
a video on this.
variables.
I watched this in relation to when we were doing the Sapolsky lectures a long time ago and reading about the difficulties in determining like the hereditary factor or the heredity or the heritability of certain genetic traits, that like if you control away too many variables when you're trying to figure out how heritable a trait is, every trait approaches necessarily 100%. If you control for every single factor and you're looking at the difference between populations, well, every single trait is 100% heritable if you control for every single environmental factor, which is a meaningless statement, right? There's this concept of overfitting, where if you train a model with too many variables, then you lose some of the predictive power of your model. That's why when you pick the variables before you start is pretty damn important. That's super true. I'm pretty sure changing variables mid-experiment is considered really, really, really bad, because then you can start to retrofit stuff, and you can end up with answers that aren't actually honest because of how strictly you've overfit your data or something. Yeah. We'll look at this in the future, whatever. But there's a whole conversation on like what's an appropriate amount of controls for something. If you control away too many things, does your data even matter at this point? There's like it's a statistics thing. I don't know how deep either of these guys will go into that, but
produce perfect correlation between your scientific
Absolutely
methodology.
not.
Explain that to me.
Too much bias when you're treating a single person.
But isn't that what you're looking for? Is you want
because he says there's too much bias when you're treating a single person. But at the end of the day, that's what you want. You want the the most relevant treatment to an individual, which might be biased towards them, but at the end of the day, that's what you're treating. You're treating an individual, right? Yeah. This is called a partial correlation in stats, particularly used in econometrics. You can remove the effect of certain exogenous variables to see the effect on the amount of explaining you did in the data. Okay.
Amount of bias that is specific to the person. So let me give you an example.
I think bias works both ways.
So let me ask you a question. So let's say, so we now have some of these services in psychiatry where you can do genetic testing on a person.
Correct, to see which medication is
yeah.
going to have the
So
best.
do you think that those kinds of, these are not recommended by the American Psychiatric Association?
I just had a patient with this.
Yeah. So I don't.
Oh fuck, that's right. Oh shit, and I've even used it before. That's such a good thing. Thank you. Someone in YouTube chat says a good example of bad controls is when Jordan Peterson says the pay gap isn't real after controlling for occupation. Yes, that's true, and I think I've even brought that up before. Because, well, hold on, what you just controlled for there, that might actually be what's causing the pay gap, right? Why do people have different occupations? So if you start controlling for all of the things that you think you're testing for, you might actually control away all of the interesting questions, right? If you control away, you know, oh,
Yeah,
well,
but
actually,
that's
we
just
find that
on
when
the
women
surface,
perform at the
like,
exact same level and the exact
that's
same
never
job as men, they
gonna
get the exact same
be,
pay. Oh, well, then I guess we
like,
solved it. But then when you look at the aggregate, well, then, well, hold on. Why is there
invisible
such a
from the
gap then if we
outside.
solved it
That's what
perfectly?
it's
Well, that's
data
because the answer to your question
analytics.
was
You
lying in one of
analyze.
those controls, right?
Like you have
that's
to
a good
do
example, yeah.
multiple controls, and that's the point. That's the point of a randomized controlled trial.
Use them usually in clinical practice because the data does not show that using these services in randomized
The
control.
problem is that every variable you add necessarily adds predictive power to your model, whether or not it actually is predictive just due to random variability. Yeah, maybe, but I think it might be becoming more and more predictable, but over probably a smaller population, would be my guess. The more variables you add, the higher predictability, which ultimately, I guess, is what these guys are talking about. Like, if you've got an infinite number of variables, eventually you're describing a single person, which is highly biased, which is perfect for the individual, but not very worthwhile for a population, I guess.
Yeah, so I don't use them usually in clinical practice because the data does not show that using these services in randomized controlled trials is hilarious. Okay. Right? So I'm with you there, but let's say, like, theoretically, you know, if we could get to a point where that did work and we can recognize that, okay, this person has this kind of serotonin transporter gene and this kind of medication is effective, do you think that, is that the kind of goal of personalized medicine, is to create a system of understanding this person is an individual, not worrying about the population, it's what are your polymorphisms, so we can figure out the perfect medicine for you?
Yes, but the only way we can get there is with randomized controlled trials.
How so?
In order for us to know that this works on this person.
Oh, we have to say a randomized control trial that this is effective for lots of people. Yeah, so the methodology is personalized. And then we are doing a randomized control trial on personalized methodologies
Correct.
to see that personalized. That I'm with you 100%. Okay. So when I look at the Ayurvedic system, I think they're closer to that personalized methodology.
Don't you feel like there's so much bias in that approach, though, when they try? Like, for example, I had Dr. Gunn.
So I think Dr. Mike needs to clarify here. God, I feel like philosophy could help expand this. When Dr. Mike is saying, don't you think there's a lot of bias there? He's using bias kind of as a stand-in for maybe like discrimination here. And technically, ultimately, you want to discriminate against, like, you want to have so much discrimination you're applying only to an individual, right? You're getting rid of so many other things. You're highly biased towards one individual. Dr. K would say that's a good thing. You want to be the most biased. You want to be the most heavily discriminatory in terms of picking just exactly the thing you want. And that's ultimately, that is the goal of everything, right? But what Dr. Mike is saying is, don't you think that that type of research, broadly done, is so biased that it's worthless on a broad population level? You can't actually conduct research that way. You can't have every single individual step into a lab or into a practitioner's office to get a unique, personalized assessment of what you're doing, right?
That's what
Like, there's
individual
so much
care
bias in that
practitioners
approach,
are
though,
for.
when they try, like, for example, I had Dr. Gundry on
Interpreting
my
and
podcast,
applying.
who makes a lot of claims that disagree with a lot of the big institutions, the American Academy of Family Physicians, the United States Preventive Task Force, the American College of Cardiology, etc. And when someone presents information that disagrees with large bodies of evidence or large bodies of medical groups, you need to show me amazing evidence to show why you know, but the rest of the people don't. Like, you need to show me corruption on their side. You need to show me why you believe what you believe, what evidence you're looking at, etc. But when you're treating one person, to make your treatment successful doesn't require a lot of evidence.
Damn.
How are you defining evidence?
In the statement that I made, evidence that I need to know that they're.
We observe more people buying ice cream or they're wearing shorts than wearing shorts most cause people to buy ice cream. In reality, an unmodeled variable heat is causing both. It's called endogeneity. Endogeneity?
In the statement that I made, evidence that I need to know that they're telling the truth is randomized controlled data.
So how can you have randomized controlled data on an individual?
By scaling it.
But then it's not on an individual, then it's on a population.
Yeah.
It's individual population medicine. Because that's what an algorithm
is. I think that Dr. Mike, probably has a decent understanding of the science, but probably none of the philosophical background. So it's going to be a lot harder for him to. Dr. K, is going to have more philosophy just as a, just because he's done all the Buddhist shit and everything. It was Buddhism, right? Or Hindu? I don't fucking know. Fuck me. Whatever one fits more. He's going to have more just as a default, but to cross the gap, to make commensurate like two completely different approaches to medicine, not having any of the philosophical foundation is going to make the communication very difficult. Like Dr. Mike is going to be playing catch up or just kind of asking questions the whole time. I think it's going to be very challenging for him.
So you're talking about doing an RCT on individualized medicine versus population-based medicine.
Correct.
Yeah, but I don't think we're disagreeing here. But what I'm kind of pointing out is, so let's talk about clinical practice, right? So when you know what works for this person, you have a pile of RCTs, but then you as a clinician individualize your treatment.
Of course.
Deviate for protocols to get the best clinical outcome.
Correct. And this is a practice. It's an art. Two doctors may recommend two different treatments and both be acceptable.
So in this situation, how would you describe what you're doing? Would you call this individual practice of medicine? Would you call this
the art of medicine?
Okay, so I think Ayurveda leans more into that. So Ayurveda basically says, okay, if we look at individuals, there is no such thing as an independent disease process that exists outside of an individual. That every disease process gets personalized when you stick it in a person. And so their approach, so I personally think that if we want to see proper outcomes from Ayurveda, we can never do an RCT. Because their whole system of medicine is that depression in me and depression in you is different. Which, by the way, it's really fascinating that we're moving in that direction. I'll get to that in a second. But what I think we really need to see for Eastern medicine, the right kind of study is actually a cohort study. So what we really need to do is take a cohort of people, give them Eastern medicine, cohort of people, give them allopathic medicine, and see who has better outcomes.
Wow, Edmund, thanks for the $50.
Hey, well, anybody around want to give me $50?
In a situation where
we really need to do is take a cohort of people, give them Eastern medicine, cohort of people, give them allopathic medicine, and see who has better outcomes.
Well, that's not a cohort.
What do you mean?
In a situation where you'd randomize people and you'd say some of you are, you mean you want to do
so
a comparison
how are the
cohort.
6 of you guys
give
doing?
Someone true Ayurvedic treatment versus a sham.
What's up on
no,
this?
I'm talking about cohort studies. So non-inferiority trial between traditional allopathic treatment and Ayurvedic treatment. Because the whole point is that when their system of diagnosis presumes that there's not a treatment for depression. And then what we do is we take that thing, we remove all the
mic coming
which is a
through?
core part of their system of medicine. So their whole system of medicine is that, so there's even so for example, they believe that, the minute I'm extrapolating here based on my expertise, but if you look at depression, there are 3 subtypes of depression. So there is neurovegetative depression, right? So difficulty getting out of bed, things like that. Then we have anxious depression. We recognize these as 2 clinical entities. There's a really interesting third subtype of depression called depression with anger attacks, where the primary manifestation is frustration and anger as opposed to feelings of sadness. Now, the really interesting thing is if you look in Ayurvedic medicine, they say that there are 3 dominant elements. There's the earth element, there is the wind element, and then there's the fire element. So if you take this depressive pathophysiology and you stick it in someone who is a predominant earth type, you'll end up with a neurovegetative depression. If you stick it in a person,
Rambo, thanks for the one gifted membership, buddy.
Who's a wind type, you will end up with an anxious depression. And if you stick it in a fire type,
this is where you lose everybody, Dr. K.
Depression with anger attacks. So even in their literature, they have these 3 subtypes of depression built out, and they say that it correlates with something about your alleles and how they manifest, your phenotype.
I think we're talking about 2 different things. I think Ayurvedic medicine does fantastic observation.
Yeah.
Like what you're describing is they've observed different
100%.
stuff. And I think you're going to get amazing validation even when you check individuals, when you do good observation. I think when you say we should do a cohort study to see if it is non-inferior, to me, that's the same thing as an RCT. It's not the gold, for us, an RCT is the gold standard, right? But we have levels, a hierarchy of evidence. And cohorts are still up there. It's not just mechanistic, right? If you do a cohort study.
But a cohort study and RCT are 2 completely different study designs.
I agree, but in terms of weight of evidence, they're high levels.
No, but a weight of evidence is fine. What I'm saying is that the RCT as a study design...
Weight of evidence and application to individuals
sure, and I'm just using RCT because it happens
different.
To be the gold standard. Let's take...
I'm so curious how RCTs work. How do RCTs work for psychedelic treatment for patients? Can you actually do an RCT for that? You give somebody fake mushrooms. Do they really not know? Or you give somebody fake LSD or fake MDMA. Do they really not know?
You might actually just
double blind. You got the shiitake mushrooms. I'm curious. Can you actually do that? I don't know.
Maybe more dosages.
They're not done.
I think they probably just do
at least the majority. Yeah. So
effectiveness of dosage.
RCT, but we can do cohort. Those things aren't done. So I feel like we are taking what they're doing and you're seeing it as a leaning towards story, towards observation, away from the evidence-based.
Maybe from microdosing? I don't know if microdose has been shown to do anything.
There we go.
I don't even believe people that say they microdose. I don't believe people that say microdose because most people don't know what the fuck a microdose is. Guy will be like, oh yeah, I microdose mushrooms. I take 1.5 grams a day. It's what the fuck, bro? I don't believe any of this shit. I mean, I'm sure maybe that's something, but wow, Edmund, thanks for the $100.
Model. And I see it as full one-sided.
Well, I don't follow you.
You said earlier a statement that it leans towards the story-based, the individual-based, versus the group randomized control. I think it doesn't just lean in that direction. I think it's fully in that direction.
Absolutely. Right, so I think Ayurvedic medicine is not about populations. It's very different. So I think that's fair.
Well, for example, you were talking about the art of medicine. I think that there needs to be a cautious balance between taking good quality evidence, whether that's RCT, cohort, etc., and then balancing that with the individual in front of you. But I think in Ayurvedic medicine, we're just having full-on art.
100%. So there are...
It's not 100% because they are taking into observations and all that.
So, I mean, I'm sort of addressing the questions you're asking, but I am not a proponent of Ayurvedic medicine, even as it stands today. I know it sounds kind of weird to talk about. So before this whole healthy gamer thing, my actual area of interest was evidence-based complementary alternative medicine. So there are all kinds of problems that we haven't even touched on. I mean, here you are saying, what about this, what about this? I can dismantle Ayurvedic medicine because there are fundamental weaknesses. The first fundamental weakness of Ayurvedic medicine is that you have no way to gauge practitioner reliability. The good thing about allopathic medicine is that, at least in the United States, if you finish a medicine program, there are standards that people can expect. If you go, you're a family physician, I'm a psychiatrist, but if two people have a heart attack on an airplane, they're going to get some comparable care, right? Even I can handle that some. So the biggest problem with Ayurvedic medicine is when you have this individuality, how do you judge the quality of a practitioner? How do you know ahead of time whether this person is good or bad, whether there's biases in their patient population, if their patient population has size,
same with like
status, and this practitioner is very
acupuncturists and
charismatic,
shit.
so they're engaging the placebo effect. How do you even know that their treatments are working at all? This is a fundamental problem with Ayurvedic medicine.
I just want to nuance what you said. If you're looking at the explanatory power of the model, adding too many variables will lead to the problem you said. That being said, if you're just looking to see if a dependent variable is explained by x1, x2, x3, etc., if they are theoretically consistent, as long as there's not a problem of collinearity, you can add as many control variables as you want because you're just looking for the predictive power of the main independent variable. Yeah, but I think the issue is that I think sometimes you might not know if you've overfit data. Like if you have like a really strong regression and you
That's
feel like
what
you've gotten all the variables,
that's the
but it could
purpose
still
of
be a,
replication.
hidden variable when you try to make predictions in the future with your data, and then all of a sudden it diverges, and now you need another variable to predict it, right? I think that the more complicated the thing you're trying to model, the more likely it is that you can design like really good algorithms or formula, I should say, that will have like really high regression, but it loses its predictive power because some other variable that you didn't even know you needed to account for becomes important in the future or something. I don't know if that makes sense. I don't know if that's even true. I think that's true.
Which is that the good thing that we get, this is why I think allopathic medicine has grown so well, is because it is reliable. Ayurvedic medicine, I do not know that it is even 10% as reliable as the practice of Western medicine.
So if you think that, why do you discuss Ayurvedic medicine principles?
Because I think there is a huge amount of utility to it, and just because this is, so if we can improve reliability on the Ayurvedic side, then I think we have something very potent, right? So, and the other reason is because I think that, like,
what is the thing that you think is potent? What do you mean? You said that if we improve reliability, we'll have something on the Ayurvedic side that's potent. What would be potent?
So I think that they take this individualized approach. So in my clinical practice, the more that so I think we get taught in Western medicine or in medical school, we tend to get taught the population-based medicine way more. And like you said, we call it the art. Why do we call it the art? Because we don't have explicit systems. So the whole point is in Ayurvedic...
There's subjectivity to it. That's what art means, right?
Well, the reason we call it art is because we haven't made it scientific. Does that make sense?
I think they need to work really hard on ironing out definitions, because I think Dr. K has probably thought through a lot of these words a lot more than Dr. Mike has, and I think Dr. Mike needs to pause and be like, hold on, when you say this, what do you actually mean? Or when you say this, what are you actually meaning here?
Well, the reason we call it art is because we haven't made it scientific. Does that make sense? We haven't conceived of a way to make the art of medicine scientific, which is why we call it the art of medicine. But there is absolutely a logical, scientific method going on in your head.
I think it's an art not because it's not scientific. I think it's an art because it's not standardized. And maybe I'm just...
Exactly. So we have, no, but that's exactly my point, is we have not developed a standardization. We have not scientifically broken apart the art side of medicine.
I don't think that can happen.
Yeah, well, so there's a system of medicine that's done it.
Which is what I recommend. So
that's what I'm saying, is they've taken the individuality.
Do you believe that, though?
Yeah, absolutely. There's lots of flaws, but I think that they've done. Yeah.
You mentioned we need to bring some of Western medicine into Ayurveda.
See, the interesting question here then for Dr. Mike, I think, would be, okay, like, can you demonstrate that? I think. Like, at a population level, can you demonstrate that Ayurvedic medicine has been successful or more successful competing against any, Western treatments? Like,
but
that would be the next question. I'd be curious to hear them discuss
what
that.
form of evidence? He's shitting on randomized controlled trials.
Not an optimal...
He's obviously not going to give you evidence that you would accept.
I would view, based on how you describe Ayurvedic medicine, that there's a lot of problems. 90% of it has issues, et cetera, et cetera. Why not take what works of Ayurvedic medicine, the art aspect of it, and bring it to Western medicine?
I feel like Dr. K is going to say that's exactly what I try to do, is combining the both.
As opposed to bringing Western medicine and trying to fix something that is really very problematic, already so far gone.
It's a great question. So the first thing is that I think the question is sort of moot, because I think both are happening simultaneously. So I think as we progress in our scientific understanding of medicine, we're moving closer to Ayurveda. So that's happening automatically, because I think that as we're discovering more of truth, we're just moving in a particular direction of individualized medicine, which is the whole backdrop. So if you look at our Western system of medicine, the idea is that a disease process is independent of an individual and has a treatment. So the whole point of an RCT is let's remove all of the individuality, all of the specificity from an individual patient, because if we take an individual patient, we treat cholesterol in this individual patient, we have no idea how that's going to apply to the other 9,000 people we treat because this person is an individual. So let's remove individuality from the equation. Let's look at high blood pressure, and let's try to isolate this disease process. Then we run into a problem in Western medicine because you can isolate this disease process in a laboratory, but the moment that you have a real person in front of you, things get complicated. Agreed?
100%.
So,
but the isolating it in the laboratory is not the same as the clinical trials for patients, because in the lab, I think you're generally looking for what you hope are causal things, your causal chain. You're trying to explore fundamental processes, but in the clinical setting, or in the clinical research setting, you're not actually looking for the causal stuff at all. You're just looking at patient outcomes. So I feel like it is accounted for.
The podcast is Destiny usually watches on like 1.25 at least, maybe 1.5.
So Ayurvedic medicine just looks at it from the opposite direction. They kind of say, okay, let's start with an individual and let's understand what works for.
I'm watching a stream of Destiny,
also have, diagnoses,
and
right?
he watches on
diagnoses that are shared amongst individuals, but they start from a more individual lens. We are starting at a population level, and we are trying to narrow down to personalized medicine. They start at personalized medicine, and they sort of extrapolate out to a more general.
What's goody, Holmes?
Isn't that flawed by design?
No. It's only flawed by design if you presume that the population base and the system, the existence of a disease process that is independent of people exists. So do you think that hypercholesterolemia can exist outside of a person?
Like exist in what way? Like on a definition?
It can't. Definition, it can't.
In a textbook, it can.
Okay. So like, can you have hypercholesterolemia outside of a person?
Yes.
They're comparing and contrasting Eastern and Western medicine, Ayurveda,
and then
like
our core pathophysiology,
Hindu,
okay, whatever. There's something that can exist in a petri dish. When you translate it into
like
a person,
monks,
you are adding individuality.
medicine type stuff,
Pathophysiology,
and Dr. Mike. Dr. Mike's a white guy, and he is pushing back against Dr. K, who talks about Ayurveda
because the pharmaceutical
a
studies
lot.
are not interested in the petri dish. They're interested in
Western
the
med is
actual
fake.
patient outcomes. It's still on a population level, but
So like chemotherapy and stuff,
I don't know. The way that you're using
that's
it,
fake.
Sure. So all I'm saying is that the whole art of medicine is we have these general principles that are scientifically true, and we apply them to an individual. And then things get muddy, and we have to include the art of medicine, right? All Ayurveda does is they start with the presumption that a disease process and
Well,
individual,
they
that
both
every
agree that
disease
Western
process
medicine is
going to
real.
manifest in a unique way.
The
And that
white
is
guy
the
just doesn't
foundation of
believe
how
that
we are going to approach
Eastern
treatment.
medicine has its
So if you say,
place.
is that bias in the sense that every treatment is individualized? Yes.
Your flesh is weak.
I'm going to make a comparison. You're familiar with bro science?
No.
So
Oh,
when you go to the gym and you hang out.
I don't entirely disagree with the possibility of that.
and get good results without understanding the underlying mechanisms. Maybe is that. What is he going to focus on here?
That being said,
But sometimes it can lead to harm because you don't understand. the underlying-
it saved my mom's life in the last
When you say
18 months, so
pathophysiology, are you saying like
I'm
what
not
is the,
gonna shit on it too
physiological
hard.
Pathway that a disease takes essentially is that like what are the underlying mechanisms? Is that what that word means? Pathophysiology. Pathophysiology. Physiology. The disordered physiological process associated with disease injury. Yeah. Okay.
Comparison. You're familiar.
Not related to
But yeah,
No,
the insurance system of the
Pathophysiology.
United States
So
is
I think it's
bullshit.
understanding I said pathway,
But
it's
Western
like
medicine is
I
practiced
think it's
in
the mechanisms of what is
democratic socialist
So, like, the pathophysiology
setups as well, like in England.
like multiple sclerosis is described as like, is that autoimmune? Your immune system attacking nerve fibers or some shit? Or that would be like a pathophysiology, I think.
Bro science?
No.
But more complicated than that. It's too bad. Oh, damn. Thank you for the 5 good memberships. It's too bad, really.
So when you go to the gym and you hang out in the gym environment, there's a lot of guys that walk around to claim that they have the right way of exercising. The right way. And it might be the right way for them. But if I in medicine try and take what worked for one person and try and scale it, I'm going to run into a disaster.
Yeah.
That's why I think it's better to look at population and then
Yeah, no, she's
trying to
good.
narrow it. That's why I think the principle of
That's
starting
part of
with
the
one
reason
and
why
going
I
up in
dipped
general
out
is way more
on
problematic.
No, yeah, but so this is a fundamental misunderstanding. The whole point of Ayurveda is you don't generalize
when everybody
one
was
to the broad
playing
population.
Call of
You
Duty
develop
and
a
shit.
system that works for each person.
Like
ideally.
I sort of
That's what their approach
fucking
is. There's no generalization. Or I mean, there's some generalization.
had a
There
lot
has
of
to be some generalization. You're not
family
starting
shit
from ground
going
zero with
on.
every patient. There must be some rubric,
But she's good
skeleton,
now.
guideline. There has to be something.
Their generalization. But their whole point is that when someone comes to you and this guy is a bro science and he says this works for you, the Ayurvedic doctor says this worked for you. Let me try to figure out. The next
She's
person
got a
comes along,
couple
they try to
less
figure out what will work
titties
for you
attached,
specifically,
but
what will work for you specifically.
he's
They don't
good.
care about populations. They care about individuals.
Yeah, but they're going to be extracting from those individuals. Wow, it really seems like when people lift the
I
same
appreciate
weight
that, though.
every single day over and over and over again, they're not getting any bigger, they're not getting any stronger. I feel like that's where you extract your general principles from. And then you would start at some point when a new patient or a new client comes to you
Yeah,
for a thing, you would immediately start with like concepts like
I had to
progressive
take a
overload.
step
You would
back.
immediately start with like, oh, well, don't do this because I already know this doesn't work because I've had 20 patients. Like, wouldn't you start to generalize principles? What is the
I don't know
difference
if you
between that
remember
and,
Sweaty
I guess,
or whatever,
like
but
Western medicine here, I guess. I don't know.
And you don't
there
think
was
that's
just
fraught with
a situation with
forever reliability
him
issues?
where
By reproducibility. Again, like the
like
practitioner
just
reliability
the
issue. Oh, no, it's
dynamics
not,
of
but that will never get solved.
PlayStation
I don't
chat.
know that. How can you have reliability when cults can
Yeah.
lead people to do the most
Something
ridiculous
just
things, feel
sort of
certain
set me
ways
off.
because of the power of the mind to be manipulated? How can we ever measure
Why is
what
my fucking
The underlying
chat
cause,
fucking up?
i.e. autoimmune, is more the etiology.
Yeah, this dude named Why
The
So Sweaty
pathophysiology is how the etiology
just
impacts the
flipped his
normal
shit
physiological
in
pathways
a
that cause the disease to manifest.
in a ranked game
One
when he
individual is
just
doing
so
what
happened to be the guy
Because I feel like it's so
controlling
easily
the
corruptible. Just treating
PlayStation
everyone as
party
one.
So I think maybe
and
I'm
the
foolish. Maybe I'm optimistic. So here's where I'm coming from. Here's why I don't
and
think
was
it
the
is an
party leader.
So if you look at the history of humanity, we've been faced with unsolvable
And
problems
yeah,
that get solved.
he
So I have faith that if we
he
were to
just
leverage
muted
even
me and
10%
started
of
talking
the brain
shit.
power in scientific weight
And
that we have.
Bisu and
Hayden, thanks for the
Hypoxify
$10.
both
This is
being
a great
the
combo. I face these issues every
super
day with
go
your
along
work.
to get
Plus,
along,
I was a first
just
time
want to
medical
play and
school,
chill
so this is all stuff
kind of
that
guys.
Nice. I think
that they are.
Can correct me if I'm wrong here. I don't know if I
Kinda
remember
just,
this in chat. I think one thing
let
too
it
is people have the
slide.
misunderstanding that doctors, when doctors prescribe things to you, a doctor will get a list of symptoms. They go to all of the
yeah.
leading research,
So,
and then they break out like,
it-
okay, well, 72% of patients.
It wasn't
with
that
these coronavirus, blah, blah, blah,
individual
blah, here's
instance,
that.
but that's
I
like one
think
of the
when it
last
comes
times
to,
I can
I
remember.
think when it comes to
like,
physicians, though, I think oftentimes in
playing Call of Duty
clinical
and
settings, like a doctor
like I
might
just-
even do like off-label prescriptions. They might be like, you know
I
what?
did
I've
not
tried this
like
patient
where
once.
I
It
was
seems like it
going
seems
with
like it
like
works. Why don't you try this and see what happens? Like I think doctors
fucking shit
also
talk
build these heuristics, and they build this like data
the
set
whole
of
my
clinical
reaction
practice of
time as a
patients that have to be
35-year-old
prescribed
man
based
is
on
never
that, and
gonna
sometimes even more
get
than what the
better
research is,
as I
obviously depending
progress.
on the condition we're talking
So
about. Nobody's prescribing
I'm
a
more
Tylenol to cure
into
your
like
brain cancer, right?
memorization and strategy
Have an allopathic medicine towards
as
Ayurveda, I
opposed
think
to
it'd be amazing what we would accomplish. That's why I've
quick
gotten into it.
snap.
I don't know that that's true. Is it potentially an unsolvable problem? Absolutely. So what I think though is that what I've seen already
So,
is that it doesn't take a whole lot.
I
So, like,
quit
think that if
before
we
I
were to
got
put, let's say,
like
put together,
more
like, cohort treatments, and we were to start to measure
frustrated by
outcomes,
it.
I do think we need to add some of this population-based stuff and evidence-based medicine. So let's compare Rasa Shastra, where someone gives arsenic and all this kind of stuff, to, for example, like Ayurvedic herbs
Yeah.
or the inclusion of yoga
No
and Tai Chi.
kid.
Let's
I
actually
know
take
you
cohorts of
know.
these people and study and see what's better and what isn't.
And I'm almost entirely sure that you saw that I was starting to slide into a just a generally more contentious
general methodologies, but the focus of their general methodologies
like
is not on
demeanor
disease, it is on a person. So in Western medicine, what we do is we make a diagnosis.
where I was
and we
willing to
treat the
just
diagnosis, we
start
treat a person. We
arguing
don't
with
ask about-
people.
and clinically, we end up doing this, which is that we start to treat a diagnosis, but then as we actually treat a human being, this treatment of a diagnosis doesn't work like that. The person doesn't take their blood pressure medication. So now you have to have this conversation.
No
around, okay,
offense,
this
but
kind of
you
side
make
effect
most
is
people
this
look
kind
like a
of thing.
docile dude.
And that's what
That doesn't mean I am one though.
the
Oh
actual
shit.
theoretical, if you read a pathology textbook, which has all of our
Hope I didn't
understanding of
just
medicine,
blow your
you'll find
ears
it in
out.
you find it in other textbooks, but not in a pathology textbook. Then in the practice of medicine, we are adding what you call the art. And all I'm saying is there is a whole system of medicine where we take the RCTs and the population-based stuff in the pathology textbook, we add the art. But this is not the bulk of our approach to medicine. This is the bulk.
Where
Does that
the
make sense?
fuck
Ayurvedic
did you
medicine says
get
this is the
that
bulk of our approach.
from?
That's the big difference.
Yeah, I'm just
Jesus.
viewing starting points. Western medicine, we have the starting point of randomized controlled data, population-based data, that we can then tailor and art and improve our art. We definitely need to improve our art. I will never not support that. Ayurvedic medicine has such a fraught foundation.
There we
And we're
go,
like,
there we
let's
go.
bring randomized controlled
My
and
new
evidence and all that to this
emotes.
fraught concept already. Why?
Is
I don't
that
think the fundamental concept is fraud.
that's
I think
somebody
that 90%
humping
of it is
and
totally
a
valuable.
bullet
Yeah, so I don't
flying
think the
from their
fundamentals are fraud. I think
crotch?
the
That's
fundamentals are
fucking
actually,
amazing,
the
bro.
reason we practice,
Thank
the
you,
more we practice
Reaper.
the art of medicine, the closer we are
Nice
to the
work.
system. Because that's what their system is. It's individual
But we
treatment.
What-
end up with versus starting.
So
from
somebody was
drastic
trying
distance.
to
it is a drastic distance. But I
explain
don't
to
think that one
me
is necessarily worse than the other. I mean, I would
what
think
the
that they're
deal
worse.
is with
I just think
like
if you're trying to start,
how
if I
you
was creating
get
civilization, and I was like,
new
okay, let me find
emotes
the
and
most
something,
effective
but
way to bring
it
the best
basically
medical
broke
care. I'm
down
using
to
the
a
Sims game.
very condescending and
create
annoying
randomized
explanation of
population
the
data,
internet.
and then I would bring in
Like,
Ayurvedic
well, you
principles,
use
individualizing
emotes
it,
when you like
So let me, that's
don't
fine,
want
so
to
that's your
type a
prerogative, and I would
word,
encourage you to
but
consider
you
this
want to
way.
like
So let me ask you this. Do
convey
you
an
think- what do you think is a
emotion.
better system of
And I
medicine?
was
A
like,
system that is
bro,
population-based,
I
or a
do
system that gets
understand the
outcomes that is
internet. I
that are
just
tailored
don't
to
know
the
what you're talking about. Like different channels have their
Let's say
own
that I could
emotes
perfectly
and what
diagnose you, and
channel
all the
points
genetic
have to
stuff,
do
I
with
could
it
analyze
and
all
shit
Perfect
like
stuff
that.
would be having literally an individualized thing for absolutely everybody. That would be the perfect thing, right? Obviously.
all of your phenotypes. I could analyze even
think
things like your
that's
digestion,
your
digestion, your absorption of nutrients, what kind of absorption difficulties you have, and I understood all of this
Yeah.
information about
You can
it.
even argue that, like, in some ways, modern medicine tries to do this. Like, for instance,
So
I
emotions are these
believe
certain
it's the case
feelings
there
that
are,
chemistry in your brain can
psychiatrists or
dictate
doctors you can go to
and can
where
affect your
before they prescribe you
chemistry
SSRI,
in
they can do a genetic
turn
test,
as
and
well.
there are certain genes
Certain situations with people who you might consider to be close or intimate with you might evoke certain of these feelings.
some fucking genetic shit.
It's like, yeah, you're doing one for me right now. It's called fucking frustration.
Based on the correlation of how many people with these particular SNPs or genes or whatever respond positively to remember right? That's like a more individualized treatment. Like ideally, that would be all of medicine. You go and you get a brain scan, or you don't get a brain scan. You get like a full body scan from top to bottom that analyzes every single individual factor and then prescribes it to you based
No,
on
it's just
exactly
like,
on every part of your physiology. That'd be the perfect thing.
bro, if you wanna explain some theory of gravity to me, you don't need to tell me that it hurts when you jump off a fucking 2-story building. Like,
So the foundation of
we're
Ayurveda
already
starts with
established on
nowhere
that
near it.
fact.
It's not even close.
Oh, that's where you got to be careful, right? So I think that it's way closer than what we give it credit for.
You're saying they have a perfect understanding of each.
They do not have a perfect understanding.
So what's good? You stream today or?
Focus on the individual. So we don't even focus on the
I think I saw it. I think I saw your notification. You were playing Helldivers.
To level 100 on population-based medicine, and then the reason that we have good clinicians and bad clinicians is that the good clinicians are the ones who've leveled up to level 50 on individualized medicine. In Ayurveda, they've leveled up individualized medicine to level 100, but their population-based medicine is level 10.
I think when you use that example,
I'm not gonna go to
when
the
you level up to 100 on the individual
kitchen,
level, your
but
data is fraught with error.
I'll hold this up to the
because you're not studying it en masse.
camera.
And there's so many mistakes that you could make when you're just treating.
Amber and I got
very true, right? So
this
you're thinking from a population
in the
standpoint,
mail
when you kind of think about
today.
it, and when you treat an individual.
Yeah, Destiny, great content. Recently, there's a restaurant near where I live called Gusano's.
We're
which is basically
official.
The same as naming a restaurant the hard R. Genuinely curious in your take because it makes me shudder. Why would it make you shudder? It sounds like a joke of a fucking thing for people from South America or Cuba.
Individual.
Maybe, or might not even reference that at all. I have no idea.
Not studying it en masse. And there's so many mistakes that you could make when you're just treating an N of 1.
Very true, right? So, but you're thinking from a population-based
no,
standpoint,
domestic
when you when you
partnership.
treat an individual,
It's
you can make so many
I can't
mistakes.
like
because that's what you do
take
in
her to
practice, right? You
court
don't do
for
it
half
you treat individuals.
if we
So
break
how
up
do
or
you-
anything,
how do you
but
figure out what is best for your
if either
individual
one of
patient
us
it's fraught with errors. It's fraught with bias.
like is in the
All
hospital
healthcare will always be fraught with error. Our
or
job is to take
dies or
the
whatever,
best worst approach.
fucking
The best worst approach is seeing what works that's generalized. Continually
we're
fine-tuning
next
it,
of kin to
as
each
opposed-
other now.
If I was building a pencil or I was building a house, it's much better to have the foundation of randomized controlled generalized data.
It's
and
as
then
close
build
as we're ever
upwards
gonna get.
to get the subject
So,
to how you want the house to
yeah.
look, what it's pretty. But without a
In
good
that
foundation,
sense,
that house is
that's
gonna
the
fall. And I feel like Ayurvedic principles are built on a weak foundation.
that's the
So I think
essence
very,
of it.
it's a very
Oh, it's not gonna happen.
Right, so and I think that there's like good.
Neither
data to
one of
support
us
that,
really
because there's a reason
like
why
believes
allopathic
in
medicine
that.
has spread all over the world, and Ayurvedic medicine is not.
Well, that's a good question here to be had.
This
Why do you
is
think in Eastern culture,
in
we never
both
got-
of our heads.
not
This
we,
is
but why hasn't it
essentially
moved
that.
to
I
a
mean,
labeling system, a randomized control system?
we've been
Why has
together
there
for
been so
9
much
years,
disconnect
so
between randomized controlled stuff happening in Western medicine, but that is firmly pushed against in Eastern medicine.
Why do Eastern people not like randomized controlled trials?
Yeah, like why did it throughout time? Like the way Eastern medicine is
Yeah.
talked about now is
Exactly.
more similar to how Eastern
And
medicine is
it's
talked about.
like
500
it's way
years
more
ago. Okay,
chill.
then
Like
Western
it
medicine talked
is
about now than how Western
something that
medicine
we
is.
like
Why is it? Why is
celebrated
it
and we're
seemingly
super
stuck in the
happy
past?
So
that like it's
what do you think-
official.
What's the differential
But
diagnosis
like
for why something doesn't change over 500 years?
it's
My
like it's simultaneously a fuck you to the convention
You gotta be so careful
of,
here, because this is a
oh,
really
you guys
bad
should,
argument. Something being resistant
like,
to change does not necessarily mean that
you
it's
guys
always
have been
work.
living together for
Because
9
again,
years,
just
you
be
should be
pointing towards
married,
outcomes. So what are
but
rates of
also at the
depression
same time,
using
it's
the same diagnostic
our
criteria
own
in the
little
East versus the West? What are the rates of
acknowledgement
mental health
of,
issues? Like, that's what you have to point to now to
like,
the outcomes. The
we're
outcomes
together
matter.
and we plan to
The
be
conviction
for
you have is for, you know, the efficaciousness of these
anything
medications.
foreseeable and even unforeseen.
Skewed, skeptical.
That's what he has. That's what
Exactly. Like,
Is that it's based
I just
on
What's
culture,
What's the difference?
religion,
Okay, so culture is part of it. Religion, what else is on the differential?
the whole thing about like
refinement.
Okay, that is also
It's
on
on
the
differential. Not
if
technical.
you're together, you should get married, and you shouldn't
That it
have
works.
sex before you're married,
Right, so that's
and
what's really
Well,
tricky.
hold on. We
like
have
when a
that
man and a
fully doesn't
woman
work
love
lack of
each
refinement,
other,
and that it can work.
they
There's a
get
possibility.
married,
Yeah, so
You can't give an equal
and
weight
they have
here.
kids.
And then a rhetorical
That's
question,
just-
a
that's
rhetorical
not our
comment
style.
would be something that would be
So-
interesting is, let's say that all of
We
these medical
did
practices
something.
did work
When
and
she
they were
suggested
incredibly
it to me like
you know,
3-4
yeah,
months ago,
if
I
I go
just
to
like
India right now,
my
and I
jaw
see somebody
dropped. I
get
was like,
sick,
you are
are they
fucking
going
perfect.
to an Ayurvedic practitioner, or are
That's
there
like the best
ordinary,
idea I've ever
normal,
heard in my life.
you know, Western medicine hospitals all throughout India? I genuinely don't know the answer to that. My guess is going to be there's a lot of Western medicine. That'd be my guess. Is there a fuck ton of Ayurvedic practitioners everywhere? Like,
It's good, right? So now you ask a question, right? That's on the differential.
Yeah,
Maybe
when
the
a
reason
patient comes in with 2 days of cough, cancer is on the differential, but we don't talk about it because that's not valuable.
but I think in the case of, let's say, like,
Nope, she's got 3 brothers,
that gave us medication, right? So this is where I think part of the reason,
one of whom were actually
When you say a
having
statement like that, you know what I hear? What? When a patient comes in with 2 days of
issues
cough,
with
if I say that
at
it's
the
cancer,
moment.
I'm going to be wrong so often. But I will be right sometimes. Ayurvedic medicine.
I
you're
always
showing me
knew,
chemo
bro.
meditation.
You ain't gotta
That's the
tell
one time they
me.
called cough cancer.
fair enough.
And it turned out to be cancer.
So I don't even disagree with you there. So this is exactly where, like, I think that's why, I mean, I gave this example where Dr. Denninger was like, the biggest problem with Ayurvedic medicine, I'll be the first one to say this, right? So I feel like I'm adopting a pro-Ayurvedic stance because of the way you're asking questions, but I don't use Ayurvedic medicine with the majority of my patients. I use evidence-based techniques with the majority of my patients because they are reliable.
Right.
And at the same time, I'm with you that I don't know. So if you look at this text called Charak Samhita, there's like tons of treatments in there. I have no idea how many of those are this Ayurvedic stance because of the biggest problem with Ayurvedic medicine. I'll be the first one to say this, right? So I feel like I'm adopting a pro-Ayurvedic stance because of the way you're asking questions, but I don't use Ayurvedic medicine with the majority of my patients. I use evidence-based techniques with the majority of my patients because they are reliable.
Right.
And at the same time, I'm with you that I don't know. So if you look at this text called Charak Samhita, there's like tons of treatments in there. I have no idea.
I missed the
When a
dynamic
patient
part.
comes in with 2 days of cough, if I say that it's cancer, I'm going to be wrong so often. But I will be right sometimes. Ayurvedic medicine, you're showing me came up with meditation. That's the one time they called cough cancer.
Fair enough.
And it turned out to be cancer.
So I don't even disagree with you there. So
Ambiguously.
this is exactly where, like, I think. That's
Oh
why,
shit! I
gave
thought
this
you were
example.
saying something about the
I look at
podcast.
those are effective as meditation. We even have
The
evidence that some of them are
ambiguously
harmful,
gay
like lactose,
duo.
right? So I steer clear
Yeah,
of that because. But
I
then
mean,
the
I
problem with
already
the Ayurvedic
knew,
system is
bro.
if you go talk to an Ayurvedic doctor, many of them will not say, "Oh yeah, this doesn't work." That's a huge problem, right? They'll say like, "Oh, we don't understand it well," or they'll like kind of poo-poo. And maybe they're right, maybe we're right. I don't know. So I'll be the first. So my Ayurvedic
That
is
one.
evidence-based complementary and alternative medicine. So the
All
whole
right,
point is
so
that there's something very valuable. This is my
I'm
opinion.
actually
Something
over
very
what Destiny's doing right now. So, let's see. Oh, there's some more shit. Oh, dude, did you see the shit about this dude who like tickled a chick and she like couldn't wipe the fucking rape stain, she couldn't wash the rape stains off of her, and like 8 months later she came out and said, bro, he tickled me and I was violated. This George not found, and it's some Minecraft YouTuber shit, but it was the commentary channels ran with it for days, and it was absolutely infuriating. Exactly. Well, now apparently they're trying to further cancel this George not found dude.
That's
So
the new rule.
that
New rule! New rule! It's me!
this
The
Tom
whole
guy's
time.
fucking.
It was me! You got the wrong guy! It should have been me! No! She just repeats
He's a pretty
the
funny
same
kid.
thing over and
So we're gonna
over
give
and
him a
over.
shot.
George, you wouldn't lie to me, right?
George, you wouldn't lie to me, right?
Dude, oh, the last message! Yes! We know, sweetheart. We know.
Sorry, I'm autistic. I pick up on weird things.
Yeah, so I guess there are some more allegations, MCYT allegations around George not found. Some girl has accused him of misogyny based on something that happened 4 years ago. I don't know what the deal is, but we're gonna investigate this through this Brione video, who seemingly has put it together for us. Thank you very much, Brione. I do appreciate your contribution, and everybody be sure to check it out if you like the video.
All right, hello guys, welcome back to another video. So I just figured I would wait a few days before talking about this because I just felt like we needed a little bit of a palate cleanser. I know I didn't upload yesterday, but I did upload earlier today, at least if this video is going to be coming out tonight. But yeah, for anybody who has not heard about this, there are apparently new allegations that have came out against George Not Found, and I'll be honest here, these are some of the most pathetic allegations I have seen in quite a bit of time. I mean, you guys know what happened with Katie and George, and Wilbur and Shovel. Like, if you guys thought those allegations were bad, I mean, just look at the ones right here, the new ones against George. Apparently, George is now being called a misogynist by a fellow Twitch streamer who goes by the name of Sophie Texas, based off of
Dude, this hold on.
Based and red pilled.
This profile is giving me the heebie-jeebies. Not because of anything in specific, but just the whole vibe.
Probably not
this
Ed
art,
Sheeran.
this background, just everything about it.
Nice
Is
bio.
it's bothering. It's bothering.
Clip that happened years ago during the whole Among Us era, because you guys remember all these big streamers would come together and they would play a game of Among Us together, and that was really big years ago. And her and George happened to be in the same game. They were making content and whatnot, and apparently one of these moments got clipped and was posted to Twitter trying to frame him as a misogynist. Now, I'm not sure what she initially said when she made her tweet about this, because she did make a tweet about it, but as far as I'm aware, she actually deleted it because she was getting backlash for it, and then she privated her Twitter. If you guys are wondering what this clip consists of, I actually have the clip here, and I will show you guys that.
She doesn't exactly exude credibility. No, she doesn't. And I'm not saying that, you know, who someone is or their appearance or their outward physical state necessarily means that they're lying, but sometimes you just get a few indicators, a few red flags, and you just think, maybe I'll view this somewhat skeptically. And when they have a bio that says not Ed Sheeran, and they have like the dyed hair, just like, you just gotta question it, okay? You just gotta question it. You just gotta put a little bit of doubt on it, put a little bit of questionability, put a little bit of like, what's going on here? This is a red flag. Put that in my back pocket. Analyze what she says objectively. However, there may be something strange going on here, and I need to keep that in mind, okay? I need to keep that in mind. Keep it in mind.
Just take a look.
It's James.
It's James? Nice.
No.
You know what? George was on cam.
I was together.
George, you
So you
wouldn't.
just gotta believe George because he said I saw him on camera.
George, I saw George on cam.
What George said you can look me out and remember it's George.
George, you
is
wouldn't.
nothing gold. This is the first thing he said in months.
Is she just getting ignored? Is she upset that she's getting ignored?
Yeah,
she
that's
just said that nobody
exactly
wants
what's
to hear her
happening.
speak.
And bro, as a dude
There's
who's been
another
in that
girl the call
situation
who's
before,
clearly talking,
it's got
and, like,
nothing to
they're
do with
having
your
fun.
vag, woman.
Nobody wants to listen to her.
There's no way it's not.
She's just upset she got left out. That's it.
George,
Facts.
you wouldn't lie to me, right?
Cringe.
George, you wouldn't lie.
She just repeats the same thing
Absolute
over and
200
over and over.
200
George, you
proof
wouldn't lie to me,
cringe
right?
all.
George, you wouldn't lie to me, right? George, you wouldn't lie to me, right? No one cares.
So short to see who backed him up.
You wouldn't lie to us, right?
Everyone.
He would never lie to us.
Now
She just
you're
keeps
just
going, saying the same
skibbity
thing.
that I used to know.
She just keeps saying it, hoping someone will
Skibbity.
realize. Oh, listen, I think we've all been in a situation like this when you're interacting with a group of people and you say something and nobody acknowledges it. You don't have to repeat it over and over. You can just sit in silence for a little bit, okay? It's okay to not be the center of attention all the time. You can just be quiet. You can just be quiet.
If you lie to us, I'm gonna cry.
No, he's right. He's right.
Alright, so is anybody else stumped with this video? Because I really don't see the problem with it, except for maybe, oh, he was ignoring her. Big deal.
You being ignored has nothing to do with you being a woman. I wish it did, honestly, but in this case, it doesn't.
Right? Like, please, did anybody
Right?
see any indication of there being any
Flawless
misogyny
editing
happening in
there.
this clip? Because I didn't see anything at all. I just saw that, oh, he was kind of,
Now
you know,
you're
ignoring
just
her, and that was really
skibbity
it. Now,
that I
shortly after this
used
came
to
out,
know.
Dream saw it, got really pissed off, and just decided to
Skibbity.
reveal DMs between him and Sophie Texas. And for whatever reason, he decided to put this on his private Twitter, meaning only the people following him on his private Twitter could see it. I really
At the
don't
moment, yes,
understand that
sir.
move at all.
Once you get paid for this role, not enough.
It's kind of petty in my opinion. Like, you can have a private Twitter all you want for a few specific specific people. But when you're trying to defend yourself, it's like, why put it on the private Twitter so people like me can't see it because you don't accept new follow requests? Like, it's actually so petty. That's just a criticism I have for Dream right here. But yeah, besides that,
it is annoying. Dream has like these like private accounts with like 40,000 followers, but he like won't open it up to the public. I don't even know what.
You ever played any Diablo?
I guess you don't want to post it on your main account because you don't want to give them the most amount of attention. But then post it on your second account or something. Like why hide it on the fake private account or something? And then it's like, we know it exists, we can't talk about it really. Like, why are these 40,000 people?
It's definitely
like, close friends or something.
It's the setup.
He makes a tweet and he says, behind the
all I
scenes,
gotta do is stream a
Jesus Christ,
fucking
these people are actually
8,000
funny.
more
I'm so
hours
over
at my
it.
current
He
earnings, and
attaches
I'll
a
have it
video
paid
of
for,
a damn
baby.
conversation that him and Sophie Texas had. Let's just take a look. Dream accepts the
I'm not that
request and he
worried about
says,
it though,
"Some
man.
people say you were
I
trying
really
to
just.
contact me. I couldn't see any messages though.
If it
What
takes
did you
me
wanna
5
say? I really
years
don't
to turn a
understand why you
profit on
think
this
I'm
shit,
so
I don't care.
terrible,
I'm
but
just
happy to
enjoying
hear what you
fucking
have to say so I can
the
clear
feeling
things
of
up or apologize
playing
or
video
know what's
games
even
with more
happening.
purpose
Sophie
than
replies and
just,
says, "Listen, I appreciate you
okay,
reaching
I'm
out,
sitting
following
playing
everything
video
with
games
George."
today.
I shared a vague statement from someone who had a bad and misogynistic interaction
Yeah,
with
no, I
him
feel
because
you.
they thought it would help back up the victim's statement. Oh, brother.
I've lurked
I
on a
made it
couple
vague
of
on
your
purpose
streams. I
because
feel
the
like you
person
got
asked me to.
a
But
bunch of the
Maybe they
ghost
say someone had a
community
bad misogynistic
like
interaction with him because I thought it would help out
having
him
your
because they
back,
didn't
man.
really big on purpose.
Congrats about that.
But I see now that even though my interactions,
You got
my
like
intentions were
Barrick
to
and
help tell
Gainful and shit.
But I see now that even though my intentions were to help a fellow SA
Solid.
victim, it caused more harm than good. I'm still keeping it vague because it's not my story to tell. I mean, bro, what the? I hear everyone
man.
saying the same thing. But the person
I'm
told me
definitely
they
not the
thought
kind
it
of
would
guy
help
who
our fellow
fucking
SA victim, and I agreed at that time. Now,
gets
okay,
salty
first of all,
when
if
someone
you
else
think sharing a
succeeds, bro.
moment where
I'm
George was potentially misogynistic,
I'm super
if you
happy
had,
you're
like,
getting
an
like I
interaction
feel
that
like
was
you had like 12 or
misogynistic to you
13
or
people in
somebody
your
else, was going to even
in the
remotely
audience when I
help
saw
the SA.
saw you the last
the
time.
misogyny doesn't have anything to do with SA either.
That's
So
fucking
even if you
gnarly,
was
dude.
misogynistic, why bring that up? You're not a victim in the same way. And if you believe that she's telling the truth, then why would you even tack that on?
Victim, quote unquote, in the George Katie situation. Like, you've got to be insane. And this is literally an example of trying to throw whatever you can at the wall to see what sticks. So you can absolutely ruin somebody maliciously because for whatever reason you do not like them.
Oh, I
And
know.
specifically in this case, I wasn't really thinking that this was going to help anybody because it's already been proven that Katie is full.
Yeah.
So you coming out about this
Thoughts
and then,
on,
I guess, providing that clip that quite frankly
Super
has
Down
no
Bad,
misogyny in it makes you look really stupid. I also
Sekiro
don't
clone,
understand keeping it
aka
vague because it's not your
Stellar
story
Blade.
to tell. Like, if it's not your story to tell, why are you even saying anything at all?
Wait, so is somebody who wasn't Sophie
Fuck yeah,
the one
dude.
that brought out this
Be the
allegation
new
in the
Joey.
first place? I don't totally understand. Also, with the allegations, why even keep it vague? These people are such clout chasers. I hate every single member
Bro,
of the
all I
NCYT
know is that
community.
if
People
they
are
don't
all
have
scum. You
like
should be
the
sent to
most
I hate them all.
insanely
They're
fucking
always
dope.
doing this. Everybody's a clout chaser.
Yeah,
Literally
it is a
everybody.
little
I've
Devil
been
May Cry.
researching this stuff. Okay, so during the whole George Not Found stuff, right? George was saying something to the effect of like,
I feel
oh,
like
I
Devil
didn't
May
know
Cry
that anybody was upset with me, and we even asked people at one point if anything bad happened.
Just
that
wasn't
night,
like
and
I feel
nobody
like
said
it's
anything.
more
And his
polished.
evidence for
Like
that
I've
thing he
enjoyed
brought up
playing the
was fact
demo.
that at one point, someone named Average Harry had tweeted out something. He's like a small, Minecraft content creator, whatever, 30,000 subs.
Fucking-
He tweeted out something to the effect of like, Dream is a piece of shit because he brought like an 18-year-old drunk girl to his hotel room. And so Dream, this was
Sounds
like
a little
months
too
ago,
loud over
before
here.
the allegations were made public about Katie. And so he's confused about this. Dream's confused about it, and he's like messaging people about it. He's like, hey, what's going on
I don't
here? Harry,
see. Okay, the
apparently
reason
had, like,
I'm
outed
saying
this
it's more
story
like
against
Sekiro
Katie's will, randomly,
is
when he didn't even know what
because
happened. And then
I
Dream has a
feel like
conversation
I
with
haven't
Ghosty,
had
which is
as
Katie's
much
friend, about it.
satisfaction
At no point did Ghosty bring up the fact that there was some kind of problem with George in
parrying
that room.
chains of
Dream is like, hey,
attacks
did anything bad happen that night? Ghosty's
in
like, no,
any
nothing bad
game
happened. You know, I imagine
since
Katie would
Sekiro.
be mad that Harry
Like,
brought this up because nothing bad happened that night. Like all these people are just like scum. I despise them. And the reason that they hate Dream is like, and okay, Dream is a corny,
No, I know.
weird guy. Okay, he is.
But
can't deny that. Just look at the face reveal. Okay,
Sekiro's
like,
definitely
the face
better,
reveal is crazy.
but
Okay. It's
I don't know.
crazy, it's not.
I'm
It's just like a
I'm pretty
crazy
fucking
video.
excited for that
Okay,
game
it's
to
a
come
crazy-
out,
it's a very
and
crazy video.
not because you can get the main character chick in her nudie booty.
Okay, it's a crazy video. Like Dream is cringe, and the people who don't like him for some reason because he's cringe will desperately
I don't disagree.
like pile on and be like, and the real reason I don't like him is because you did that. And it's like that gets disproven. It's like, well, now the real reason is this. And that gets disproven. proof. It's like
I
it's
just
complete cancer. Like
the
nobody can just not
game
like
slowing
something or
down
make bad content anymore. It always has to be some
once
writer
you
thing. It
hit
always
a
has to be some writer
successful
thing, and I
parry,
hate it. I despise
so
it.
you
I hate
can
everything
like
about it.
sort of
Because
get the
over course of
wherewithal to
years,
get the
I learned a lot
next
about it.
parry.
Like, they wanted me to say
And
very
the different
things
counters, like
Even
how
though
you
there's
have
some
to
benefits too,
press
trying to
dodge and
replicate
back
this other
when it
CRPG
glows
game
purple,
is
and
really
press
well.
dodge and forward when it
These
glows
guys have it predominantly
blue,
I know
and
there's a lot of women in it, but I think that's mostly on Twitter. I think the female audience is mostly on Twitter because if you look at like Dream's channel, he gets so many views.
I'm
There's no
enjoying
way
it.
it's
The
mostly
little
girls,
free
right?
boss that
Like,
you
there's no
get
way there's
after
mostly
you
girl
finish the
population.
demo,
And the actual
I've probably
content,
beaten
it
him
doesn't
like
really,
fucking
pander
50
to women.
times.
Women just are part of like the stand culture, but the actual videos, if you watch them, aren't like
This video,
Yeah.
4 of my friends trying to hunt me
like
down
there's nothing about this that is like marketed towards women.
and stop me from beating Minecraft. Can they stop me from beating the Ender Dragon, or will I survive? This is Minecraft Man.
It's just like dumb teenage girls.
I felt like actually sitting in front of the computer today and not reading the chat off my phone is why I'm playing Diablo 3 right now. But yeah, I'd be back on Rise of the Ronin because the lethal difficulty on that, the midnight difficulty, it's super fucking fun. Like, it's in the main difficulty, the hard difficulty that you played through for the majority of the first playthrough. Like, I was trying to challenge myself, like, not use like consumable bolstering items and shit. But in midnight difficulty, those bolstering items are like almost essential.
Misogyny problem. What serious misogyny problem? It's me.
Yeah, dude.
It was me.
The whole
You got the wrong guy.
build
It
up
should've
the
been me.
posture and posture sticks around.
You're just not okay. How much does this person have? Who wants to bet
I
this
mean,
person is
posture
irrelevant?
goes
Maybe I'm
back
wrong. Who wants
down.
to bet this person is irrelevant? It's just,
Quickly the higher their health is.
Really?
That's
SCP
like,
highlights part
I
2.
feel like
We
that
live
was
in
the
a
first
society.
game
Sophie
to
versus
really
Josh.
implement the like.
Why am I scared? Because I'm gonna
It
show,
rewards
I'm gonna
you
show how my
for consecutive parrying, and it's only secondary that you get. Like, if you beat a boss by taking their health bar all the way down, you're not playing the game right. And that's fucking. I really appreciate that they did that.
New rule. Put that. I need to get a whiteboard so I can write down rules. That's a new rule.
Chances of this vague for the safety and well-being of the person. Why? This is to show that George Not Found has
Oh, bro, dude. Okay.
actions and a serious
I
problem. Right, because
really want to show you this actually.
provided 100%. George Not Found is a misogynist. He's an
So,
essayer, and he's everything bad that's
yeah,
in the
I can.
book. Like, I'm not sure if
I
these
can
people
come back
realize
to
they
that.
can get sued for stuff like this. Like, this ain't a
I mean, you're probably not gonna get sued for it. You're probably not gonna.
Let me get a fucking PlayStation controller. I'll be right back. I got this. I have a modded version of Sekiro that's like a complete rework of the game. I want to show you what the Genichiro fight looks like. Oh, what am I gonna do here? All right, hold on. Am I back? Yeah, I'm back. Okay. Boom, boom. Let's close down Diablo. Bust out Sekiro. And I'm gonna take a piss. Give me literally 30 seconds. I'll be right back. we go. Oh shit. Where's my volume at? I think just because I started the game with the volume. Okay. Fuck out of here. What? Alright. Get back here, Sekiro. So check this fucking fight out, dude. He immediately starts out with this one fucking series of shit, and you'll be able to tell the difference immediately.
Shinobi, I see you again.
Yeah, he's coming at me. See this shit? He's gonna get me with that. Fuck. Alright, now shit's getting real. the lightning doesn't do shit to him. Oh, I jumped. I jumped instead of fucking Makiri.
The dragon's blood. I'll kill you as many times as it takes.
Again with the fucking jump. Get wrecked. Is that shit not like 3 times as intense as the fucking regular Genichiro fight? Thanks, brother. Fuck yeah. Whew. Okay, so have you fought Owl? Because if you have not fought Owl in this arena, I'm not gonna give you any sort of spoiler or anything. Oh, fuck, any sort of spoiler or anything like that. Thank you, bro. Yeah, dude. This is a game that I consider myself full ass nerd. And I'm sure you've seen gameplay of this, so it's not a spoiler, but I'm gonna have this one. I'm probably not gonna win this fight. I'm probably not gonna win this fight. Oh no, I only have 5 heals. Nope. This is not gonna go well. Alright, I'm doing all the cheap shit. He follows everything up, bro. And then his Ichimonjis, the overhits, they actually fucking do what the skill does for you. No! And they bring his posture down. No, I'm done.
Hesitation is defeat.
I'm gonna try again. The second I saw that I only had 5 fucking heals, I was like, I'm gonna be having to do some real funky ass shit. No, not inner, regular. Here we go. I'm not using consumables. I'm beating him straight up. Let's go. Now the real fun starts.
Oh, my blood boy! Haste me, second!
Wrong fucking button. Let's go. Now he gets real fucking funky. I even parried that fucking bust through the parry. Unless you have divine confetti on it. He reverses your reversal. Nope. Fuck. Dude, this fucking fight. This shit is way more serious, dude. This shit is way more serious. Like the inner Ishin fight, like he didn't, I don't think he changed the, I don't think the guy, the designer, the mod who did this, I don't think he changed this fight nearly as much. So this is like pretty much what the regular fight looks like. I fucking step on this dude when it's regular. He doesn't do a fake out on that move ever, but in the modded version, he fakes out that fucking move. That was a fake out. I lied. Why you snorting that? Shit stepped on. Miss the Makiri. Oof. Fuck. Was not expecting that shit. Come on. Give me some more fucking lightning, fool. And that's, I mean, he's got like the way harder health bar, and the lightning doesn't do nearly as much to him, which is the mechanics of the mod. But the fighting, like the techniques and the moves that he does are pretty much the same as in the base game with inner Ishin. But the fucking regular Ishin Ashina Sword Saint Ishin, that shit, like you saw, that shit's fucking gnarly. So yeah, I mean, I get it, you don't have a PC, but if you ever do get Sekiro on the PC, this is the Resurrection mod. It's free, super easy to install, and it's fucking, it's gnarly, bro. I gotta try again on the regular guy, on the harder one that I was trying earlier. Here, let me get my resurrections up. Oh, dude, I almost want to show you Owl Father, but like I would be so bad at it that like you probably wouldn't even get to see all of his moves. I'd probably die before, like, 'cause it's crazy. I know it's coming too. That's so crazy. That was like 15 moves into the combo. Let's go. Fuck, I did not even see that coming. Nope. No, he got me there. Come on, I'm so fucking close. Oh, I hit the fucking wrong button. Come on. Oh, come on. Oh, the effort. That's such, it's like a fucking Reddit comment, the amount of effort that goes into that shit. Who else is crazy? Yeah, he did. He absolutely, dude. I'm not gonna quit. I'm not gonna quit. You tell me if you get tired of me playing this shit, but also don't hold back. Say whatever you want to say, but I'm gonna fight this dude. It's been like three months since I played this modded version. Fuck. The stutter step. Nope. Alive? Not for long. F, back me up against a rock. Fake out. Fuck it, I'm gonna be a pussy. I came in with only 2 revives. Let's try that again, shall we? Get away from this fucking rock, what do you say? It's such bullshit. Well, now I'm down to pellets, boys. And he's full fucking posture. he missed that one? No, he didn't miss that one. At least I'm not going out like a bitch on like fucking first health bar, first death blow. Trying to think. There's a bunch of new mini bosses too. Like there's a dojo you can go to.
Count Sekiro.
Reset. Fuck, bro. He's just going random style on me now. What was I just saying? At least I'm not dying on this first health bar. Was that what I was saying?
Count Sekiro.
That I did not mean to do. Yep. Here we go. Whoa! Oh, Bimmy. Bimmy. You here to congratulate? You here to congratulate me?
Do it! Well
Bimmy.
done, Sekiro. Farewell.
Well, I think we lost Godly in the meantime, but I did what I set out to do. So, that being said, probably need to get back to Diablo 3 because that's what my stream title says. But, that being said, Bug Dad, time to embarrass myself on Owl Bother.
Very
Yep. Gotta get that sequence down. Yikes, fam. Hey man, you just gonna sit on my lap?
Allow me to honor your efforts and show you this old owl's true power.
Yikes, man. With the shuriken. Well, that was way better than I thought. Alright, well, that fun right there was just for my buddy God Lee. Hope he has a good day. But I'm gonna go back to my Diabler. Blur. Diabler 3. Alright, well, since it's getting dark outside, this is harshing up my mellow over here, so I gotta change that light. Boom. And we're gonna let Tom take the show back.
Gonna get sued for the misogyny thing. As far as a defamation lawsuit, it's typically not worth it, and the reason why is because these people don't have money. Katie Bugs doesn't have money, Sophie Texas doesn't have money, and even beyond that, court is just like a long, annoying process. And at the end of it, like, what do you get? Like, what do you really get? Even if you wanted money, like, even if they did have money, is it really worth the time and effort spent? You could just, you're a rich YouTuber, if you're George or Dream or someone like that, you could just spend more time making videos. Ultimately, the best course of action, I think, typically speaking, is just to make, you know, more content, basically. There's typically not any real benefit to suing someone. It's just not worth it. Make more content, you know, drop your video where you talk about what happened and debunk it to the general public, because that's what actually matters, you know. There's no really point to convincing the courts of it at this point. Sometimes it's probably justified, but generally I don't think a civil suit is really worth it.
Joke, and they treat it like it is. Like, literally just showing one clip where there's no misogyny does not prove that he has a serious misogyny problem. And even if he did, that doesn't mean he's like an SAer, or like Katie is alleging actually happened. No. But I mean, it's not really even an aspect in the situation because there isn't proof behind it. And that's what happens when you're being vague. Like, literally anybody can come out and say, oh, you're a racist, you're a misogynist, you're homophobic, you're blah, blah, blah. Provide some that doesn't even prove anything. And some people out there will believe it, and they'll believe, especially if they have some sort of bias against this person, they will believe that this person is actually like a racist, a homophobic, a misogynist, when that might not necessarily be true. Like, anybody can do this. And that's pretty much what Sophie is doing. I kept one screenshot, thought I kept additional, but honestly, I've been very triggered, so my brain is a bit scattered. How are you triggered from this? Are you triggered because you got backlash for this?
I've been triggered. Shut up.
Like, I don't understand it. The person who should be triggered, or actually the people who should be triggered are Dream and George. Like, why are you triggered? You didn't show Jack. Like, these people are so funny. They're actually like hilarious. I don't understand. I saw some people talking about you saying stuff about me though. Is it just about George? Obviously, I still have zero idea what you're talking about, and he has no idea either. But saying it's a story to tell and so on implies very, very negative things. Sophie replies and says, only about George.
Thronefall again later.
When the last 3 out of 4 allegations against MC creators have been proven to be lies, George, Dream, and Tubbo. Yeah, I mean the Wilbur thing.
Question is, do I maybe want to try some Hades?
Still, I'm not gonna
Hades
say that he's
the
guilty.
anus.
His response was really bad, but I don't think Shelby really
probably
lied.
not. Let's
She said
go
some dumb
Diablo
crap
for a
about
minute.
Katie, but I don't know. I don't think that Shelby thinks she's lying. I'm curious to see if there will ever be some kind of response.
Let me
from
check
Wilbur
in with
future, if he wants to try to
boss
save his
lady
career. 'Cause
real
I imagine
quick,
that guy's
too.
life must be ruined, right? Like, he's so famous. Like, he can't go outside without seeing people who know who he is. And if they know who he is, they probably know that he had like some crazy downfall, right? I imagine he can't like go to the grocery store. Was he British? He can't even go to Tesco, mate. His life is ruined, yeah? He can't even go get some tea and crumpets and fish and chips at the store, yeah? It's crazy, mate. It's absolutely mind-boggling.
Not you. Tried to make that clear, but at a certain point, it was becoming more about me, and I didn't want to further
He's tall too. What does that mean? He's easy to spot.
distract from the message to support victims, so I took them down. Or maybe it was because you were getting backlash and people were questioning you justifiably. Surely if it's that bad, I or George, at least I guess, would have some idea remotely what it's about. I don't understand the behind the scenes rumor mill. It makes no sense to me. George has been super kind to other creators from my experience, and I don't even recall ever talking to you or hearing
This is the thing. There's this crazy rumor mill with MCYT where they're all like high schoolers just like chattering to each other about the bigger creators and how like they have these little bad experiences with them. You know what I mean? Like, it's always like, oh, he ignored my DM. And then when the allegations come out, they're like, true.
anything about you at all. I asked him and he said he doesn't even remember calling with you at all. Just confused, I guess, would love to hear more. Sophie replies and says, I will clarify for you and him that it's not about someone who was by him, just had a misogynistic interaction with him. I did clarify that before I took down the post. Okay, what do you mean this is not about somebody who was by him. Didn't you say earlier that this was to back up the victim's statement? The victim, meaning Katie, was accusing George of SAing her. Like, did you not say that? Did we not just go over that like maybe like a few minutes ago? I'm sure you can say
I
more.
like that this guy, Brion, is like pretty frustrated because it is a frustrating situation to see how these people act.
More than that, what if what you've heard is completely false or can be explained or is a miscommunication? I don't know when this would have ever been or who or anything. It's not your story to tell, but you're willing to air it out without even considering hearing another perspective. I don't get it. Yeah, it really doesn't make any sense to me, let alone that like Sophie didn't really like back anything up. Like there was no evidence of the misogyny that she's claiming that George was allegedly participating in. And I also feel like it's counterproductive to just be super vague about something. Like say if there actually happened to be somebody who is telling Sophie to take this to the internet and be vague about it. Like I don't understand being vague about it. Like that's not going to help you. If he actually did bad to you, he actually SA'd you or did something else very terrible to you.
This is always the thing. It's like people want to raise awareness. I just want to raise awareness. Yeah, you want to raise awareness for your own Twitter account and get likes, dude. That's literally it. That's literally it.
I don't understand just being like very vague about it and telling somebody else to come out about it while being very vague. Like if anything, she should have just revealed the whole story if there is a real full story. Because this right here, this is pathetic. I don't expect y'all to remember, and I'm not offended. You don't. We've been in a few Among Us lobbies back in 2020 and then at Techno Dad's charity event. It's weird how you're pressuring me to say more on this when I've said I won't. I mean, really? You're trying to ruin a man's career. Of course he's gonna want you to say more. Like, is this person being for real right now? These people aren't gonna sit here.
You're pressuring me. Well, then why'd you make a public statement? Now you have to explain yourself and you're mad about it because you look bad.
At least I don't think they would. And let somebody just destroy their career off of false or very vague. Like, I don't think it's gonna happen unless they pull a Wilbur, but hey, that hasn't happened yet. It's actually not weird at all. You're publicly accusing me and my friend of things, and it's shocking. I'm pushing for a chance to even know what it is, let alone explain, apologize, and refute it. That's a ridiculous point of view. Sophie replies and says, just give me a second. I want to do the right thing. Like, bro, what do you mean? You really think he's gonna give you a—
You already did the wrong— Give me a second. I want to do the right thing. You already did the wrong thing. Walk it back. Apologize. Get off. Nobody likes you.
Second when you're trying to ruin him? Insane, dude. Insane. I recognize your name. I just don't remember talking with you. Some of your tweets gave the implication we had such horrible interactions, but you've DM'd both George and I positively since 2020. But he's the most arrogant, terrible person you've met? I really don't understand. Okay, I'm just gonna say this right now. I'm really surprised.
And before she's like, well, I didn't realize, you know, my abuse until after it happened. I had to go back over my history and, you know, just reevaluate things. But now I can come to terms with the fact I was verbally by a misogynistic manipulator.
Surprised that Dream is actually challenging this person and not just doing what he did in the Katie situation where he went onto a Twitter space and cried and apologized. Like, I'm really surprised. This is insane. This is big for Dream. I DM'd you positively because at the time we had been in lobbies together and I was still new to streaming and I like making friends. But
George repeatedly ignored me every time I spoke to him, even though I tried to be as nice and respectful and not overwhelming as possible. I get it, I'm a stranger, but still, it was rude. Okay, you are not owed attention. You are not owed a reply from anyone in a conversation. If someone doesn't want to talk to you, you can say it's rude. That's not misogyny. People don't have to talk to you. You're probably just unfunny and say dumb shit. In that clip, you repeated the same thing over and over and over again. That's not misogyny. You're just annoying. It's a personal failing. It's not a George problem. Nobody owes you attention. Nobody owes you a response. Oh, he ignored me. He ignored my DM. Who cares? You can ignore someone. It's not that bad. I don't want to be a part of this. I was just trying to help back up a victim because I'm a victim of an SA. I've always stood up for victims. Yeah, so you supported her by bringing up something that didn't happen to you. I'll be honest, I wanted to like you because you seem nice, but I don't care for you. You can try and spin that into me being vengeful and spiteful. I'm just a victim trying to support other— No, you're not.
But I don't care for you. You can try and spin that into me being vengeful and spiteful, but I am just a victim trying to support other victims. You are literally— Bro, you literally just explained what you are being. Like, is that not what this is? Because from what I've seen, it seems like you just don't care about the victims. You can say that you care about the—
If you care about the victim, why would you why would you make like a false allegation calling someone a misogynist to support them? How does that help them? How does piling on with another false allegation to the false allegation help?
Victims all you want, but based off of what we looked at, I don't believe it. And also this part right here where you say you don't care for him and you tell that straight to his face, I'd say that's being rude. So I guess you're a misandrist. I guess if we really want to use your logic here, yeah, I guess you're a misandrist. It looks like now you have misandrist allegations. Let's see how you like it. I'm sure George would talk to you about it, LOL. I'm sure he didn't purposely ignore you. Obviously.
Why would someone bring attention to their own schizo behavior and try to demonize the other party? Because these people exist in these weird group chat echo chambers where they talk to each other and they're like, oh, George was misogynist to me. And then they'll send the clip and then the other people in the chat, because they don't like George, will be like, oh my God, this is actually real misogyny. You need to come out about this so that everybody can see. And then when like it hits normal people because it gets on Twitter and it leaves their target audience, they have to be like, oh, I see. So I'm just then. Well, actually, it's because I was supporting a victim is why I did it.
in an Among Us lobby or something, he could have just not heard you. That is true. If that makes him the most arrogant content creator you've ever talked to, enough to insinuate and support that he's—
You haven't talked to enough content creators, I think.
a serial That's insane. I'm sorry for what you've been through. I feel terrible for you. That's not right though. And it's not just supporting victims. I don't know what to even say. I'm sorry you don't like me. I don't know what I did, and I guess I never will unless you decide to tell me. George also doesn't know what he did, so unless you want to tell him, I don't think you should be vague tweeting like your friend was by him. Wish you well. I know this isn't the point, but why do you make the assumption I wouldn't tell you why I don't like you? Because you're being vague about things, and quite frankly,
because you didn't message him. Dude, oh, the last message. Yes. Sorry, I'm autistic. I pick up on weird things. Yeah, we know, sweetheart. We know. Oh no, bro. Stop. Stop. Stop, stop, stop.
You haven't told these guys why
It's
you
not
don't like
funny.
them. Because I don't think it's because, oh, he was being misogynistic when you have nothing to back that up with, at least nothing that you've provided.
Sorry, I'm autistic.
Sorry, I'm autistic. I pick up on weird things. Yeah, man, let's just use our disabilities as an excuse. Let's hide behind it. Pathetic. Absolutely pathetic. You said you weren't fond of me and didn't elaborate. And I also asked you about the situation. You said it was weird that I was pressuring you. It wasn't pressuring, by the way. He was not pressuring her. That's why I would assume you wouldn't tell me.
He wasn't pressuring her. He was just asking her to elaborate when she made an allegation and then wouldn't clarify, like, what happened. And then the only thing she actually posted about the misogyny was nothing. Like, that's literally it. Sorry for trying to deplatform you. I'm autistic. Sorry for making a false allegation. I have Down syndrome. I literally have Down syndrome. Wait, check this out real quick. Check out this video. I like that. I like this a lot. This is good. This kind of thing is good. I have autism, but I do not go around making about people because the sisterhood.
Tell me? Go ahead and tell me, though. It's actually simple. I don't like your attitude. I didn't elaborate because I thought it would be rude. The excuses are insane, dude. Like, come on. This is why people think you're full of because you just won't tell George your dream, why you don't like them, and the issue that you have with them. I mean, you're saying things like, oh, I don't really like your attitude. Like, big deal. Cry about it. Dream sends a screenshot of somebody saying, why is Twitter acting like you guys are all serial R-words? Like, I'm so confused. I'm sorry my attitude isn't good. I've been getting texts like these about you and others on Twitter. It's kind of hard to have a good attitude. Definitely, 100%. I agree. If people around you and people who have your personal cell phone number...
For real, this drama just proves that innocent until proven guilty doesn't exist. Also, people need to go outside more. Look, I'm not one to talk about going outside more because I'm a terminally online internet degenerate freak who spends all my day on my computer streaming, okay? It's 12 o'clock on a Saturday afternoon in the middle of the day. I could be doing anything else, but I'm here, okay? So I can't really talk. But I think these people need to go outside a little more. They need something else. I don't know what they need. They just need to stop talking to these other freaks on Twitter. They need to, like, take in a normal opinion or something. Because there's something wrong with them. There's something really wrong with them. And I don't think I can help them. I don't think you guys can help them. Somebody needs to help them. Somebody needs to help them with whatever kind of, you know, injection they need, whatever kind of serum they need to get them up to code. They need to see a doctor and they need to be helped.
For texting you about like the that's going on Twitter and like the false that's been going down. Like, of course, if I was in his shoes, I would be really pissed and I would have a bad attitude essentially. Like, it's totally understandable, especially when you're being unhelpful, not explaining anything, and the only thing you'll elaborate on is that you don't like my attitude. Yeah, cringe. Honestly, 100% cringe. Like, that's not why you came out about this originally. And I also don't think it was because, oh, you wanted to help an SA victim, quote unquote. Just me though, just me. I appreciate that you reached out to try and resolve things. I do, but at this point, this conversation is becoming unproductive.
The reality is people don't care if someone they hate is guilty or innocent. They're just happy to have a reason to hate them. Yeah, this is the thing. There's this meme that people will post on Twitter, and the caption is like, when the random e-celeb I find annoying turns out to be a horrible person. And it's like, on one hand, like it's kind of a feeling that a lot of people get. Like, I get it, you know, but at the same time, it's like, well, at that point, you're kind of celebrating that someone was basically victimized because you didn't like this random e-celeb. It's like you're glad to see that somebody got in your eyes because you found someone annoying, and now it turns out they. Like, is that really a good position to hold? Is that really a good position to hold at all? Like, well, glad someone got. Wow, well, you're just a scumbag. But a lot of people just have, like, this is just a typical thing on Twitter and sites like that. Like, you just gotta block it out, okay? If I see people post that meme, I block it.
For you, and I don't like being pressured like this. I shared what I did to support Katie and this person. Yeah, good job. Very good job. You made them look even worse. Nothing more, nothing less. You asked why I didn't like you. I told you. I don't wish for your downfall because I don't like your attitude. I wish the creator space to be safe.
To be safer? What is unsafe? What's unsafe? You're not even a creator making money, so you shouldn't even have an input, first of all, in the creator space. Nobody cares. Secondly, to be safer. From what? What was the unsafe thing that happened with Katie? Was it when she cuddled with George for an hour? Was that the unsafe thing? When she got her diaper changed? George not found but changed each other's diapers because they were full after a night of partying and eating?
Safer. Well, all I can say is you're not helping the creator space become any safer by being very vague about things and calling George a misogynist for a clip that had no misogyny in it. Like, sure.
Also, just like this word misogynist, words like that have lost all meaning to these people. Like, nobody knows the definition of anything. All of these random words, like, they've lost all meaning. Gaslighting has lost all meaning. Oh my god, that's a big one. Anytime I see someone use the word gaslighting, I basically immediately disregard their opinion. Not literally, I'll hear them out, but people just don't know what gaslighting means. If somebody lies, they're like, that's gaslighting. That's not what gaslighting is. Stop.
He could have been rude. He could have been purposely ignoring you. We don't know that. But there was literally no misogyny in that clip. Now, I guess with that all being said, I'm going to be wrapping up the video right there. Thank you guys so much for watching.
All right, that's a pretty good video. You guys can check it out if you want. Safe to say, I think George Not Found is not a misogynist. You know what? Honestly, wish he was. Wish he was. Wish we had that in the bag, but he doesn't seem to be misogynist to me. There's no evidence of George misogynist, in my opinion. Disappointing, you know, it's really disappointing. I wanted it to be here. I wanted to have it in the bag. I would have collabed. I would have reached out to him for a collab, okay? I would have been like, hey, George, heard you hate women. I know someone that's just for you.
Out of my way to see it. Otherwise, I'm just going to be in for a bad time.
Let me ask you, there was a movie that came...
Plant. What the fuck was the thing? Everything that actually matters when we're talking about a particular thing. Let me see if
built out, and they say that it correlates ideally. That's what their approach is. There's no generalization. Or, I mean, there's some generalization.
there has to be some generalization. You're not starting from ground zero with every patient. There must be some rubric, skeleton, guideline. There has to be something.
Generalization. But their whole point is that when someone comes to you, and this guy is a bro science, and he says this works for you, the Ayurvedic doctor says this worked for you. Let me try to figure out. The next person comes along, and they try to figure out what will work for you specifically. What will work for you specifically. They don't care about populations. They care about individuals.
Yeah, but they're going to be extracting from those individuals. Wow, it really seems like when people lift the same weight every single day over and over and over again, they're not getting any bigger, they're not getting any stronger. I feel like that's where you extract your general principles from. And then you would start at some point when a new patient or a new client comes to you for a gym thing, you would immediately start with like concepts like progressive overload. You would immediately start with like, oh, well, don't do this because I already know this doesn't work because I've had 20 patients. Like, wouldn't you start to generalize principles? What is the big difference between that and, I guess, like Western medicine here, I guess? I don't know.
And you don't think that's fraught with forever reliability issues?
What do you mean by reliability?
Again, like the practitioner reliability issues.
Oh, no, it's fraught with reliability.
Like that will never get solved.
I don't know that.
How can you have reliability when cults can lead people to do the most ridiculous things, feel certain ways, because of the power of the mind to be manipulated? How can we ever measure what...
The underlying cause, i.e. autoimmune, is more the etiology. The pathophysiology is how the etiology impacts the normal physiological pathways to cause the disease to manifest. Jesus Christ, okay.
One individual is doing, whether or not that's valuable. Because I feel like it's so easily corruptible when we're just treating everyone as one.
So I think maybe I'm foolish, maybe I'm optimistic. So here's where I'm coming from. Here's why I don't think it is an unsolvable problem. So if you look at the history of humanity, we've been faced with unsolvable problems that get solved. So I have faith that if we were to leverage even 10% of the brain power in scientific weight that we have.
Aiton, thanks for the $10. This is a great convo. I face these issues every day with real-life patients. Plus, I was a personal trainer before med school, so this is all stuff I think about, LOL. Nice. I think one, KKMD can correct me if I'm wrong here. I don't know if I have any other physicians in chat. I think one thing, too, is people have the misunderstanding that when doctors prescribe things to you, a doctor will get a list of symptoms, they go to all of the leading research, and then they break out like, okay, well, 72% of patients with these confounding variables, blah, 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 and here's that. I think when it comes to, physicians, though, I think oftentimes in clinical settings, like a doctor might even do off-label prescriptions. They might be like, you know what, I prescribe this to patients fast. It seems like they like it. Seems like it works. Why don't you try this and see what happens? I think doctors also build these heuristics, and they build this data set of clinical practice of patients they've had in the past, and they prescribe based on that. I think sometimes even more than where the research is. Obviously, depending upon the condition we're talking about. Nobody's prescribing you a Tylenol to cure your brain cancer, right? But
have an allopathic medicine towards Ayurveda, I think it'd be amazing what we would accomplish. That's my gut instinct. I don't know if that's true. Is it potentially an unsolvable problem? Absolutely. So what I think though is that what I've seen already is that it doesn't take a whole lot. So like I think that if we were to put, let's say, like put together like cohort treatments, and we were to start to measure outcomes, so I do think we need to add some of this population-based stuff and evidence-based medicine. So let's compare Rasa Shastra, where someone gives arsenic and all this kind of stuff, to, for example, like Ayurvedic herbs or the inclusion of yoga and Tai Chi. Let's actually take cohorts of these people and study and see what's better and what isn't. And then what will
do? You put the ball sack into the condom? No, you use a second condom for the fucking ball sack. What are you talking about? You can't put it all in the same condom.
I think what we'll discover is there can be a methodology, because they still teach general methodologies, but the focus of their general methodology is not on a disease.
More importantly, they make specific condoms for your balls.
We make a diagnosis, and then we treat the diagnosis. We don't treat a person. We don't
yeah,
ask,
they're less long and thin and more globule
but then as we actually treat a human being, this treatment of a diagnosis doesn't work like that. The person doesn't take it.
I don't know about you,
so now you have
my
to have this
nuts
conversation
are
with them,
sort
or they have this kind of side
of
effect,
shaped.
so we end up individualizing. That's what makes a good doctor. All I'm saying is if you think about it, the actual theoretical, if you read a pathology textbook, which has all of our understanding of medicine, you will not find any art of medicine in there. You'll find it in other textbooks, but not in a pathology textbook. Then in the practice of medicine, we are adding what you call the art. And all I'm saying is there is a whole system of medicine where we take the RCTs and the population-based stuff in the pathology textbook, we add the art. But this is not the bulk of our approach to medicine. This is the bulk of our approach. Does that make sense? Ayurvedic medicine says this is the bulk of our approach. That's the big difference.
Yeah, I'm just viewing starting points. Western medicine, we have the starting point of randomized control data, population-based data, that we can then tailor and art and improve our art. We definitely need to improve our art. I will never not support that. Ayurvedic medicine has such a fraught foundation. And we're like, let's bring randomized control and evidence and all that to this fraught concept already. Why?
I don't think that the fundamental concept is fraught. In fact,
but you said there's like 90%, like 10% of it is only valuable.
Yeah, but I don't think the fundamentals are fraught. I think the fundamentals are actually, I think, the reason we practice, the more we practice the art of medicine, the closer we are to the Ayurvedic system. Because that's what their system is. It's individual treatment.
But we end up there versus starting from there. I think that's a drastic distinction.
Yeah, it is a drastic distinction. But I don't think that one is necessarily worse than the other. I mean,
I don't think that they're worse. I just think if you're trying to start, like if I was creating a civilization and I was like, okay, let me find the most effective way to bring the best medical care. If I'm making a Sims game out of this, I would create randomized population data, and then I would bring in Ayurvedic principles, individualizing it later.
So let me, that's fine. So that's your prerogative, and I would encourage you to...
But I'm curious what you think about that.
So let me ask you this. What do you think is a better system of medicine? A system that is population-based, or a system that gets outcomes that are tailored to the individual? Let's say that I could perfectly diagnose you. I did all the genetic stuff. I could analyze
the perfect stuff would be having literally an individualized thing for absolutely everybody. That would be the perfect thing, right? Obviously.
All of your phenotypes. I could analyze even things like your digestion, your absorption of nutrients, what kind of absorption difficulties you have, and I understood all of this information about
you. Can even argue that, like, in some ways, modern medicine tries to do this. Like, for instance, I believe it's the case that there are psychiatrists or doctors you can go to where before they prescribe you an SSRI, they can do a genetic test, and I think there are certain genes. Would it be entire genes, or would it be certain? What do you call like a PEP? Some string of nucleotides, SNPs, I don't know, some fucking genetic shit, where these things line up better with certain types of SSRIs versus these things don't respond as well to these types of SSRIs. Like, they can prescribe you a particular SSRI based on the correlation of how many people with these particular SNPs or genes or whatever respond positively to treatment versus not, right? That's like a more individualized treatment. Like, ideally, that would be all of medicine. You go in, you get a brain scan, or not a brain scan, you get like a full body scan from top to bottom that analyzes every single individual factor and then prescribes it to you based exactly on every part of your physiology. That'd be the perfect thing, but...
The digestion, your absorption of nutrients, what kind of absorption difficulties you have, and I understood all of this information about you. Which one do you think would be better?
Of course, you created a perfect example, but that doesn't exist.
So the foundation of Ayurveda starts with that.
Yeah, but it's nowhere near it. It's not even close.
Oh, that's where you got to be careful, right? So I think that it's way closer than what we give it credit for.
You're saying they have a perfect understanding of each.
They do not have a perfect understanding. What I'm saying is that the direction that they are moving in is to focus on the individual. So we don't even focus on the individual. We focus on the population. So we have, let's say, we use a video game analogy. So we've leveled up to level 100 on population-based medicine. And then the reason that we have good clinicians and bad clinicians is that the good clinicians are the ones who've leveled up to level 50 on individualized medicine. In Ayurveda, they've leveled up individualized medicine to level 100, but their population-based medicine is level 10.
I think when you use that example, when you level up to 100 on the individual level, your data is fraught with error and bias and subjectivity, because you're not studying it en masse. And there's so many mistakes that you could make when you're just treating an N of 1.
Very true, right? So, but you're thinking from a population-based standpoint. But when you kind of think about it, and when you treat an individual...
Hey, Destiny, great content recently. There's a restaurant near where I live called Gusano's. Is this basically the same as naming a restaurant the Hard R? Genuinely curious in your take, because it makes me shudder. Why would it make you shudder? It sounds like a joke of a fucking thing for people from South America or Cuba.
individual.
Maybe, or might not even reference that at all. I have no idea.
Not studying it en masse. And there's so many mistakes that you could make when you're just treating an N of 1.
Very true, right? So, but you're thinking from a population-based standpoint. But when you kind of think about it, and when you treat an individual, you can make so many mistakes. Because that's what you do in your practice, right? You don't treat populations, you treat individuals. So how do you figure out what is best for your individual patient who's sitting in front of you? It's fraught with errors, it's fraught with bias.
All of healthcare will always be fraught with error. Our job is to take the best worst approach. And to me, the best worst approach is seeing what works that's generalizable, continually fine-tuning it, as opposed. If I was building a pencil or I was building a house, it's much better to have the foundation of randomized control generalized data and then building upwards to get the subjectivity of how you want the house to look, what is pretty. But without a good foundation, that house is going to crumble. And I feel like Ayurvedic principles are built on a weak foundation.
So I think that's it's a very reasonable view, right? So, and I think that there's like good data to support that view because there's a reason why allopathic medicine has spread all over the world and Ayurvedic medicine is not.
Well, that's a good question here to be had. Why do you think in Eastern culture we never got, well, not we, but why hasn't it moved to a labeling system, a randomized controls? Why has there been so much disconnect between randomized controlled stuff happening in Western medicine, but that is firmly pushed against in Eastern medicine?
Why do Eastern people not like randomized controlled trials?
Yeah, like why didn't throughout time, like the way Eastern medicine is talked about now is more similar to how Eastern medicine was talked about 500 years ago than Western medicine talked about now than how Western medicine was talked about. Why is that? Why is it seemingly stuck in the past,
so
for lack of a better word?
What do you think what's the differential diagnosis for why something doesn't change over 500 years?
My skewed skeptical belief is that it's based on culture.
You gotta be so careful here because this is a really bad argument. Something being resistant to change does not necessarily mean that it's always worked. Because again, we would just be pointing towards outcomes. So what are rates of depression using the same diagnostic criteria in the East versus the West? What are the rates of mental health issues? Like that's what you have to point to now to look at the outcomes. The outcomes match what we believe the conviction we have is for, the efficaciousness of these medical treatments.
My skewed skeptical.
That's what he has. That's what Dr. Mike needs to ask.
Belief is that it's based on culture.
What's the differential? Okay, so culture is part of it. Religion is. What else is on the differential?
Lack of refinement.
Okay, that is also
it's on the differential. I'm not saying it's the cause.
Yeah.
That it works.
Absolutely. Right, so that's what's really
well,
tricky.
Well, hold on. We have that it fully doesn't work, lack of refinement, and that it can work. Those are possibilities.
Yes, so
we can't give them equal weight here.
And then a rhetorical question, a rhetorical counter would be, something that would be interesting is, let's say that all of these medical practices did work, and they were incredibly effective, and they were, yeah. If I go to India right now, and I see somebody that gets sick, are they going to an Ayurvedic practitioner, or are there ordinary, normal, Western medicine hospitals all throughout India? I genuinely don't know the answer to that. My guess is going to be there's a lot of Western medicine programs in modern India. That'd be my guess. Is there a fuck ton of Ayurvedic practitioners everywhere? Like,
it's good, right? So now you ask a question, right? That's on the differential.
Yeah, maybe when a patient comes in with 2 days of cough, cancer is on the differential, but we don't talk about it because that's not valuable.
Sure, but I think in the case of, let's look at these Eastern traditions. So these are the traditions that gave us meditation, right? So this is where I think part of the reason, and I don't.
When you say a statement like that, you know what I hear?
What?
When a patient comes in with 2 days of cough, if I say that it's cancer, I'm going to be wrong so often, but I will be right sometimes. Ayurvedic medicine, you're showing me came up with meditation. That's that one time they called cough cancer.
Fair enough.
And it turned out to be cancer.
So I don't even disagree with you there. So this is exactly where, I think that's why, I gave this example where Dr. Jenninger was like, the biggest problem with Ayurvedic medicine, I'll be the first one to say this, right? So I feel like I'm adopting a pro-Ayurvedic stance because of the way you're asking questions, but I don't use Ayurvedic medicine with the majority of my patients. I use evidence-based techniques with the majority of my patients because they are reliable.
Right.
And at the same time, I'm with you that I don't know. So if you look at this text called Charak Samhita, there's tons of treatments in there. I have no idea how many of those are effective as meditation. We even have evidence that some of them are harmful, like Rasa Shastra, right? So I steer clear of that but then the problem in the Ayurvedic system is if you go talk to an Ayurvedic doctor, many of them will not say, oh yeah, this doesn't work. That's a huge problem, right? They'll say oh, we don't understand it well, or they'll kind of poo-poo. And maybe they're right, maybe we're right, I don't know. So I'll be the first. So my area of expertise is evidence-based complementary and alternative medicine. So the whole point is that there's something very valuable here. This is my belief. Something very valuable here, and we need to separate the chaff from the wheat. We need to figure out what is actually really useful here. One of the things that I think we can learn a lot from is that I do believe that their generalized approach, because this is what we end up doing in clinical medicine anyway, is we focus on an individual. But there is always a translation problem from the RCT down to the individual, but there are some major advantages that we get for that. The biggest advantage that we get for that is that on the human race, we have outperformed Ayurvedic medicine. On the level of population, we have outperformed because in these Eastern systems, they do not have ways of testing validity. They do not have ways of separating the good from the bad. They do not have ways of measuring a good person and a bad person. So this used to be there, theoretically, if we want to be optimistic, this used to be there historically because of the way that it was taught. So there's this concept of parampara or lineage, where if you had a good teacher, and now things have changed, we can get to this with meditation. So you had this lineage where like you basically have like a system of mentorship where if you trained under this person, you're like going to be good because this person would not let you out unless they were good. There's still problems with bias there, but I think the biggest challenge that we had in Ayurvedic medicine is we've lost some of their fundamental safeguards like lineage.
Ready to
We
go?
replaced it with like standardized education because that's what we do in the West. And so now we have a system that
all right,
from
guys.
its bones
I
is open
am
to things like
going
validity, open
to
to things
head
like not
out
being critical of
for
itself,
the
and then
day.
we are removing the one safeguard, which is this concept of parampara.
Let me actually
Now
give
we're giving
me
people the
4
reason
minutes,
certificates from
babe.
universities.
I
have
just
no
gotta
idea
go
how to tell
kill
whether someone's
a
good.
boss so I
And
don't
I
have to
seen
redo
as a
something
medical
for
doctor,
like
part of the reason that, I
20
studied Ayurveda,
minutes.
fell in love with it, and then I went to medical school. Because what I saw is that I have no idea what's the quality of education I'm going to get. I have no idea what's the what the reliability of some of these methodologies are. I've seen things that are medical impossibilities from Ayurveda. With my own eyes, I've talked to patients that are medical impossibilities. Like paralysis, being able to, polio paralysis, right, which is a permanent condition. That's not something that generally speaking gets better. These people are able to walk. And so when I look at that, it gives me pause. And it says to me, there is potential. So what did I do? Did I say, oh my God, there's potential here. Let me go to Ayurvedic doctor and I'm going to indoctrinate myself? No, I went to medical school, focused on evidence-based complementary alternative medicine, realized that in the grand scheme of being a doctor in the world today, each of us can make a contribution. What do I want my contribution to be? I saw something that I thought was very I saw something that I saw potential in. And I said to myself, even if 90% of it is shit, I can't judge whether 90% is good, 10% is good, 50, I have no idea. There's something here that we in the West can benefit from. And that's been what my focus is on.
What do you like about Ayurvedic medicine? What is that part?
So I like that they focus on the individual.
Got it. What else?
So I like that they look at, so just as a psychiatrist, so like one thing that I really appreciated was this concept of like a cognitive fingerprint. So we have this in some ways in terms of like 5-factor model and stuff like that. We have these personality assessments, but these personality assessments are usually done at the population level. And so the translation down to the individual is not as clinically useful as some of these Eastern conceptions of cognitive fingerprint. So when I work with a patient, doing a 5-factor assessment has very little bearing on my clinical practice. But doing more of an Ayurvedic personality assessment has a lot more utility in my limited biased experience.
Is 5-factor helping you at all diagnostically with any mental illness? I generally don't know the answer to that. I wouldn't be surprised if it correlates a little with some things, but I have no idea. I've never seen for diagnostic criteria anything related to 5-factor. He's saying no. Well, yeah, I mean, I don't know if it claims to either, right?
Compared to some of these generalizable personality assessments. There are some cases where those can be good, but I think that some of this stuff is quite revolutionary because it helps me understand, so even like, for example, depression, understanding like, okay, what is this person's Ayurvedic dosha? It helps inform me about how to approach this kind of thing. Also in my clinical practice, what I've seen is if people adopt Ayurvedic diet, they're more likely to have sustained remission at lower medication doses or be able to come off of medication. That is nothing magical, by the way. I think they just sort of figured out that microbiome observationally, and that now we're discovering the mechanism. But it's really interesting that their first-line treatment for mental illnesses seems to be diet, and my guess is the mechanism has got microbiome modification to support neurotransmitter precursor production. That's my take. And what I've seen very clinically is when I apply some of these principles to my clinical practice, that patients tend to do better.
So I'm going to keep track of it. Individualism, stratifying personality types, cognitive fingerprinting as you called it, and then diet, lifestyle, I guess, is one of them. It seems to me, based on this conversation, Ayurvedic medicine is fraught with a lot of bias issues, etc., that you pointed out, reliability, all that. Since so much of it is inaccurate, and there's a few things that you think is very valuable that are missing from modern medicine, why not take the concepts of those things, like improving the cognitive fingerprinting of modern tools, focusing more on the individual approach, and stop calling it and talking about Ayurvedic medicine? Because it's sexy to talk about Ayurvedic medicine because people are passionate about it. But 90% plus is crap. And yet I feel like we're keeping it afloat.
Well, I don't know that it's crap, and you don't know that it's crap.
Well, we know that it's crap because of how it got to where it is, because of the lack of reliability.
Was Lauren Southern Dr. Cahill, is that why she was tweeting the pro-herbal medicine thing the other day? It feels like she's on like some kickback against like pharmaceutical drugs. So now like, what was she tweeting? Like, or she was tweeting like, oh, like if you have PCOS, you can like drink herbal tea and it'll make it go away. I don't know. It's like the return to monkey ideas.
We don't know it's crap. We just don't know that it's not crap. There's a big difference.
And when someone makes a claim that this water will prevent you from dying, or this is the anti-aging water, do you know that this is not going to prevent you from living forever? Like, do you know that I'm lying about this?
No, I don't.
Right? You need to do a trial. But I'm very comfortable as a doctor now saying, no,
Yeah.
that's not happening.
Yeah,
because mechanistically it's not there, the evidence isn't there, and I've gotten to the point where, even though,
So Mike, what frustrates you so much about Ayurvedic medicine?
I'll tell you what.
It's going to be... What would it be? What frustrates you so much? He's gonna. You've done the methodology and everything. It's got to be like.
So Mike, what frustrates
people treating it as a valuable replacement for Western medicine, even though there's no clinical data to support that? Maybe, or is it going to be something like that?
you so much about Ayurvedic medicine?
I'll tell you why. It leads to a fundamental misunderstanding of healthcare for a large percentage of patients. It opens room for health gurus and hucksters to take advantage of people, and it actually diverts our attention from ways that we can improve medicine.
Okay, so now I'm understanding this conversation a lot better. So I noticed that this was becoming very antagonistic, which was really weird because I actually agree with the majority of what you're saying.
I see that.
Yeah, right. So I'm the first to kind of say, like, I'm the one who said, hey, like 90% of it I think could be crap. And so I was kind of struck a little bit, and then that's when I realized, like, I'm not talking to someone who has an open mind. I'm talking to someone who has a mind made up.
I'm talking about it from a truth-seeking perspective. So my mind's not made up. If you presented some data or information here that showed Ayurvedic medicine is way more accurate than you think it is, I would have changed my mind today.
Yeah, so that's it's interesting, but I think
I definitely have a bias.
Yeah,
from what I've learned so far.
How is this conversation for you emotional?
Excited.
In what way?
Shit, you went into therapy mode.
So do you feel anything besides excitement?
Full excitement that we're finding a way to truth seek together. Because unlike many people who talk about Ayurvedic medicine in this space, I think you do it incredibly honestly.
So, because I agree with you, but I think there are a couple of things to keep in mind. So when you make a statement like, 90% of it is crap, that indicates bias to me because we don't know that. You make a very good argument that we have to be skeptical based on our understanding of things. That if I show up today and I say, like, oh, like, here's a pyramid, if you meditate under the pyramid, like, it could work.
I think Dr. Mike would be okay on almost all of his statements, and I know what he's trying to say. Rather than saying, like, I think it's crap, what he should be saying is that, like, I don't have evidence to believe that it's any good. That's what he should be saying. It's kind of, I guess it's like doing like a falsifiability thing or whatever. But like you don't need to say something is bad to not believe that there's no reason to believe it's good. If that makes sense. Like I don't have any reason to think that somebody walking into a room with a shiny golden rock. I can't say for sure. I know for a fact that won't treat whatever illness you claim it is. But I can say I have no reason to think that will treat what you claim it will. Right. And now the burden is on you to present some proof or reason why I should think that.
And then you can always make the counter argument that until you study it, we don't know, they could be right.
Right.
And what I'm also detecting from you is like, I think I'm detecting this emotion of frustration because of hucksters and these kinds of people. So I think your understanding of Ayurveda comes from these people. And so that's why I was kind of surprised because usually in conversations, I am representing your view a lot more.
Yeah.
Right. So I'll go to these academic conferences with a lot of Ayurvedic practitioners and I'll say like, hey, like we don't know. There are 8 disciplines of Ayurveda. We have some limited evidence of this particular thing, Brahmi, turmeric, ashwagandha, like a set of herbs. We don't have a whole lot of stuff on this. And so I think it's just been really interesting. Now I understand a lot more why this conversation is going the way that it is, which is that you're asking me all these questions, which I get the sense that you're sort of open to the answer, but I think you're asking questions that are not open-ended questions. You're asking questions where you already have a hypothesis, and you are asking me to reflect upon that hypothesis, or even counter that hypothesis, or support it.
That's fair.
Which is, I was just...
And I think our hypothesis is similar.
Yeah, so I think though...
And our standpoint is similar.
I think that you would benefit from studying Ayurvedic medicine.
Agreed, which is what I'm hoping in this conversation to learn more about.
So I think just this individualized approach, it's so axiomatically different, I think there's value to it.
Without a doubt.
And in terms of why not translate it over, I think there are a couple of, I think that's good, and I think that's part of the direction we should move in. And I think there's a slight problem with that, which this rubs me emotionally the wrong way, which is that there's a certain amount of cultural appropriation to it. So if we look at meditation, let's go back to meditation for a second. So we look at meditation, and we kind of say, okay, mindfulness is scientific, this is good, this is good, this is all woo-woo. But if we kind of think about it, what's happening is we're taking all of it was woo-woo, and then we're taking this and we're saying the rest of it is woo-woo. We're taking this and we're saying the rest of it is woo-woo. We're taking this and we're saying the rest of it is woo-woo. Now this is very reasonable from the sense of how does science progress? We have the unknown, we take a chunk, and now this is known, and here's the unknown, we take a chunk. This is very reasonable. On the flip side, I think what ends up happening is if this was our original chunk, and we say that this much is, and I don't think we're nowhere near that, we're like right here in meditation. If we say that this much is valid, there is a certain bias that can set in of we're not sort of recognizing that 60% of this stuff was correct. We're sort of saying 100% of it is always wrong because we move the stuff that is scientifically valid over to science, and we remove it from the realm of, let's say, spiritual tradition.
But have we done that?
That's what's happening.
Yes.
Absolutely.
In what way? Can you give me a specific?
A really good example would be people used to eat herbs or whatever to cure pain issues or whatever, but you find out that essentially, is it acetaminophen or is it ibuprofen or is that, fuck, I always mix these two things up. What's the thing that was just like a
willow bark
fucking plant or whatever? What am I thinking of? Is it Tylenol? Plant. What the fuck was the thing?
Acetaminophen,
What am I thinking
willow
of?
bark.
Somebody say it.
Salicylic acid.
Aspirin from willow bark. Is that what I'm thinking? When you have these
Aspirin,
things that were
salicylic
like,
acid, willow
you've got
bark.
these like herbal treatments that are part of non-standard medicine, but then
He
once
said
you learn,
acetaminophen.
this is
And I
another
mixed
good.
it up with
There's so much
aspirin.
there's so much data analysis and philosophy in this. Fuck, Dr. Mike, I don't think he's like done the deep dive like into the philosophy of a lot of this stuff. Dr. K brings up a decent point here, and the idea is, let's say that you've got your alternative medicine bubble, okay, and let's say that all of it seems to be bullshit, and then let's say that you start testing